Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me.
I was merciful.
Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing cat. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky. And Vicky, we're super excited to be back, and especially I'm excited to cast with you. First time together, and you know, I've been seeing you around the block with Cozy, been seeing you cast in the game, and it's been a lot of fun to have you around. And now we're going to be entering, you know, this round 10 for today in MRC in North America. We just finished up in EMEA region. Now we're back across the other side of the pond, Vicky, and it's your first day, but I know you watched a lot yesterday and stuff. I'm sure you're excited going into today's matches.
And let me tell you, I've been counting down the days. It's been 50 years since we've been back, and I'm so happy to be joining you on the mic. MRC, man, Marvel Rivals Championship. We've been able to see a lot of the action already play out yesterday. There's a lot to expect going in for today. Honestly, I was super hyped watching you guys yesterday, too, because coming off of what we already just saw in our first LAN here for Split 1, it's been interesting to see how metas have developed, especially for the teams that are still trying to figure things out.
Yeah, and I know you were talking about, you know, because you were home watching the games at like 3 a.m. in the morning and stuff, watching
yeah.
over us giving us your blessings. So we appreciate that, Vicky, and it's awesome to have you here for the Chrono Storm event. I know you were talking about this too, right? The 2 times Chrono Storm event going on, where you can get these Chrono tokens at a 2 times rate, baby, up until the 12th of next month. So make sure you guys are checking that out going in game to collect more Chrono Storm tokens, so you can upgrade that battle pass and get to those units. Like you said, Vicky, I mean, that'll make some skins cheaper for, you know, some of the viewers and some people playing the game, to make sure you can actually get some of these awesome skins.
Yeah, you guys could save that up so that way, you know, if you could clock that in and you could get your favorite skin, it always looks nice, especially when we have skins like this. We're talking about, we're watching our Venom movie marathon, and it's perfect timing too here, Dogman, because we have the awesome new Venom skin to definitely take out, and it's not just Venom too. We have Iron Fist, we got Doctor Strange, which, by the way, free skin for Doctor Strange. That's always super cool. Ancient Powers Awaken. Make sure you guys check that out.
Yeah, and I forgot about the new Mantis emote as well. I know everybody talks about that, you know, the cat shadow. I love that one. It's so good. And speaking of stuff we love, by the way, apparently Phoenix and Scarlet Witch, or sorry, Scarlet Witch and Phoenix love each other here until Jeff comes over and eats the Phoenix, of course, in this lovely intro for brand new emojis, guys. Make sure you can come check them out, as well as the new Phoenix or Scarlet Witch skin that just released. And you know, you can just get cool interactions like this where you're emoting with each other. I know there's also like duo emotes and stuff now, alongside these awesome emojis. So make sure you guys check those out as well. You know, as everything else in the game is released right now up until, you know, you have a while to check this stuff out.
Ultron is like a plague.
I love
We must
Phoenix
be the cure.
Force Scarlet Witch, by the way. Not only does it change like the noises too when she tries to ult, but she looks fantastic, literally fabulous with that different colored hair. Actually, personally for me, one of my favorite Scarlet Witch skins that have been out.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I don't know why. I was just thinking, I'm like, when is Vicky going to do a Scarlet Witch cosplay? That was the number one thing that came in my brain because of the fact that you brought up how Scarlet Witch is one of your favorite heroes. And by the way, schedule, sorry, that just happens sometimes. You know, we lose train of thought. As I'm sure a lot of our viewers coming in now are wondering where we're at in the tournament, right? It's round 10, round 11 today, you know, trying to refocus and, you know, learn what's going on in the Marvel Rivals esports team. Because, Vicky, we've talked about this, you know, North America, it's getting so exciting. Like the teams, everybody's getting just like incredibly close, I would say, power level wise, right? I'm sure you noticed that yesterday, right? It just felt like a lot of these teams that are early on in the matches, I mean, it looks like they're looking way stronger than they did in previous MRCs.
Yeah, that's what I mean too, because you're also giving these teams way more time together, right? They're able to be cohesive. They're able to figure out what they need to do differently here. As the total prize pool, let's not forget what they're fighting for here. $14,500 total prize pool, with the champion walking away with $6,000. The runner-up, that's basically a $3,000 money match out here, with second place losing that out here, but still walking away with $3K. And this is all money you can make if you grab your friends to jump on together. If you think you guys could take a lot of these pros out, I mean, that's what this is all about, right? You get to join, group up with your friends, and see how far you could go.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many games where you have the esports client in the actual game itself where you can queue for the tournament. So that's a great point you bring up, Vicky. And, you know, it's awesome that, by the way, a lot of the top Ignite teams are competing. I mean, that's the coolest thing about this MRC Season 3 is that in the last one, you know, it was during Ignite qualifiers, also during Ignite matches themselves. And, you know, a lot of the Ignite teams couldn't play. Now, a lot of the top teams are playing. So like you said, Vicky, I mean, you get to play against the pros with your unsigned roster in a lot of cases and sort of make a name for yourself, like we saw out of teams like Techie XD, out of Ego Death. And, you know, both of these rosters, both of these teams got picked up by better teams and other teams, and then also got signed to organizations. So we're heading into the first game of the day, Vicky. It's going to be Noir versus Tri-Z-Force. And you mentioned how the systems change, you know, between Ignite and stuff. For MRC Season 3 for the championship, it is global bans. So, you know, each team has 2 protects, 3 bans on their side. Noir we saw yesterday. We did not see Tri-Z-Force, which has a player named Skibbity Jimmy. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be excited about that. Human Torch ban, though, comes out on their side. And same thing with the Black Panther. And, you know, we usually see those two. I think EMEA, we saw the Captain America bans come down through, but also a Loki Protect and Luna ban comes out on the side of Noir.
It's interesting too, because now that you mentioned like the global bans, right? Then you get to really consider, okay, what can we use, what can't we use here? What are we gonna do to not only elevate what we do better, but prevent what this other team may throw at us? And Noir, being a team that you and I are very familiar with, I believe now changing their name to YFP. You were telling me earlier on before we went live. You know, a team that we've seen a few times already. We saw them popping off yesterday too. Yeah, they're a good team. You're right, and you know what? They've had some fun matches. And you know, the only map they lost yesterday was because Iffy had like internet issues or something, so they had to bring in a sub. And you know, speaking of which, I like that you bring it up, because Snows,
their sub player played pretty damn good yesterday, actually. It was impressive, you know, coming off the bench, having to fill in for a good player, an iffy side, and, you know, did pretty solid. They came back in a series where they went down the first map to a team called the Goats. And meanwhile, Namor, or Hulk ban and Emma ban comes out. A lot of focus towards Vanguards, it looks like, this time around, Vicky. I mean, Magneto Protect comes through, same with the Venom Protect. So both teams prioritizing these Vanguards, leaving a lot open, like that Phoenix that you talked about earlier, you know, before in the green room, we were talking about how strong Phoenix is. And you mentioned how, you know, you want maybe more people to play Phoenix when they need to pop off and carry, because, yeah, that's like a top duelist in the game, and the Wolverine also got through this time around.
Oh my god, so you have the team up on top of it here too. I mean, you talk about putting priority on your Vanguards here, and now you have to worry about the Wolverine team up with the Phoenix. It's super explosive, and I think on this map too, it's really great when it comes to getting around that next choke once you exit out of the spawn room gates, where you get around that next corner and you're trying to push the payload. It's really knit tight, so it's easy to get a lot of that explosive damage with Phoenix once you need to get around that corner.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, I'm curious to see, you know, what Noir does with this composition. And for Z-Force rather, on their side, you know, we usually see this like triple Vanguard composition. This time we're not, right? They're going to be playing the Venom, the Magneto, alongside Joker on that Bucky with an Iron Fist of all things. So I would say this is a bit more of a unique composition, it looks like, Vicky, already. And there's that Chuck from the thing.
Yeet! Oh, they get the kidnap! Somebody call 911! He immediately catches him, and even through the bubble, nothing is going to save him. Will Throw gets annihilated, already putting Noir in the driver's seat to reach around that same exact corner that we were talking about. And I feel like when you exchange Phoenix and then Squirrel Girl, that explosive damage, quote-unquote, Phoenix obviously brings that out way better, as we see another kidnap here on the side of Noir.
Yeah, I mean, 762's really leveled up, I think, throughout the years that this person's been competing, or rather the first year, I suppose, of Marvel Rivals competition. I mean, 762 is a player that was known for their Storm, known for their Torch, and coming in on the Wolverine and looking pretty damn good. I mean, 2 kidnaps in a row. Unfortunate that's on a guy named Will Throw. I don't think he's throwing in this case, but Hopeful, meanwhile, kind of peeling off the Iron Fist in the back line.
See here, Max Rage coming through here. Trying to wrap around the next corner here is Joker also getting close to that ult. They don't want to find themselves staggered here, but they're feeling a lot of the pressure from 762 together with EV Tier 2, just trying to make sure that they hold back here. Gets that next KO onto Will Throw. He's not had a good time here and just finding his feet.
Yeah, I mean, Joker does trade back 1 at the very least when it's another reset towards the payload, but at the moment it's only 1, and they need to rely on a little bit more ultimates, it looks like here, Vicky, as they, you know, work themselves back into the point, sort of playing around the objective. I mean, there's sort of like a hard dive coming in from the back from JRP, could potentially find the one-shot, but doesn't find it.
Still just trying to find some of these shots out here too, and Coach holding onto that Cloak and Dagger ult while Tanya was able to use the Loki ult just to keep them back alive here. Clobber in time here, doesn't find what he wants to though, as the Meteor M drops down and it hits its mark on the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, what a nice shot there from Coach, perfectly timing it as well. The Magneto, unfortunately not in that fight due to the fact they went down earlier, and so you can't really bubble that Cloak and Dagger during that. And this has honestly been a pretty solid push, I think, from Noir thus far. I mean, they took that first point with somewhat ease. It only took a few ultimates. I mean, the recontest came through from Joker and that Kraken Impact, but after that, now he's swapping over to the Punisher. They're also putting out a Thing player of their own, which is interesting. I don't think we've seen too much of the Thing. And look at this, Vicky, as well. We have another controller player, Kanuya, as well. We've seen yesterday. This is, I think Shib talked about it yesterday. It's like the first controller player on support we've seen in North America.
Oh, wow. And we were actually, you and I in the group, talking about how that can be pretty difficult out here, too, just to really work with. That's why we see players like TDK on controller that rocks the Vanguard role and does it amazingly here as they wrap around the next corner as well. You talk about Thing and Magneto. I mean, Magneto being able to get more damage going once he gets that bubble on top of the Thing, who likes to get in their face as they take to the skies here, too. Phoenix Force active here, too, before dropping down like a kamikaze, hitting all 3. Gets the 3K, gets the follow-up, and it's another wipe in favor for Noir.
Yeah, and I think that is a textbook example for a lot of people not knowing how to use their ultimates. I mean, both Hopeful and 762 using both duelist ultimates at the same time. Definitely a smart play. And now look, close to the spawn camp, potentially coming through from Noir. I mean, they used Last Stand. They used that song earlier from Hopeful. We'll see if they can catch somebody off guard. Z-Force actually just giving it up. They're actually just going to back all the way to third point, man. That's impressive that You know, they don't even come back for the retouch. So right now, Noir are just absolutely snowballing Vicky. And it looks like with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, they need to get a single fight here. At least one win from Tri-Z-Force. Maybe they can combine, you know, Kraken Impact alongside Magneto Ult or something. But Iffy just waiting with this Wolverine in his hands.
Here, kitty, kitty. Here comes the toss. Right there on top of their heads. Doesn't get the kidnap. Gets the bubble to protect him here. Clobbering time on top of it all here, too. Just trying to keep the team alive with the Cloak and Dagger ult. The Meteor M this time around doesn't land it smart, keeping the rest of Tri-Z-Force alive.
Yeah, right now, I mean, they're able to kind of keep pushing forward. Joker goes down. It's so bad right before, you know, Skibbity Jimmy can come in with his own ultimate. Losing one of your duelist players who has their ult is so crucial for their team, but obviously they trade back, you know, able to stay alive, take down Hopeful, who could maybe comboed as well in the backside with another last stand. Ultimates as well still in Tri-Z-Force's favor, so this is their fight to win.
Joker does come in, though, with that punish roll after making that swap at the very end here to Noir. Having to try to move right over to that next corner. Tri-Z-Force now being able to finally regain their control. It was a lot of momentum in favor for Noir here, but now they'll be able to move right back in with two ultimates of their own.
Yeah, disengaged from Noir. I mean, a lot of people just sort of avoiding the damage coming through. Now they can come back in, like you said, with their own ultimate combinations, or just go in with a slam from the Thing into the ultimate from Hopeful.
Wow.
And that's a great combination. Results in a team fight wipe. And honestly, Vicky, for Tri-Z-Force, you know, back to the spawn they go. It's going to be hard to break out of the spawn, too, with where the card is. I mean, it's nearly around the corner. You can maybe come back in with a Thing ultimate, but it's going to be against that last stand from 762.
See, here was 762 now wrapping around. You can see that they're waiting right there by their spawn room gates. And as you mentioned, it is really difficult to even get your footing once the team has pushed up the way that they have as Noir positions themselves. The clobbering time, Skibbity Jimmy in trouble. The Meteor M, point blank, hits him right on the noggin as he's going to be able to take up on top of the high ground here. These picks so crucial here in favor for Noir.
I mean, yeah, right now, just kind of playing towards this point. You got the Terra Cape on, the JRP too. I mean, this is going to be hard to retouch. They come back in with the Meteor M, use it to sort of zone out, waiting out for those, you know, the strategies to kind of come in. The JRP actually trades back Ipsy, so that's not bad on a re-engage.
Oh, gonna be able to try to slam that down over on the other side here too with the Cloak and Dagger ult, gonna be able to keep them alive. This is great here, not only to help them reestablish the re-engage here, but also being able to build up this space because now Noir are down to a minute and less than 55 seconds after they had all that momentum.
And they come back in with the clobbering time. Joker able to trade back Tones at the backside. It's traded for JRP. You know, there's a lot of damage coming out from Joker, but unfortunately, the healing is just so much from Noir, who are building up towards those strat ults again. And they lose JRP, who had one of the only ults with his clobbering time. Now they try to come back in through a Joker. And they're getting some stabilization, Vicky. I mean, they've held for about 3 minutes here. They come back, disengage from Noir. But this has been a solid hold so far, even if they were to lose now, considering how things were getting snowballed out of control in the street phase.
It really highlights that the swaps that we saw from Tri-Z-Force really worked out for them too with the Punisher, but then you have to worry about the Phoenix Hopeful up on the high ground. Finds it smart. Joker goes down next. That's the TPS now gone and out as the clobbering time comes in. It does hit Kanyo. He does get stunned just briefly here on the other side. About to reach that Loki ultimate, but the Cloak and Dagger re-engage here from Tri-Z-Force helps stabilize them.
I wonder, this is interesting. I mean, JRP's been doing so much. I'm not sure how that clobbering time even connected on the backside of 762. As it was the last second, Phoenix Soul actually gets, I believe, not even fully deleted, so didn't already get off. Vivi on the backside does connect as well with the clobbering time, but the strategy holds at least on defense to sustain.
All right, but then being able to find that Cloak and Dagger, though, does not have that same sustain minus the Loki, who is able to utilize that after getting that copy duplicate. Will throw those stuns just briefly. Iffy, though, can be able to follow up with Hopeful, knocking them in the head here with the Phoenix, and is able to find another pick. Tones on the other side, trying to gatekeep the other side of the spawn room doors.
I mean, Joker comes back just to stall on Phoenix, on Psylocke, and there we go. 14 seconds left. They fully cap it out. And that was almost a clutch play there by JRP, Vicky, it looks like. I mean, he came back with a clobbering time, went down during that. You called it out, how that Phoenix was just in his face, doing the animation cancels with the melees and the flight. You know, you can just kind of go back and forth and just do an absolutely insane amount of damage. Unfortunately for JRP, going down in his ult was huge because I think he was a catalyst to Tri-Z-Force. I don't know if I was going to say Jay-Z-Force. Tri-Z-Force. He was like doing so much. I mean, just consistently on the Thing. putting in all the damage, you know, getting huge ultimates every single time. And we saw 762 get stunned up towards the end on their first sort of, or on their last defense that they got off. So really huge work done by JRP. And it's interesting because Noir not even going for many like damage boost plays or anything like that with some Storm or with Mantis. So they're just kind of going, you know, raw damage with the Wolverine and the Phoenix versus the Thing on the opposite side, which they made that swap last second. But it's kind of worked out with 14 seconds left. Try Z though. You know, we'll see how their attack goes, Vicky. We already know it's pretty hard to like cap out maps in general, right? In this game on Convoys.
Yeah, it is, especially like when you manage to finally find that momentum. They were doing a really good job at least trying to restabilize around that very end, like you mentioned. But after making some of these swaps, maybe this is what they needed, right? They're now, I see that there's more limited time in the time bank for Noir. They have 14 seconds left versus what they had before. What, like started on that third point where like 4 minutes it looked like, I believe, if I could recall correctly. And now swapping the sides here, Noir trying to hold on to that high ground with that swap up and having that team up once again with the Wolverine.
And I think it's interesting they're running a Hell on attack too. We don't usually see this in 762. You know, sort of waiting for that pickoff that we saw earlier, Vicky. I mean, that could definitely work out in their favor, considering how, you know, 762 has been so sneaky with these kidnaps every time. And, you know, Hopeful as well for the top left flank, just constantly pressuring out this back line has been crucial as well. Maybe getting those greens out from Skibbity Jimmy as well. They have that team up with Joker, so they're trying to maybe, if Skibbity ever goes down, they could be resurrected back from Joker's team up.
Yeah, very good point there, too. And you see Joker's actually trying to continuously press Hopeful up on the high ground right there, too. You get the team up here, Kitty Kitty, as he dashes towards the Thing here. Doesn't find its claw marks here, though, as the bubble comes out to protect them. Here comes a lot of that damage, and this is forces out the Cloak and Dagger ultimate to help bridge in this gap, to help the sustainability right here. As Tri-Z force now wrap around on the other side. The claw frame time, huge here. Catches will throw at the same time. Coach holding on to that Cloak and Dagger ult just to keep Noir alive, but Hopeful goes down first.
I'm going to come back in, getting the reset. 762 trades it back. Constant resets, but oh no, that might be too far. Oh, he barely lives, comes back as well for the Thing who's in his back line.
Again and again and again we go. Bucky coming out as Hela now takes to the skies. Goddess of Death forces everyone back. This builds up even more space. If you think the again wasn't enough, well, now they're going to have to give them the point this time around. They're going to give it to him for here before trying to maybe go for the re-engagement. If they have the time, it looks like, as 762 does touch the cart in time. Talk about timing with Icky also coming in with the Doctor Strange portal.
Yeah, and this guy, I mean, Hopeful's waiting last second, knowing everybody's looking at him, totally just trying to land, but hard to get off when everybody's shooting you in that case. Flies away. Oh, Joker, what a shot.
Catching Hopeful. You caught him sleeping out here right there, right before it lands onto the ground here, too. Clobbering right through the rest of the enemies here. Gets a toe-to punch on the 2K here. The sustainability now for Coach just to wrap around the rest of the payload to help them out. But Joker sneaks in that headshot onto Coach.
You know, I'm not going to lie, Vicky. It's kind of surprising to see the Thing be like just pop off as much as he has in this series, specifically JRP. I think JRP on the Thing has looked phenomenal. I mean, the strategist keeping him alive, and also, like you said earlier, with RMV going insane with that crack and impact, has built up another one. But it's cool to see that the Thing is kind of getting a lot of value in this series and in this game. Yeah, I think in the past, you know, you switch to Bucky, you switch to more anti-tank heroes, and the character doesn't maybe do as much. But in this case, in this series, it feels like the Thing players are really turning the tides.
Yeah, and I like this too because we saw Emma Frost banned there, so we won't have the Emma Frost like team up as we see Joker land another shot here. Point blank in Joker's face. Tones gets the Meteor M here, and Noir are now not only restabilizing, but flipping the momentum right back in their favor, holding back Tri-Z Force.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vanguard play has been at the at the forefront of MRC in this season. It feels like every single highlight play is done by a Magneto player or a Vanguard player. Okay, never mind. Hopeful just rips that out of my mouth. He just at the left side flanks, takes out Joker within 2 shots. Impressive, insane aim by him on that flank.
I'm not surprised, too, that Hopeful went to contest Joker on this Hela as well, right? Because you want to try to be a sharpshooter when you're Phoenix as well, but now at this point, you take a different off angle here. You get the team up, too, where you could resurrect Loki, like you mentioned, within their own team, with Kanya being on Loki. Clobber in time, it does find Joker. It finds a Magneto, will throw, goes down. After he comes back, though, he will at least have the Meteor M to deal with Coach once Coach, the Cloak and Dagger, gets the ult.
Well, this is the thing, too, we talk about with the difference between Phoenix and Hella. By the way, immediate Hella ult committed by Hopeful and disengaged from Tri-Z. They just know they could walk around the corner. But the big thing with Hella is that I just feel like you can individually carry a little bit more than on Phoenix. On Phoenix, it's more about team play, coordination, you know, combining with other ultimates like Magneto ult and stuff. But here they come back through with the Eternal Bond, trying to go aggressive on 762, forcing out a strategist ult that is up for Tri-Z. They actually committed as well.
Gets the 3-man clobbering time, though. Armin endangers the Kraken Impact. Are gonna get the follow-up here, too. Gets immediately shut down as 762 enters right back here with that Kraken Impact. Hopeful also finding that mark if he's going to be able to come right back in on the Doctor Strange 2 as Tri-Z Force finally build up some space.
I mean, they're coming back into it. Noir is 762 trying to get that reset. Unfortunately, it's on the JRP, who's, you know, Vanguard, incredibly tanky, and just kind of playing it slow, building up those strategist ultimates. Very far from it from now, but it doesn't matter because Will Throw just snipes off Hopeful.
That always feels so nice when you land that projectile as Magneto, especially with Hopeful being as low as they were here now, as Will Throw backing away, does not have the Meteor M to stop the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond here. As they move up here, Joker does have the ultimate too. They needed a reset, but doesn't even get away. 762 is busy finding their heads on a stake one by one as they fall. They are going to continuously hold up on Tri-Z Force's spawn room gates.
Yeah, I mean, 762 swapping off to Wolverine is interesting, but I guess with the thing, you know, it's hard on Wolverine, considering, you know, if it's a Groot or something, you can always kidnap him, but with the CC immunity at points for the thing, it's not as strong, I guess. And for 762, he's swapping off the Wolverine, realizing these thing players are actually kind of shutting him down, and right now, Tri-Z taking so much damage coming in from that guy, like you said, Vicky. He's doing amazing on Bucky, forcing out the copy already from Skibbity Jimmy. Here they go.
It's great awareness here. Meteor M now just trying to... Oh, he thought that shield was ready. Will Throw now retaliates with his own Meteor M and finds way more success. Finding Coach prevents the restabilization from Noir, and this is going to be a team fight win for Tri-Z Force.
Yeah, but a lot of ults committed, I guess. When we look at the ult charge, you know, 3 ultimates committed just to win that fight. Coach maybe going a little bit too far, and Tones committing the Meteor M earlier on, and unfortunately meeting that shield, like you said, huge situational awareness by Will Throw and the team to sort of play around it. Joker on the flank as well, needs to find this opening pick. There's no time left. Overtime starts to tick down. We'll see if anybody gets picked off before these strategic ultimates come out, and there it is. Hopeful finds the pick when a Cloak and Dagger ult is available.
Even more important, though, Hopeful's very close to that ultimate, so that way you could just completely clear this payload. Overtime taking away, and with the Cloak and Dagger here from Tri-Z Force, who had already committed to the Eternal Bond, they won't have this restabilization now once you see Hopeful in the sky.
Yeah, Hopeful in the sky. Also, Eye of Agamotto to close it out with the Goddess of Death. They recap. I mean, you have a portal here. They could potentially stall it out, but Vicky, we're in overtime. Body blocks even jump into the portal. So smart. That was an incredibly intelligent play. Now we're done with the first game, first map of the day, Vicky. Game number 1 going to go on the side of YFP, or in this case, well, their old username. And, you know, congratulations to them. Big map number 1 for sure.
Huge here for them, and also really big to be able to see the adjustments that we had from both of these teams. Noir, who had swapped off the Phoenix and the Wolverine. You don't need the team up here in this case when Thing is just anti-CCing you at the same time, prevents you from trying to get away. But even better look, too, making the adjustment even when you have to match them with the Hella, when you have to match them with the Bucky earlier on before, too, with the Kraken Impact.
Yeah, I mean, that was just smart plays. Taking a look at the stats, though, as well. I mean, that was a pretty fun series. I don't think we've seen a matchup like that so far in MRC. So a fun game between 2 Thing players and a mirror matchup that came through at the end of the day. The Loki takes that MVP, you know, simply due to the fact that Kanuya has been popping off. And you talked about controller players, you know, on strategy. It's a little bit harder to make it work, but, you know, that's pretty impressive stats-wise, I would say, from Kanuya. And I think the whole team playing around an aggressive Loki like that definitely can enable the entire squad.
Yeah, because look at the difference, too. I mean, aside from the healing, right? But he was also putting in damage. 18.9k damage done out here, too, aside from almost hitting 60k in terms of healing. Really putting that down here. The lamps obviously really helping them out whenever they can. But it also just prevents anything from Tri-Z Force on figuring out what they needed to work on, right? What was the foundation here for this team in general? They made a lot of swaps. Sometimes it worked, though. But Noir, I feel like they had better control of when they rotated through their own ultimates.
For sure, for sure. That's a great point because, I mean, this game, I think that in Rivals, the highest level of the game is combining the ultimates, combinations. And, you know, Vicky, like you said, you're a professional fighting game player, right, at one point. And I think that in this game, it's difficult because I guess when you're playing a fighting game, you're always thinking about your own individual combos. You're not thinking about in a game with 6 people versus 6 people, how you have to combine as a cohesive unit. You're sort of like thinking like a symbiote almost. Isn't it a lot harder to work with people than just be by yourself, right? I don't know. What do you think?
I also feel like, okay, so I could go on about this for so long because I also think there's a huge mental aspect about this too, where I feel like in a 1v1, the only thing you could really blame is if you're playing a bad character and you lose and you don't know the matchup, like you can only blame yourself, right? You cannot absolve yourself from any blame because in this 1v1, you're the one that lost. In a 66 situation like this, or you have a team-based game, dude, you have to lean on your teammates and make sure that they'll cover your back on whatever you lack, but you can't always absolve yourself from all that blame here too, because then you get to lean on other teammates to see what they're lacking. It's hard sometimes to stay coordinated, but that's when you all as a unit look back to see what you need to do differently for a tournament like this.
Yeah, no, excellent points. I think it's definitely got its own challenges for sure, comparing, a 1v1 game into a 6 versus 6 when you have to rely on other people. And, at a macro level, too, we're going to take a look back at the ban phase now between both Tri-Z and Noir as we enter game number 2, map number 2. This is a 1st to 3. So we're going on from yesterday where it was best out of 3. Now we are 1st to 3, right? So best out of 5 maps wins the entire series. And the map we're going to is going to be on Spider Islands. Bans come out. We already have Human Torch and Phoenix ban this time from Tri-Z. They don't want to deal with the Phoenix. That was in the last game. Captain America ban also comes through and a Venom ban. So a little bit of, I think the Cap was banned last game, but Venom was protected. So interesting, they're keeping the Loki on the field. Same thing with Luna. So we have that Loki backline, I guess, the Lona Loki backline. And Black Panther is protected. So, huge variance, I think, in the ban phase coming into the second map on Spider Islands.
Yeah, we still have the 24 seconds immortality between the Loki and Luna, right? We did have that nerf onto the Loki. We did have that nerf onto the Loki ult charge, right? I believe at the very beginning, or I think it was halfway through. No, it was at the very beginning of season 3, but it was still super important. We saw what that did in MRI specifically. We do see the ban, though, onto Hulk. I think this is interesting, too, now that you won't have the combination of the Hulk and the Namor to deal with the Black Panther here on the other side.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. I mean, maybe we could see that as a potential counter. Meanwhile, Wolverine ban comes through as well. So both teams sort of focusing on each other's strengths. I guess it's interesting that Noir went for the fact that they go for a Wolverine ban on Spider Islands, considering they were playing it themselves. So, it completely flipped up ban phase coming through from both sides. And this is kind of the evolution we're seeing in MRC and in the game in general, is that teams are willing to adapt faster. It feels like, we're in the past, I think people would have a bit of an ego. You're just like, okay, we're just going to play this the whole time. And even if we win or whatever, we're losing probably because of individual skill. But with global bans, I guess it's interesting. You might as well just sort of mix things up, especially since, like we said earlier, now we're in the best out of 5. So, you have a little bit more room to work with in terms of breathing room, but you still have to make quick adjustments. And the ban phase is one way to start.
Yeah, and especially if you feel like, hey, if you could have made the comeback and you could have actually won that last game, you got to shake it off. You got to just GG, go next in the situation. I am surprised that the Emma Frost actually made it through. I know we did see the protect on the thing earlier too, but Emma Frost making their way out doesn't, and we do have the Magneto, absolutely. Okay, and wondering here if we may see a Psylocke swap. We're going to have to see, as Noir are going to be the ones on defense, while Tri-Z Force starting things off on the attack. They may be lingering on whether they want to hang out with the Emma Frost and Thing instead, but the Magneto, I feel like, was really popping off for them with the bubbles, while Thing just did his own thing. JRP, who likes to play in the front lines.
Yeah, I mean, JRP has been a phenomenal Thing player. Meanwhile, triple strat, triple Vanguard strategy coming out of Noir, because, you're going for this close spawn hold, but oh my god, Joker gets deleted. They switched over to triple duelist to try to deal with it, but I mean, that was a little bit too aggressive. Maybe from Joker, and in these triple Vanguard compositions with Brute, with Emma and Magneto, you talk about how Emma does so much damage. I mean, pretty much all of these Vanguards that is in Noir's front line pump out massive amounts of damage, and Hopeful as well from the skybox. Similar situation for him.
Yeah, because then you're going to split attention for the team, right? The team trying to get out of the spawn room doors has to now split their attention onto the Ultron, who's actually going for a peek right alongside the other side of the roof. So they have 3 ultimates here, looking at Tri-Z Force to work with. Noir are going to be able to match that with them. We sometimes see this triple Vanguard setup too on maps like here and Araco, especially if you're starting off on the defense here. As the Scorpion ult comes out, Hopeful finds another pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is just constant pressure from the high ground. Nobody can really contest Hopeful. in the sky besides the Storm player in Joker, and they've got ultimates available. At least they can go for maybe some aggressive combinations, but already a minute off the clock is not ideal because Vicky, I mean, the entire point of this triple Vanguard, triple strategy is to get a lot of fights. It's not necessarily to just win every fight, and so far Noir have done that. They've won 2 fights in a row, and we'll see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, and this literally burns away that time bank from Tri-Z-Force. That's the goal that triple Vanguard set up too. But they're finding so much success. They have the Eternal Bond. They go right through the Moon Knight ult, and they're hugging the spawn room doors, finding JRP again.
Yeah, in this Tri-Z team, I mean, it can't be understated, it's a pretty solid roster as well. And right now, they're just getting absolutely dismantled. Nearly 2 minutes off the clock. You swap over to that full, like, anti-Vanguard comp. You have RMV and Iron Fist. But right now, I mean, JRP switches back over to the thing. Maybe he's going to go aggressive with Joker to try to help him set up that ultimate. But he's waiting to the very last second, maybe force out a Stratus ult in the back line.
Even better for Noir. Like, yeah, you can ban Wolverine all you want. That's fine. Triple Vanguard coming out when you have nothing to try to contest that here. And with the desperate attempt on the Storm ult, just trying to build up the space, they find success, at least for now, forcing Noir back. But Coach here, side by side with the Eternal Bond, keeps the rest of Noir alive. In the clobbering time, even though it did find 762 and an Iffy, they do not take them down. Coach does go down, though, at the end of the Eternal Bond, and something else you have to worry about with Emma Frost having that command grab that could grab the Cloak and Dagger right at the end of the Eternal Bond.
And they finally break the dry spell. Tri-Z does, at least for Noir. And you talked about it. You brought up a great point, how they banned out that Wolverine, and that's definitely coming to bite Tri-Z-Force in the butt. Noir's banned for that phase. You know, making sure they can play Groot now consistently, right? The only character that can really hard counter Groot, not in the lobby. Cart, meanwhile, making their way around the corner. Teleport comes back through, met immediately by RMV.
RMV just trying 1 second just to meditate before a portal just appears right behind him and he gets jumped. Managed to get away though in time, but we get the copy clone from Kanya. Just going to allow them to hold all the way forward as We Love Kirk is going to even have that Luna Snow ultimate. It's a little dance off out here too, while the Storm ultimate too. The Omega Hurricane puts everyone in its line of sight, but the nice sustainability here from Noir keeps him alive before 762 gets taken out, and the Eye of Agamotto now from Tones finds the stun here, and Joker goes down with it.
A huge point of interest there from Tones as well. Like you said, the Eye of Agamotto connected flush, able to find one. 762 going to come back on Spider-Man. You know, maybe come back and maybe can help contest this objective. 20 seconds left to go. Right now, this has been solid from Noir. If they can hold here, that'd be huge as they move over to attack. But oh no, they lose Tones, who just used the portal earlier.
And will throw at 100 damage. You talk about the damage output from Emma Frost. Let me tell you something. There's a reason why this character, her damage output has just been insane. That even with these nerfs, she still maintains that damage output from the front lines here, trying to skirt away, being on the Ultratron. Hopeful doesn't get away from Joker. And now the Psionic Seduction in everyone's line of sight, even through these Groot walls over to the other side. Gets the grab, the choke slam onto the Groot, falling incredibly low as Hopeful makes a swap over to the Hela.
Yeah, unfortunately, 762 on Spider-Man hasn't done much. I mean, 2 in a row going down. If he trades it back, though, so he's at least creating a little bit of space. And also, they take down Kirk, so it may not matter. I mean, just how many fights can you get here? Huge clobbering time, but does it have to follow? If it does, sort of. And Joker connects on the Coach as well, so full strategist removed. And if he also is falling, and honestly, they close it out with the Kraken Impact. That's impressive. They're able to get it done. I mean, that's unfortunately 3 eliminations on the 762 in that fight. And another one comes back through. They move into the second phase of the map, Vicky. Closing it out now, Tri-Z-Force. That took them so long, right?
It did. I mean, the triple Vanguard setup at their spawn room gates was just very rough to see, but then you finally break through it. You had the Kraken Impact reset earlier that we just saw off that clone from Noir, and now they move all the way up through that first checkpoint. Now looking at what Tri-Z-Force has next after utilizing quite a bit just to make sure they get that first checkpoint, they at least have the fate of both worlds here for them, just for that sustainability. And as Hopeful also really approaches that Goddess of Death, they may need it here.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay. I guess. Okay. Oh my. Okay.
Wow.
Just Hopeful ignoring all of the macro and doing it himself.
I don't even need it all at this point. Luna Snow looking right back at, all right, well, Fate of both worlds, I'm going to have to hold on to it this time around. JRP gets frozen, and Noir, they came back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful shot from Hopeful. Follow-up is there, and like you said, yeah, I mean, they've been sort of consistently fighting throughout the beginning of the map, and oh god, I mean, it's just a Hopeful show. That's kind of what happens in the second phase here, Vicky. It could happen again, yeah, just some shots to the dome, walking up, and Iron Fist forcing over the top left, but I mean, it's gonna be scary with how long these sightlines are in the second phase of this map.
Imagine being a strategist from Tri-Z-Force and your team is just getting absolutely melted before your eyes and no amount of healing could heal them through the onslaught of damage that Hopeful has been putting on in that one corner. They do move up here too. Hopeful is forced to back away, but is getting pocketed together by Coach and Kanya, who all have ultimates here on the side of Noir. They have everything in the arsenal as Tri-Z-Force try to answer right back too. Gets the copy off the Loki, the Gru ultimate right afterwards, even through the freeze out here, just to keep them grouped hugged.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's staying alive. The Strat is doing a good job keeping everybody up in the strangling prison. That's usually rare that we see that even through Strat ults. Usually combinations are enough to deal with it, but they don't have any left here, Vicky. And Noir on their defense. They've got the Luna Snow dance floor, 23 seconds left to go, and a Kraken impact could be huge from this defensive side unless a pick happens.
At least they will be able to get the reset too. If 762 wants to go absolutely crazy, having that Fate of Both Worlds is going to really help them out here in that sustainability. JRP though, Eye of Agamotto finds 3, including Coach. Coach is forced to pull the trigger here with the Fate of Both Worlds here. Armed and Dangerous coming in with that Kraken impact. Tries to get the reset here too. It looks like here. Joker on the other side at 762 though goes right back again, and again he goes as RMD also. He shuts it down immediately.
Oh my god, that was beautiful. As soon as that Iron Fist came in, just deleted. Sorry, Vicky and Noir. I mean, they got it done. Tri-Z-Force got stopped. The very end just smoked 2 people at the same time. That was sick. You know, unfortunately, I mean, that's still farther than they did on Aegis-Hill. But regardless, actually, no, it's about the same distance if we take a look back at the last map. So,
Literally held like right before that second checkpoint.
Yeah. Yeah, good job from Noir again. I mean, that's the value of Triple Vanguard, I suppose. You know, playing that, you know, first point, you almost hold with 1 minute 30 seconds left for Tri-Z-Force. And, you know, at the overall, you know, look at the entire map, they made it kind of far, and they had moments with Joker and that Kraken impact. But regardless, Noir, I mean, they played that overall ult charge game pretty damn well, right?
I mean, with the Kraken impact from themselves, and then Hopeful also just trying to put a limelight on themselves at the very end too, stealing away some kills after finding those KOs over their heads here too. And it's also allowing them to have that reset when you have that Loki. It really helps you out here. You mentioned that in the first game. We get to see it play out now in the second game. Seeing what Noir is going to do to try to break through the chokehold of a possible triple Vanguard setup that we do see Tri-Z-Force rolling out with.
Yeah, I mean, Noir, they have to counter what they just did on defense. That's the difficulty when we go to maps like this, and especially since your entire game plan was get rid of Wolverine, make sure that we can play that comp, right? So now that we swap over, obviously the you know, shoes on their foot right now for Tri-Z-Force, they get to play what Noir did. But, you know, Noir, a very practiced team, also a team that is qualified for Ignite, so you know they're incredibly talented and have the team play and strategy to deal with stuff like this. We'll see if they get it done now.
As they move out of the spawn room. Grates looking right behind to make sure everyone is grouped up together, as Tones being on that Moon Knight, by the way. It's to be able to clear a lot more of the pressure from these chokes, especially since you're knit tight before that first checkpoint here. And so you have everybody in those alleyways going up the stairs earlier once they get through this first initial choke. And then 762 also splitting the attention away from Tri-Z-Force being up in the sky, also using Storm.
Yeah, I mean, this is just constant pressure coming in. They're building up the hand of Conchu. Usually the first ult built in this case, but also Strategist ults and actually Strangling Prison almost up for Tri-Z-Force. So before the hand of Conchu comes out, I mean, a play could be made by Tri-Z, but here comes Twirl ult from Hopeful.
Joker, though, being on that rocket, they will have that BRB machine, and everybody gets hit. The Gru ult, the follow-up on top of it all. It's the JRP show getting the revenge that they needed, sending Noir back to the spawn room gates.
I mean, Trions looks pretty good with these compositions that rely on JRP hard carrying, and the same thing with their duelists or their Vanguards in general. So nice to see JRP have a huge Strangling Prison, but ult still over on the side of Noir now. It's their time to go in.
Oh, you can go the Hand of Concha, as you mentioned, too, forcing everyone back. But we have the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond, too, from We Love Kirk. And getting slept to at the very same time, having to manage to navigate away, stays alive through that Eternal Bond. Eye of Agamotto finds 3 Psionic Seduction back-to-back. Tri-Z-Force, we're still able to stay alive for a really long time, as Skibidi D now keeps them in this fight.
Yeah, Skibidi D popping off, and right now on the defense, Tri's playing so well. I mean, they lost the BRB due to some nice shots from 762 over the backside, but right now this triple duelist comp hasn't been panning out for Noir, and they're sort of walking it out. Portal comes back through. Here comes that Hurricane in a moment from 762.
Oh, 762 is going to be able to try to displace them. Gets rid of those lamps almost immediately. Sorry, Skibidi Jimmy. You're out of here. And the rocket is what is left here for Joker. We love Perk also with that sustainability. The BRB machine has to get taken care of. That's why you see Storm just wrapping around on the other side. 762 though, as Tones finds RMV after making the swap up to Punisher.
I mean, they're slowly walking it in. I mean, the damage has been too much, and Coach just hit some nice shots on the Mantis. Wow. Minute 40 seconds though left, Vicky. I mean, this was sort of similar that we saw out of Tries on their attack. So right now, Noir actually kind of in a similar position. Hopeful now over to that Hella. You know, gets a lot of damage boost. I think we've seen Hellas pop off heavily in these sort of high damage dealing compositions alongside Storm and alongside Mantis. So we'll see if Hopeful can do it with this solo tank composition. Tries though. You talked about it earlier. They have BRB always up from Joker. So they're always, you know, kind of 7v6 almost with that Resurrect. And they also have the See You Later available. But Joker, oh no! Losing the BRB and him. That's so bad.
No, maybe no more See Ya anymore here. If anything, Joker's See Ya. MIA now is the Eye of Agamotto comes out, and JRP with another ultimate taking out Tones and Kanya, both 2K out here for Noir, as now tries E-Force though, also trying to restabilize, but 762 has been a problem in the sky.
Yeah, we're talking about this. This is one of 762's signature heroes, and it's for good reason, right? I mean, there's so much pressure coming from the sky at all times from him. Almost close to another Hurricane as well. 37 seconds left to go. They're going for the retouch.
Oh, Joker has not had the opportunity to play the game the last 3 deaths or so now, as Tones activates the final judgment here. Everybody is sent over to the courts, and now they have to worry about trying to clear out this point as Noir gets to clear it and wipe out Tri-Z-Force.
Yeah, honestly, a decent hold. I mean, they held for quite some time with a minute or like 30 seconds left again. But for Noir, I mean, who knows? Maybe this is their change of pace. They could probably up it, right? They have 4 ultimates up. On Tri-Z-Force's side, they only have that Iron Fist ult, which honestly isn't one of the stronger ults in the game. It's just comparing it to, like, you know, the Hurricane, or you know, compare that to Supernova on Human Torch. Doesn't necessarily get as much value, I think. But right now, oh no, they're trying to fight for these off angles and actually doing a pretty good job not going down just yet. Even if they don't find a pick, with 762 on the main line with the Hurricane takes down 1.
Yeah, 762 and Hopeful are basically doing the rest. You try to dismantle them, split their attention at the same time, and then 762 just wraps around on the other side here. They clear out Tri-Z-Force. They try to contest for a little bit. They did stall out the cart for the meantime, and now Tri-Z-Force having to regroup together. They will have Skibidi Jimmy with that ultimate, at least with the Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, that'll be a lot, I think, for Tri-Z, Noir as well. We're in the open too, so this is kind of where the Storm should theoretically fall off, but the Hella also still does pretty damn good. So Noir, let's see if they can force anything out early. I mean, that'd be huge for them, or find a pick. They've done it before. Can they do it again with Hopeful on the flank? He's pushed off, it looks like, for now.
Will Throw does have that Psionic Seduction, though. Tries to hit the skies here as 762 uses the building to their left just to get out of cover before getting drawn back in over to the broken walls. As Skibidi Jimmy keeps the rest of Tri-Z-Force alive. Will Throw moving up, but 762 still finds Joker. Whether Joker is on the rocket or now even making that swap over to the Silent, getting shut down again.
Yeah, it's tough. RMV, I feel like, was doing more on the Bucky than he is on this Iron Fist so far. Agamotto comes out, but it's met by Meteor M. Oh no, JRP goes down.
Oh no, JRP getting a taste of his own medicine after hitting those double ults that we saw between the Doctor Strange, Agamotto, and earlier on as the Psylocke ultimate Dance of the Butterflies. Joker does find 762, gets a little bit of revenge before getting shut down by Hopeful once again.
Okay, nice shots coming from Hopeful. Everybody trying to group up, share the damage of the Psylocke, Dance of the Butterflies. And they're grouping up, just making sure this cart is not fully capped out. 36 seconds left, and oh, they lose Coach. So they're actually working themselves back into it. Tri-Z-Force is, and there's not a lot of time left back on the clock here, Vicky. It's like actually a full team wipe. They're going back to the spawn. 762's over the Black Panther. Tri-Z-Force could actually do it.
Wait a minute. Noir now down less than 20 seconds. They may have to portal in here. Yeah, they go over to the Doctor Strange here too. They're going to be able to try to recontest here, but at least they have ultimates to work with, which is not really the same case here for Tri-Z-Force. Oh! Joker Herbie said, hold on, hold this real quick. Takes care of the Black Panther, but Coach opens up with this Mantis ultimate to keep everybody alive as Tones gets a 2K.
It gets the 2K. They have no strategists anymore. I mean, how do they sustain? They've got Iron Fist to stall out a little bit. He's got the ultimate in a moment. Will Throw also not going down. Very, very low. And 762's finally back for those resets, and they lose JRP.
Wait, hold on. 762. He's had enough here being on this Black Panther after finding JRP. RMB trying to stall. Has that Iron Fist ultimate, but they don't have something to counter here. Hopeful and the Goddess of Death with nobody left to stop them. Noir, clear the point. The Doctor Strange portal now from JRP. The desperate attempt as they cannot get there on time as they lose out on another game.
Incredible plays from both sides. Noir get it done, though, showing that experience, sort of gives them the edge. I mean, that was an incredible series, incredible map. We still have more to go, obviously. That puts them on map points, up 2-0, as we moved on from yesterday from best out of 3 to best out of 5. So, they're up 2 in this series, and that second game, that wasn't easy for them, Vicky. I mean, it was so close between Noir and Tri-Z-Force towards the very end, but those ultimates, I mean, it ended up mattering, I guess, the macro of it again. Even though, like you pointed out, how Joker just got that pickoff on 762 on the high ground. That was sick by him, but after that, it just felt like they overextended for those eliminations. I mean, unfortunately, I hate to say it, Joker with 13 eliminations, 13 deaths is, I gotta be honest, suboptimal for a Psylocke player, but it was hard, I think, when you play with an Iron Fist as a duo. They played pretty damn good on Iron Fist in general, RMV did, and they stalled out the cart a lot. So that's, I guess, the overall game plan, and that's why the stats aren't going to be as, beautiful to look at comparing to the opposite side for Noir with 41-6 on hopeful stats and 17 final hits. But, they made it dirty, they made it messy, and honestly, it kind of worked out for them. So Tri-Z have a good shot in this series. Noir, it's a really hard series to close out, I think, now as we get deeper into this tournament.
They're doing really good. Like, it's actually a very close game here, too. I really do think that ult economy really screwed them at the very end there, too, as RMB was, like, the only one, the Iron Fist, with the ultimate to work with. At least you mentioned it, too. We saw the stall a lot, but at the very end, they didn't really have the utility. I don't believe they had any strategist ults I saw there, too, at the very end, so they couldn't really help out the resustain, whereas we had mentioned Hopeful having that Goddess of Death was not only able to clear the point, but able to do enough damage to force them back, and then they were able to get a whole wipe onto Tri-Z-Force at the very end.
Yeah, your recollection of what happened, Vicky, is actually genuinely impressive, because as somebody that brain turns off, as you saw at the very beginning of the broadcast, I just they just in one ear out the other. So I'm glad to have you for cases like this when, like you said, that end, I mean, it was such an amazing series and matchup, like you called it, I mean, no strategist ult, so they couldn't even sustain after that. And, I guess that's what we talk about with experience in this game, too. And it's not all about mechanical skill in Marvel Rivals. I think, I'm sure you've noticed it, right? It just feels like at the highest level, it's heavily about team synergy, team coordination, more than anything, even though, like, everybody at this level plays at such a high mechanical level.
Yeah, I 100% agree, because you're doing so much at the same time, too. That's why we talk about ult tracking, because you could have the best mechanical skill there, too. But if you have nothing to help sustain through a very high damage ultimate, especially when the goal is just to clear the point because you ran out of time, that's even better for the opposing team who does have that utility, even if they had lost out on the previous fight, as long as they managed to touch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have an incredible series on our hands. We'll see if a reverse sweep could potentially happen for Tri-Z. We're going to go to a short break. We'll come back for map number 3.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me.
I was merciful.
Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the Doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure.
A disappearing act.
You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. We are in Season 3 of this whole thing. We've been through 2 other seasons of the championship. Entering the 3rd season has been incredible. And Vicky, we are now amidst a series, a fun series between Team Noir and Tri-Z. Team Noir is up 2 currently. Now we've moved on in this round of round 10, I believe we're in. And so that means it's going to be a 1st-to-3 setup. And we're already entering the ban phase. We're going right into Krakoa, it looks like, Vicky. Off the rip, Human Torch is removed.
Okay, jumping right into it. Noir being able to take back-to-back games here for game 1 and 2. This is the last chance opportunity potentially for Tri-Z Force to regain some momentum here. We know that they could do it. They've shown signs of life consistently where they managed to get these resets. But time to see what we have for the next save pick here for both these teams. So then we got to see a lot of counterplay going into that second game after making the awareness. And of course, too, on Spider Island, you can hold that triple Vanguard setup that we saw earlier on.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be a staple at this point. And, you know, now we got that Hulk Protect coming through early on from Noir. I believe that was banned towards the end for Tri-Z. So they're going immediately showing that Namor threat in the ban phase that could come out of Tri-Z. That could be a potential bait as well. But, you know, that'd be interesting if we switch over to that, especially on Krakoa on Domination. I mean, we've seen Hulk players just stall out fights forever, it feels like. And a Luna Snow Protect comes through on the opposite side for Tri-Z. But they go for that Phoenix ban again. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, I think, out of them in terms of the ban phase. I wonder what the 3rd ban is going to be, but Noir, they're mixing things up. They go for the Venom Cap ban. That was the same as before, but the Hulk Protect is definitely a mix-up, I suppose.
And
they get the Namor, too.
Wow.
Sorry.
Okay, so that means we have the Hulk. No, you're good. You're good. But I was actually about to bring that up too because, you know, we haven't really seen, we did see that Black Panther for the very end and stuff like that, but we haven't seen any really harassments onto the back lines as much. Now having the Hulk and the Namor here specifically on Krakoa, I think this is going to be really interesting to see how this works out for Noir. If anything, it's going to be a lot of damage output too. They don't even need the Phoenix at that point. Right.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm curious to see. I think Namor on this map is solid. I don't know. I like him actually surprisingly on maps that are kind of closer. It's sort of like Hell's Heaven almost. And, you know, I do like that, you know, with the buffs, he definitely can absolutely destroy at range. But you know, I'm curious. Like, it depends on what happens in the upcoming map. Sometimes we'll see like Punisher Storm compositions. They ban out the Mantis on the opposite side. Do well against Namor comps actually, and Hulk, because it kind of depends on if you have a really good Hulk player. Right? Because, like, sometimes you can have a Hulk that just doesn't really know what they're doing and sort of just go down a lot, right? They could get KO'd a little too much for most people's likings. But if you have an insane Hulk player, we've seen them take over lobbies, Vicky. That character can be absolutely disgusting for sure. And you know, strategists definitely have to deal with the brunt of that force as a Magneto ban comes out. Full Vanguard line ban out for Noir.
Wow. Okay. And I do like the call on banning out the Magneto because once they saw the safe pick over to the Emma Frost, they don't want the team up to go in combination with the Magneto. They could already get it with the Psylocke at this point too. And even better too, because when you have no Magneto, you won't be able to build up that damage alongside the Emma Frost once you put a bubble on her and you just let her hold forward and uses that psionic seduction that also just could help turn fights here, depending on what we may be seeing from Tri-Z Force. Looks like they're going to try to mirror that with the Hulk too.
Yeah, I think this should be a fun one. This is going to be interesting to see kind of the better team in these ban phases because a lot of really good heroes, like you said, got banned out. I mean, an entire focus towards Vanguards for Noir. And on the opposite side for Tri-Z, they've banned out like a lot of the good duelists. They banned out at least 2 of the top duelists in Human Torch. We already know that Namor is getting through because of the Protect, so you can't really go for a ban onto another hero like, well, for Psylocke in this instance. But you get that Psylocke team up for Tri-Z Force. And for Noir, I'm curious if they match on the opposite side. And that's the interesting part, Vic. You brought it up earlier, the difference in format. in our tournaments, right? Like, because we have MRC, it's a global ban system, and for Ignite, it's individual bans, right? You can ban out specifically the other team's heroes, and it's available still for you. So it is like the difference of opinion, I guess, of what the strongest heroes globally are right now for both teams.
Yeah, that's what's really interesting too, because it's not like MRI where, you know, you get to do that target ban system. You know, you get to also be able to rock that one individual hero that you want to be able to prevent the other team from using. Changes things up because it prevents both these teams from utilizing something that you see banned on that screen here as Tri-Z-Force move up with the Hulk. Talk about getting set up already here, but taking it a lot slower in comparison to Noir, who've already wrapped up on the point.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to prioritize on counter diving, but oh no, they get counter dive on. Joker goes for that dive onto the Black Panther, at least trying to disrupt him. Gets countered, choked into the ground by Tonez. Good jump from him. Shuts down the Psylocke player early.
Gonna be able to now move all the way up, and Will Throw gets taken down. Hopeful finding that mark. Hopeful's just always been on top of it too. Hopeful's been landing so many of these crucial shots together with the rest of this team. Noir looking like they're on top here for game number 3.
Yeah, Noir looking clean. You know, that was, first of all, huge plays by Tones, to find that pick on the Joker, and then the rest of the team is to collapse, right? Just consistently pressing out Tri-Z at the moment, making sure that they are in a tough spot. Both teams, you know, have those secondary duelists besides the Namor as two incredibly mobile characters that can avoid, you know, the squids, the one-shots, the freezes and stuff. Also, you know, can come back to peel if necessary, so it's sort of a difference of opinion of which hero is the strongest necessarily, but the Black Panther and Psylocke both definitely feel similar. Roll holes, oh no, Kirk is down.
Oh, yeah, Kirk going down first here. I do agree though, when it comes to dismantling that backline, splitting a lot of that attention, Kanya being able to find RMV here too, putting even more KOs on the board. Then you get to build up some of this damage output with Emma Frost before the stall out on the end of the fight goes out, and then she loses out on that damage output. But look at this position that they're currently holding here too, behind these 2 rocks, just to keep whittling away from any possible chance that Tri-Z-Force tries to flip that point.
And they're switching to Blade. RMV's over to Blade too. That's kind of crazy, the fact that we've seen the Blade for the first time in MRC North America, but there's no ult on their side and he's already gone. Rest in peace, Blade.
Oh my god! You don't have an opportunity to even wrap around. Skibidi Jimmy with the ultimate doesn't have the opportunity to execute it till the very end here as Noir get another wipe. And now you could see them not only going right back to the point just in case there's nobody trying to back out.
Wait, why was Joker still here?
It looked like he was trying to back up or something. He tried to wrap around. That's why they like try to abandon and go right back. But then overtime takes away. Now they have no other choice but to portal right back into the point here with Doctor Strange. And Coach still finds JRP in the middle of it.
Okay, at least they've traded it back, but that was a huge pick, like you said. I mean, you have to wait for one player in terms of Joker to come back from spawn with that Kraken impact. Portal is going to be gone super soon, so he has to get through. And they all actually, nice blade on the backside does make the strategists have to, you know, use even more resources to keep each other alive, and they still are on the opposite side. Oh no, they lose Skibidi Jimmy. So the strategist keeping alive so well, and everybody else still going incredibly low on Tri-Z-Force's side.
Oh, but there's no strategist left now for Tri-Z-Force at this point, and now the turnaround from Noir, as Coach also has that ultimate coming right back in. Kanya still gets the pick onto Will Throw a JRP, honing him down, but for what cost here, as Tri-Z-Force now are just forced to stagger, and Noir are just cleaning them up.
Yep, no more portal. Game over on round number 1. And that was incredibly fast-paced, Vicky. It just felt like the other side couldn't get a handle on it on Cradle. Seems like that map sometimes can get a little snowbally, so maybe as we move on to the Grove, it could change up the pacing a little bit, I guess. But yeah, it was just clean plays from everybody all around, just the perfect timings, taking advantage of ults. You know, Tri-Z didn't really build anything, right? It just felt like the damage would always come in bursts, and they wouldn't be able to farm up strategist ults in time or duelist ults. So fantastically played by Noir. I think that this comp actually looks like one of the best, it feels like. I don't know if you would agree.
Yeah, I definitely agree here too. I mean, the fact that 762 being on the Black Panther, like we've seen 762 pop off on this hero so many times. You mentioned it before where the Black Panther and the Psylocke kind of simultaneously do the same thing together, just in different ways. And then you know that when you play in your own ranked games, when the enemy team has a cracked Black Panther, what is the first thing a lot of people like to do is they like to ban it out, especially if you don't have no more composition. But in this case, we had the no more composition, and they were forced to swap out because they didn't have an opportunity to even flip that point once.
Yeah, and I think for Tri-Z on the opposite side, right, going over to Blade is definitely interesting. I mean, we haven't seen it really come out And going over to the thing, I mean, we know JRP loves to play the thing, so just going off of the Hulk probably is the bigger reason, I imagine. Maybe JRP isn't as comfortable on the hero. I'm sure he's fine on it, but regardless, you could tell, I mean, he's had his home when he's playing on the thing. And right now, Noir pressed off this high ground. Everybody's together on Tri-Z4, trying to play hard front to back, which makes sense for Blade, you know, role-wise. But, you know, I'm curious to see if it kind of pans out for them as they take all this poke damage early. So brutal.
Yeah, it's hard too, especially when you're trying to get your footing on with Blade specifically. See the damage up, but Coach is so busy knocking heads off. Gets the 2K, follows up with 762, getting that dash and taking out Joker next. It's another team wipe in favor for Noir.
Noir just played it too well. I mean, Tones goes into the ult. You have Hopeful's damage over the top right. No shot at his ults yet, and Tri-Z, I mean, they got to figure something out right now. It just feels like they're just getting absolutely ran through. And Noir, I mean, they're not letting up the pace either. Look at this. They're setting up their BP on the high ground flank.
We're getting ready out here, too. And they have 4 ultimates, almost 5 ready to go with Kanya getting that God of Mischief shortly. As we get to see the Sonic Seduction first. Iffy and the headshot pickoff onto Joker. Make it a 2K. Strategist out from Tri-Z-Force. And you could just match up with everybody else on this team as they get wiped for the 3rd time.
Yeah, 3rd time in 40%. That's kind of crazy, actually, how fast that they've had fights just go so wrong. We'll see if it keeps up at this pace. Noir are just absolutely playing perfect gameplay right now. Perfect Marvel Rivals. I mean, they're committing to Sonic Seduction. They get the back line, and they get eliminations right afterwards.
And their rotates with these ultimates, too. I've just been fantastic as Hopeful steals again. Takes the lap away from Skibbity Jimmy as he finally gets shut down by Joker. But at what cost when you have no team to help you, to back you up? It's another wipe as the rest of Noir wrap up around and take them out.
I hate to say it, this just feels like Tri-Z-Force is in autopilot mode now. Like, they're just walking in to just get wiped. I mean, they're close to Skibbity Jimmy's ult, at least, but they're against double strat ults. They also don't have Kirk's ultimate. They TP, but that noise is more like a dinner bell to Noir right now.
Oh, no, they're hungry. Thanksgiving may have come early out here. Hopeful making that swap over to the Spider-Man, by the way, here. As well as falling incredibly low, trying to look to restabilize here as Tri-Z-Force. Skibbity Jimmy does have the fate of both worlds here to get them right back in, but Coach still managed to find the pick onto RMV.
Yeah, huge from Coach. I mean, you've seen his gameplay so far for good reason. Grabbed out of the sky. Joker, oh no, with the Kraken impact, gets sent to spawn.
Really just got choke slammed in the middle of the Kraken impact while if he's going to be able to walk around with her Jeff Labubu in hand and the Psionic Seduction, bringing everybody in as another wipe comes out from Noir, and they take it with a clean 3-0.
Yeah, that was their nicest comp as well. I mean, you know, second map we saw them struggle a little bit. I mean, that's, I guess, what happens on Convoy when we see Triple Vanguard, but damn, I mean, these Hulk teams, these teams that know how to play Hulk Namor to a high level seem to just dominate, right? And on the opposite side, for Tri-Z, they just never found a solution. There's immediate solution to swap to Blade. And I think if that's your solution, you know it's kind of Jover. I hate to say it. Tones, I don't know if you want to Tones, had 0 eliminations on him that entire round. I mean, this is the dominance of these Hulk players. This tournament MRC cannot be understated. That hero has been so good when you can play those heroes to a high level like they do.
Look at this. Look at these stats. I mean, I definitely agree with you. I think Hulk is a problem. Like, usually if we're not the ones with a good Hulk player in our team, that's a character that I also look at to possibly ban out within my own respective rankings, unless you're absolutely correct. But look at this impact. The fact that we only have 762 going down once on the Black Panther, Kanya once, as well as Hopeful, who had made that swap at the very end to the Spider-Man to have some fun, went 23-3. What a dominating game here for Noir.
Yeah, maybe for Tri-Z, they were kind of mentally checked out at a certain point, which makes sense, right? When you're against a better team at points, you know, it feels like, what do you really do, right? The tough part is when you were in that last map, they had a chance, right? They really forced Noir to the ropes, right? They really made sure that Noir had to switch up to something that would work at the very last second, forced to play perfect macro. And on this map, it just felt like they never had to. They weren't really pressed to do anything crazy. Noir just always up the tempo, up the pace, and you know, Tri-Z living up to, I suppose, Wilthrow's name. They just kind of chucked it at the end. I hate to say it. I'm sure they tried, obviously, their butts off. And, you know, every team in MRC definitely deserves 100% respect for competing at this level. But, damn, that was an incredible performance by Noir. Maybe that's the way we should phrase it. Is it just Noir towards the end with the whole comp look dominant?
Yeah, absolutely. And even when they were trying to get countered, when you look at Tri-Z-Force rolling out, as you mentioned, JRP being on the thing, trying to do the anti-CC, it's really difficult to even deal with. Meanwhile, Noir, though, had no issue whatsoever. Their terms of positioning, you also highlighted 762's positioning, being on the high ground alongside Tones, you get the follow, you get the dive together, and you can see that their cohesion as a squad, they know already what they need to do together to work off of each other. They flow very well.
Yeah, I mean, that's that time together. I think that, you know, I don't want to obviously be biased and root towards any player specifically, but, you know, I feel like for 762 and Hopeful, I mean, these guys have been sort of around the scene and are trying to work themselves towards top teams. So I hope these guys can kind of keep up this sort of pace on Noir's side in Ignite series and in MRC, as I'm sure we'll see them move on forward. And on the opposite side, I hope Tri-Z has their players as well sort of bounce back in that lower brackets. But we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for another series in MRC Season 3.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me.
I was merciful.
Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure.
Now, a disappearing act.
You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back here to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky. Game number 1 just finished, and Vicky, that was one-sided towards the end. We had an incredible map number 2, but still a fun game to end up on Sunday, right? That was an incredibly fun round 10. We're gonna now enter another series. I mean, that was exciting. Now we get to see Dark Zero versus Educational Gap.
Yeah, Dark Zero, a team that we've seen before too, wondering, what they've worked on, ironing out anything that they had to after their performance in Ignite earlier, and now going up against Education Gap as well. Velocity, a player that we've been recognized here before. It looks like they get the ban on the Phoenix first, the Psylocke on the other side, so you won't have that Emma Frost team up if the Emma Frost manages to pass through, as we get to see the safe pick over to the Loki, so they'll maybe have that Loki Luna unless we see a ban from the other side. But remember, this ban does apply to both these teams, which is something we have to constantly emphasize.
Yeah, I mean, they go for the Protect onto the Punisher, which is interesting. And I think this actually is an interesting team as well. We get to see Echo for a while. He's been around the scene. Luna Snow ban comes out. You talked about that. Now that gets removed, we see Punisher on the other side. Maybe we'll see a Magneto ban potentially come through from Dark Zero to counter the Punisher. But Psylocke and Phoenix getting removed already definitely bodes more towards these duelists needing a bit more flexible hero pool, I think. So another ban comes out. It's on a Cloak and Dagger this time. Interesting.
Oh, wow, some familiar names. Emong out here too. Okay, love to see it.
No,
I
think it's a fake Emong apparently. If I'm trying to remember, I forgot who this actually is. Maybe I could check if you want to.
Oh, okay. I was like, dang.
To remember.
Fooling
Definitely
us
not
out here while we take a look.
Yeah, it's kind of like how, like for example, Guru does Tim the Tatman instead of Guru. People. They must have,
yeah. Online.
Maybe he's a really big Emong fan potentially. I would be too. I think everybody's a fan of Emong. He's a very nice guy, nice streamer for sure. Ultron ban.
Yes, definitely. Get to see
Also,
the save though on the Torch.
Yep. Yeah,
it's interesting. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the Emma Frost Protect, the Torch Protect. I mean, this is so far at least a pretty interesting ban phase. We haven't seen anything really like this besides those, like you said, Luna bans, Ultron bans, Phoenix bans. Those are pretty traditional, pretty normal. The Psylocke ban, I think, hasn't been as common, especially for a team that protects the Emma. And then a Hulk ban comes from the other side because they don't want to play against Hulk Namor. So maybe a bit more targeted towards like the things they kind of struggle with. But we've seen Dark Zero do well on this Human Torch comp before as well.
Wow, the pick and ban actually flowed the way that we were talking about it from the beginning. When I saw at least the ban on Psylocke, I was wondering, are we going to see the Protect onto the Emma Frost at the very least? Because then you could run that together with Magneto with the power up, Emma Frost being as strong as she is. And they actually did end up doing that. And then they also banned the Luna Snow when they saw the Loki get protected on the other side. They don't want to deal with the 24 seconds of immortality. Meanwhile, the ban also on the Cloak and Dagger. So dealing a good amount of these bans onto the strategist.
Oh, also, Phase Question is apparently Kefri. I remember that. A lot of definitely interesting people involved in this lobby. For our viewers out there that maybe know some of these guys in the streaming community, and they're going against a hard opponent, Ryan. That's the big thing. Is Educational Gap is a solid team, but Dark Zero, a team that's qualified for Ignite via the first qualifier, by the way. And then also a team that's, rebuilt from the ground up with some brand new talent on their lineup with Impunity, Madara, and intent to match through with Velocity, Smash, and Skier from the old Dark Zero squad.
Okay. We're going to get this started here and see how this plays out here with Education Gap having a few veteran players within their respective team here as Question Kefri. Questron is going to be able to portal them right back over behind them. Tries to wrap around here too. Try to caught them off guard as Dark Zero are going to ready hold this show.
Yeah, just kind of pressing it out. Like you said, that portal sort of resulted in them going around the back. They actually teleport, or they go back on through, and they're swapping. They're doing a little bit of an interesting sort of strategy that we only see in ranked, which is this Mantis combination alongside Mantis. So going for really heavy damage, maybe going for a one-shot in the sky onto Dark Zero with the Mantis and the Black Widow. But again, this is not a common strategy, even though it can be good.
Wow, the Black Widow, then you get the damage buff on top of it here too, while Intense, though, gets the slam and then gets the headshot to finish off the Magneto from Emong 2.0. Education Gap now forced to back away as Dark Zero completely take them out on top of being able to have advantage on the point first.
You know, I don't know why I'm not. I remember I saw Kefri, at least for face question on this case, playing a ton of Human Torch previously. But I guess, you know, who other than Kefri to play nothing but Black Widow in a professional game in MRC? Yeah, it's like the most typical Kefri thing of all time. But, you know, it's tough, especially at this level when everybody can juggle so well in third person and also play high HP heroes.
And especially when you're dealing with a team that also has very high level of competitive experience themselves out here too, as the invisible boundary is called in. Gets the grab right through the invisible boundary. No sight needed. Is protected with the lamp for right now, but the Meteor M now comes out, misses its mark as Impunity then finishes off Amethyst.
Yeah, I mean, just slowly chewing themselves through this, the health pool of Educational Gap. And, you know, you have to wonder if they're going to switch over to a different composition at this point. Looks like they're going over to Punisher off of the Black Widow, going away from that sort of heavy cheese style. But again, they'll be lacking a little bit of healing. At least they have double strategist ults coming in this upcoming fight. But they're going to have to win here and now. And Impunity's got the Meteor M ready to go during this fight. Doesn't even have to use it early as well. But for Educational Gap, I mean, what can they really do here with the ult advantage? It's going to all matter and all culminate here in this last fight.
See if not Thanos going to be able to use that Loki ult first to get the duplicate on the Mantis here. Going to be able to wrap around with the Soul Resurgence and the Psionic Seduction to add from Echo. They try to combo that together with the Kraken Impact, it looks like here, as Raiden, though, gets interrupted, looks behind him. It's Impunity there, slamming it down here. The Meteor M now from Imong also now misses its mark. Invisible Boundary is going to keep the rest of Dark Zero alive, and they're going to keep this fight going with overtime taking away 99% in their favor.
I mean, they're just working it through, right? Slowly, knowing that they have no Stratus Ults, or didn't have Stratus Ults until just about now, and Velocity builds his up for this fight. But I mean, everybody's just wanting to this point now. At this point, Vicky, just so much damage with the Wolverine at full claws, full rage strength, and then also with Emma Frost at her full maximum capacity. Dark Zero, 100-0. The first round of Burn T'Challa. Vicky, that was a lot of lost team fights there on the opposite side.
Yeah, you wonder, though. I mean, yes, I know we talk about Kefri, and is it really Kefri if he's not playing a sniper or anything like that? No, but in a case like this, like you mentioned, it's really difficult to try to pull something like that off, especially if you don't have control over the point first. I feel like a lot of the times, especially in this game mode, the team that manages to get that point first really gets to build up a lot more of that advantage, so you have a lot more leeway if you're trying to pull something off like that.
Yeah, by the way, just to sort of remember, you know, who sent Imong is, apparently it's Remy in the scene. So a Vanguard player. Yeah, big fan of Imong. And you gotta respect it. Remy's a nice person as well in the scene. Love to see him play the game at this level. And for Educational Gap, we'll see what they change. I mean, this team looks like they want to play some interesting stuff. And in fact, they switch send Imong, aka Remy, over back to Strategist, back to Loki, and then they put Kefri on to Emma Frost. So this team is still figuring some things out, it looks like. And no Human Torch. They really don't want to play the hero that everybody knows is just really strong right now, if not the strongest duelist in the game right now.
So disgusting. Torch, you know, being the problem that Torch is right now, is already terrorizing the sky with intent, already getting into position here. You have that middle pillar that you could play off of before it breaks, and then breaks that bottom floor right underneath it. But then you get to get out of their line of sight too. Keep up the pressure here, especially when you know that Education Gap hasn't really been able to deal with that pressure. Nice double stun off the slam down from Smash. Is going to be able to find that Loki. Amethyst, the only strategist alive here for Education Gap to keep them alive.
Yep, and this slowly means that they'll just win the fight right off of that last stand. Well-timed, well-placed from the duelist player of Smash. And, you know, by the way, he's also another roller guy. Smash known in the scene for Dark Zero as one of the best duelists as well. And on this brand new revamped roster for Dark Zero, he's been popping off heavily on this Wolverine specifically as well. I mean, he's been one of the best Wolverines, if not the best Wolverine we've seen in MRC Season 3 so far. And they're playing very aggressive again at this choke, but they have to give it up because Educational Gap check it. But it really is these fights with these double strategist ults that matter. Educational Gap still don't have theirs. Here comes the Sonic Seduction early on.
And this is the pressure that they've been dealing with, where they haven't really been able to have anything in the pocket to survive. In that 98%, you're about to get the invisible boundary. You can't stay alive as Amethyst gets taken out. Iman, the only one alive for Education Gap now, as they look to restabilize, go back into the spawn room gates, and change things up here, because Dark Zero are holding forward here, and they're getting away with another round.
Yeah, it hasn't even cost them much. I mean, they're going over back to the Moon Knight now. And you know things are getting dicey when we see Moon Knight in the game. Usually it doesn't pan out, just a spoiler alert. But right now, Copy comes out from Velocity, waiting to use his ult at the right time. Educational Gap have strategist ults to match it. I mean, they need to win at least the single fight now. Come on, Educational Gap. I'm not necessarily rooting for a team, but Velocities goes with a copy on Moonnet, actually. That's a very interesting copy to do.
Okay, maybe having some fun here. Trying to maybe go for the other side. Maybe not doing it on purpose here. As Education Gap also have the duplicate themselves. See if they can try to get something going here to try to close in the gap because they're being pressured out and they have roughly 15 seconds or so left as Intent gets another pick right close to their spawn room doors onto Clutch.
I mean, how did he even get there? Like how is Intent on the opposite side towards the enemy team spawn room like you mentioned? That's crazy. Dark Zero, flawless series, flawless map rather. Win game number 1 on Burn the Chala. And that's looking awfully like our game yesterday, Vicky, with the, today at the very end on the last domination game when Hulk went through. This time around, Human Torch gets through, and it's not matched. So, I don't know, just pure dominance. I guess there's not much to say about that one, except Dark Zero looks damn good.
I mean, you could talk about not only why they look really good, but on the other side, maybe some of these swaps just not working out. They didn't even have the opportunity to build up a lot of these ultimates to counter the pressure that we saw with the Torch as well. Education Gap, maybe just trying to find their footing. You had actually mentioned it, that it looked like they didn't even know really what to rely on at the very end there too. So maybe just trying to figure out their footing here as we get to see. Kefri did do some damage here at the very end after he swapped over to the Moon Knight, but then you still have Intent terrorizing the sky. I mean, literally 21, 19, and 2. Dark Zero looked fantastic. Intent was the problem with 10 final hits.
Yep. I mean, looking back at it, it's tough, right? Yeah, because, I mean, he, especially good Torch players who can play around the cover to such a high level, right? I mean, just play this sort of tandem game where you can go up and down, also use the team up with the Invis Woman. It was just too much pressure, right, onto this comp when originally they just wanted to play like around the Black Widow and with the Mantis. And I think you could tell that this team relied heavily on what some in the scene would call cheese, right? Going for Mantis and Black Widow one-shots. But in this game, especially in this level that we're getting in MRC now, it's really hard to make that work, especially with how many heroes have, 275 HP, how many heroes have shields. You can't really get those one-shots as easily. So, when we take a look back at it, the Educational Gap didn't really have a backup plan, it looked like, Vicky, like you mentioned. And, I'm curious what their game plan is moving forward in the ban phase. But the Mantis comp, a lot of people wonder, like, could we see a team actually full-on run this Mantis Black Widow stuff throughout a map and usually be seed at the very beginning, maybe for, like, pick-off potential? But when there's so many shields in the game and there's so many people with high HP, it's very hard to make it work, especially since the ult is solid. I mean, it slows everybody down in, like, a very big circle, but it's nothing crazy. It's not like you're going out with a Supernova, an insane amount of damage, or a Meteor M. So it's tough to make Black Widow work with the Mantis cheese, I guess.
Yeah, and you're also running the Black Widow. You talk about shields, right? You have to worry about the Emma Frost and the Magneto that they're running together on the other side. So that's the double shield that you have coming out on top of the damage output that they're already doing. Then you have the remote bubble from the Magneto too on top of it all. Usually, I feel like we would see the mirror come out. The torch on torch mirror could, be something that we've seen already in the past. I'm wondering maybe if they don't have a torch player like that on their team to either ban it outright. They've learned their lesson after game number 1. It is first of 3 here to see which of these teams are going to be able to extend this this just gap that we're currently seeing between Dark Zero and Education Gap specifically. But are they going to actually just ban that outright, or are we going to be leaning into something to try to match them on the Ditto?
Yeah, I mean, I want to see. I know Kefri, like I said, in this game, he was one-tricking Torch, but that is odd that he wouldn't play it in that case. Meanwhile, Emma Frost ban alongside Wolverine ban. And on the other side, Dark Zero making sure Phoenix is never going to be played. We'll see if that continues to be a strategy moving forward in the tournament as the second ban's available. And like you said, the Torch still getting through at the moment, Vicky. I mean, that definitely could impact Educational Gap if it does fully get through, or if they want to play it this time. I don't think I've seen many teams also prioritize protecting a Punisher out of all heroes. I mean, Punisher's a solid hero, especially alongside Storm and stuff, but I feel like he's slowly started to fall out of favor unless you're against, like, Venom Dives. You just need a huge shotgun to deal with the black beast of Venom. And on the opposite side, Magneto Protect comes through from Dark Zero.
Yeah, honestly, especially when you see like a big tank just trying to hold forward and you got Punisher, you take out that shotgun, it does so much damage on the bigger bodies. But yeah, I do agree, because you mentioned, if Kefri has a torch, trying to match up in the sky is better. You talk about hit scan, we saw the hit scan attempt. Well, guess what? That was shut down too. That's why we even saw the Desperate swap up over to the Moon Knight instead of even relying, we sleeping on the wheel?
They might be. Who's riding? What are you doing? Who's the captain? Who's the Bannon guy right now? What's going on? Was it maybe a DC could have happened as well? Or I guess maybe they just didn't want to protect. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning behind that is, but now they ban out Psylocke. No focus on Torch. So Torch getting through. Psylocke getting banned is interesting. And Wolverine getting banned makes sense because I think a lot of teams also did this for yesterday when we saw Dark Zero play, Vicky, is that Wolverine got banned a lot versus Smash for good reason. I mean, that guy, he did so much on Wolverine on map number 1.
Yeah, and that's why. But now that you don't have something extra to like save your pick, well, they get rid of the Storm. At least on the other side, they protect the Magneto for both sides, even though they get rid of the Emma Frost. So you won't have that team up. Maybe if you deal with a Torch that's really harassing your team in general, you could go Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch. We don't really see that very often, but it's the potential that's there at the very least.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, for the Storm, at least, yeah, if you're against Triple Vanguard, the idea is that, like, yeah, maybe you don't want to give them the Punisher with the Storm to make sure they have incredibly high damage in a triple duelist comp to deal with your spawn camp. And Dark Zero on Midtown will be on defense first because they are on the blue side. I'm interested. I don't know. Vicky, what's your take on this discussion? You know, I feel like this is an interesting discussion happening in the scene. Like, which side is favored, I guess? I mean, obviously, in this game, have you thought about it much, like the third-person perspective impacting, you know, which side has an advantage, right? Because sometimes you have to peek over, like, a left peek and stuff, right? That can kind of be annoying if you're on the wrong side that is not favored for the peaks.
I'm actually really, you know, now that you bring that up, I definitely have thought about it, but I didn't think too hard on it at the same time, where I'm just like, you know, certain angles that you get to hold, you get already the advantage of knowing where certain people are positioned, and I do think that really helps you out. Personally, for me, I do like starting on defense on this map specifically. I have no issue on making sure the corners also are not, like, taken over, but specifically when you play Emma Frost here too, you just get so much damage done, especially when you wrap around that first corner. That's why we're actually seeing Moon Knight from the very beginning, which you don't get to see very often too in general, but you have these close quarter alleys here, and the Brute from Impunity is dealing so much damage. You have to consider, if they're playing split up, that Moon Knight won't really be able to have that progress that it's looking for. As you know, the Hand of Khonshu gets charged up very quickly.
Right, yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, the Moon Knight has been a sort of staple at dealing with Triple Vanguard. However, in their case, I guess they don't really have much in terms of damage boost for Educational Gap side. They do have the Cloak and Dagger for the Terror Cape and that 40% boost, but they do have to connect even through all of these group walls, like you said, and Impunity just being an absolute presence on the field currently, building up that ult so quickly, already at 70%, and Skier as well building up their ult. They don't even care. They're just in the neutral, taking out Echo already, man. They're just walking on Educational Gap, and on the flank is the Squirrel Girl, who gets deleted by Smash. So clinical at the moment by Dark Zero, who have built up ultimates and haven't had to use them yet. Smash on the flank. This is so unique of an approach from a Magneto player.
Oh man, he's trying to see if he can find an angle here, because Smash, they've been bullying Education Gap. Education Gap came out with the Squirrel Girl, maybe trying to look for that torch, and there's no torch in disguise. They were met with the triple Vanguard and triple Strategist instead, with the Adam Warlock intent, putting down the damage. As you know, Adam Warlock can absolutely make your eyes water.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're trying to mix it up at the moment. Educational Gap is, but now we have 2 minutes and 30 left. 2 fights have been lost due to just stagger picks, right? Pulls from the Force Physics, from the Invisible Woman. I have a Gamoto, no! That's everybody on the high ground. Brutal.
Oh, that was 3 caught. Not Thanos, Raiden, Amethyst here too on top of it all. You have ultimates to work with at the very least, as Impunity finds Echo again. E-Monk to add on to it, as it's a 2K here. He wants a 3K, but Smash takes it from him.
Yeah, 2 minutes left to go. 3 fights lost now for Educational Gap. Now, they do have at least 4 ultimates to go. Full Strategist ults. There is a huge res that's available for Dark Zero's side, but at least they're down Skier's ult. That could be big. This is the fight they need to win here and now. Educational Gap side.
Oh, gets the final blow here too. The Doctor Strange coming in, gets the 2K. These triple Vanguards are a problem, and Education Gap do not know what to do to break through this fortress.
They're just getting walked on, Vicky. This is brutal. I mean, this is absolute dominance at the moment, even more so than other series we've watched today. Face Question, though, a.k.a. Caffrey finding intent. But guess what? The pick that he got is onto a target. What? No way! Oh my God! That was zealous, to say the least. Still alive. Eventually will fall.
The burn, it's a play. No, it's a Punisher trying to go for the back line in the flank. positioning as Amethyst does have that eternal bond. Cloak and Dagger ultimate trying to keep up the sustainability. The Meteor M2. Smash is able to find that one pick. The Invisible Man gets taken out here. Skyer's going to be able to try to come right back in. The Eye of Agamotto. Intent gets that res here. The Adam Warlock staying alive. As now Education Gap, they see some signs of life, but then they get shut down by Dark Zero when they restabilize.
Yeah, that res lasts so long, and, you know, it's tough because anybody you eliminate is just going to get respawned right off the rip. I don't know. They might be just be hard tilted. Like, we now have a Human Torch coming out on the side of Educational Gap, still only with the Cloak and Dagger. Maybe you want to get that Mantis out with the Squirrel Girl again, but they could just be hard tilted. Educational Gap, 30 seconds left to go. I mean, rarely do we see a Punisher player do something as wild as that. But, you know, Educational Gap could still win, maybe.
You'll catch them off guard, but they do make the swap, as I was about to say, to the Torch, but then Smash shuts him down, shuts down Amethyst on top of it. Strategist out for Education Gap, and it's just going to be another wipe in favor for Dark Zero. That payload hasn't really moved very much around that next corner, while Intent adds more heads as victims keep piling up from Education Gap.
I mean, 36 meters is not a lot if you're wondering at home. We've seen 33 meters yesterday, I believe, but that's just pure, like, dominant performance. Absolutely firing on all cylinders, Dark Zero is. And for Educational Gap, I don't know. This has been brutal. I mean, the only real takeaway there is Dark Zero is just a better team at the current moment. I mean, they're a team that's in Ignite. They're a top team in the game right now in general in North America. So if you're a viewer at home wondering why Educational Gap is honestly just getting gapped, it's probably just due to the fact that Dark Zero is just such a high-level team, right? It feels like Educational Gap is maybe a team put together last second, sort of come together. I'm sure they've scrimmed a little bit, but regardless, Dark Zero, this lineup looks freaking good.
Yeah, they definitely have gone back to the drawing board and fixed up a lot of stuff here. Looking at Dark Zero and how they've changed things up in comparison to what we saw in the first week of Ignite 2 earlier on in the year. It's different. I mean, I've got to talk a little bit to the coach, Mega Mulani, and they were just trying to see what we needed here, just to look at Dark Zero, what to expect from this squad, and what they were doing differently already when they were practicing and scrimming for that upcoming tournament. Now you get to see how a lot of that practice has paid off for this team, but they're also running way better compositions depending on their placement, like the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist at the very beginning of the hold on their defense versus what we've seen thus far with Education Gap.
Yep, yeah, the Dark Zero looks damn good, and they're willing to experiment and try some other stuff, right? Like, they're going over to the Blade now that we saw in the previous map, which we were talking, you know, where does Blade really lie in the meta currently? It just feels like he's not been played much except until today, and okay, there we go. Remy finds the first pick on a skier. Smash also falls, so the comp could be a little bit too overzealous if they swap to Spider-Man. Also, Educational Gap still in control of the cart, but Vicky, this comp is maybe a little bit, like we said, too interesting. You know, playing Blade, Iron Fist, Spider-Man.
I mean, listen, they're having fun, but yes, I definitely agree with the way that Education Gap at least now are running the triple Vanguard, maybe something different from Dark Zero. Velocity being over to that Jeff 2 and PDD on that Spider-Man. They still find Intent, but Skyer comes in with the Moon Knight to take them out. Maybe that's all you need is one strategist out here. No, please don't take notes and do this in your own games.
They C9 too. They didn't touch. Body blocked, I believe, on the other side. It's tough after losing one of your Vanguards to control that space. But, yeah, of course they capped that with only 36 meters to go. Dark Zero up 2-0 in the series right now, and you have to feel like maybe ban phase, maybe whatever. This just could be like a skill issue currently for the opposite side, for the opposition. Dark Zero look damn, like, really, really strong right now.
I'm not gonna lie. That was a roll. I mean, like,
that was a roll. That was a roll.
That was rough. That was rough for Education Gap. Dark Zero, though, they're happy with what they just saw right now, and they're only one game away from taking a clean 3-0. We did see some signs of life at the very end from Education Gap, but that's with them not really moving the payload on their own respective attack and not really being able to get much done, allowing Dark Zero to have a lot more flexibility and fun.
Yeah, the only place I've seen dirtier rolls than that is like at the Cooper's Hill cheese rolling in wake race. You know what I'm talking about? You know where like there's like mounds of people race after a cheese wheel?
Yo, like I've seen that before. Yeah. And they try to chase after the... You know those cheese wheels are actually really heavy too.
They are? Oh, well, that's probably how they travel so fast down the hill, right?
Probably.
Apparently. Yeah, no, apparently nobody's died during this event, though, by the way. But there was a whole lot of KOs on the opposite side for educational gap, so more deaths here than in the cheese wheel race. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you saying earlier about the cheese wheel race?
No, I was actually about to say it looked like they got run over by the cheese wheel, if anything, because they literally got smashed out here with the way that they were trying to reconsider what they had to do differently out here, too. And Smash on that, Magneto also putting on a performance being a controller player.
Yeah, no, I mean, Smash has been really good at Magneto whenever he plays it. Also on pretty much every duelist, obviously. But, you know, the duelists have to flex over to Magneto whenever you play triple Vanguard comps, or at least one of the Vanguards or the Rocket Raccoon, right? You kind of have to pick your poison when it comes to playing duelist if you don't want to play, you know, strategist or Vanguard. Sometimes in the triple Vanguard compositions, you have to play a role you're maybe not as comfortable on, but obviously Smash looked so intelligent on Magneto. Speaking about intelligence, Dark Zero looks like one of the smartest teams in the tournament in terms of the ban phase. We'll see how their ban phase goes versus Educational Gap in map number 3, which could be the final game. So we'll come back after the short break.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me.
I was merciful.
Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure.
A disappearing act.
You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name's Dogman, joined by Vicky, and we are amidst the series, which there's no other way to put it, is an absolute schloppening. Vicky, 2-0 currently for Dark Zero in this first to 3 MRC, and that's bound to happen, I think, right? We've been around together for a while, and you know, it seems like early on in tournaments, things like this can happen, right? I think it bodes well for the end of the tournament when competition gets more fierce, but makes sense for Dark Zero to do this well.
Yeah, of course. This is a team that, you know, has players that have been competing for a while now here, too. They have cohesion, and on top of it, they're able to get away with having fun here. It's a little difficult when you're education gap and you're just trying to figure out where you fit and slot in as a whole team. And they're learning that, too, in the pick and ban phase, which I think is Dark Zero, on top of what we've already seen, has really been on top of education gap with.
Yeah, going into the ban phase now. Dark Zero going to get rid of Human Torch. Not Human Torch, Phoenix again. I don't know why I would assume those characters. They're both hot, you know? Not, okay, well, not like that, but like
Literally.
physically hot, you know, literally hot, yes. And stop. Ultron Protect, Punisher Protect comes out for education. Why do they keep protecting the Punisher? That is interesting. That is very interesting. Krakoa, by the way, we're going to Domination for this third map.
That is interesting because we don't even see, sometimes when Kefri does swap over to the Punisher, he doesn't even stay Punisher. We saw them open up with the Squirrel Girl at the very beginning at 1.2. Then we saw a swap up again. They did get the ban off the Loki, so we won't have those 24 seconds of immortality with a Luna paired up with a Loki. I'm wondering what that next save is going to be, because let's also not forget that Education Gap did forget a save at one point.
Right. Yes. Yeah, you're right. Maybe that was the reason they got smoked so hard. I think that if they protect here, my bet is that they get 10% on the board. That's
just a little, just 10% better.
That's my hot take. Well, I think that's pretty good. I think for them, you know, getting 10% on the board versus Dark Zero. That's like you can put that on the fridge. You know, take a screenshot of when you get that 10% and before the point flips and be like, Mom, look, I got 10% versus Dark Zero. You know, that would be,
you know, just something. It's something because you could. I honestly, this is a really good example of seeing a team that has had experience and time to work together versus a team who may not have found that stride just yet, but they do get to protect on the Luna, which is just as important, even if they won't have the Loki. And then the Emma Frost going out next, they've had enough. So you won't have that Emma Frost team up with the Magneto as well as the Psylocke when they saw the Psylocke protect on the other side.
Right. That's a great point. I think that educational gap are slowly learning, and I think that'll be their takeaway. Is that you know, maybe game after game as a cohesive unit we can improve. And you know, for a lot of these teams as well in MRC, I know a lot of them are coming together last second. You talked about how if you sign up with your squad in MRC, you can play against the pros. In this case, Educational Gap are getting their chance, and you know they do have a lot of top tier players. I know that Echo's been around the block. Same thing, like you said, with Kefri and with Remy and a lot of these guys. They've been through the ringer. You know, it's any game that you lose like this, it's going to be a hard one to really kind of watch back. But like you said, there's a lot to learn, lots to improve at. And if you can just start winning a few of these fights with these strategist ults, right, especially when you have an edge over Dark Zero, that definitely is huge, right? Because Dark Zero, they should be at theoretically the weakest whenever they don't have Luna ult or whenever they don't have one of these strong ults. So if you have them still available like you do through Amethyst and not Thanos, there's a good shot you win.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it looked like they got Thanos snapped by the end of that second game, too, specifically. And there's only one game left for Dark Zero to win to continuously move on with this double elimination bracket. Let's also not forget, $14,500 split prize pool for our top teams who make it in the money. As we see Education Gap rolling out, they have the Invisible Woman. They're running the triple strategist, it looks like, and they're immediately going to teleport onto the point here with the triple Vanguard, too.
Yeah, or they get a kidnap. I mean, they got the portal. There's the counter
penny.
portal.
Yes, the penny with the penny. Oh yes.
But the counter portal too. Jesus, off the map, Madara gets them both. I mean, they tried to be, you know, sneaky with it, quirky with it. Turns out they were the ones that were the hair caught in the trap. Man, that was a beautiful play by Madara to counter the penny spawn camp. And well, we're already on the point. Gonna cap it first, more than likely.
My face right now, that was crazy. Point blank there. The portal to portal counter, beautiful. Chef's kiss out here. We've seen that done before in the past. Saw it actually happen at land too at one point. Gets everybody at least once here, but Madara with a great counter as Impunity being on that Venom. Remember, we did see a Venom ban at one point in that last game, and you're about to figure out why, because Impunity is a problem. Together that with Smash being on that Psylocke, you're gonna get immediately dove on, and you have to deal with all this onslaught of pressure from Education Gap here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Impunity was one of the hot, you know, free agents after the Shroud X sort of change that's happened over there, as you know, Impunity, one of the strongest Vanguards in the game, like you mentioned on Venom as well, shows that. I think he's also an incredible Groot, has a pretty strong hero pool in general. And, you know, Echo, nice shot, by the way, on intent. Usually a Vanguard player now over to that Ultron, but that could kind of create a little bit of space. Smash goes down, too, to Kefri.
Okay, this is the momentum that they need to start building up here too. Just moving forward here. Feast of the Abyss, though, is just going to put a dent to their plans while Impunity manages to get right back to the rest of his team to regenerate here. Madara with the Eye of Agamotto does not hit anyone. Looks like maybe pushed forward by not Thanos, who has the invisible boundary, being on that invisible woman. Echo, too, also having that Ultron ultimate to help restabilize, but Kefri still finding heads here, is able to get that next pick onto Madara.
They got to keep it up, right? One after another. They have the Fate of the Worlds right now from Velocity. They also use Soul Resurgence. So if you can sort of bait out these Stratus ults and maybe live, that would be huge. I mean, no more Strat ults available, but they do get Skier even through the Ultron's Rage.
Is big here, and especially tries to hit that floating Ultron, who has the speed boost, by the way, but still finds these hits, finds intent as Education Gap. For the first time ever, are trying to wipe this point, but they still haven't flipped it in their favor until now. First time we see them actually have an advantage.
Let's go. Get the screenshots ready. Educational Gap's parents are definitely watching, waiting for the moment for the point to potentially flip. But right now, you know, they have that edge, like you said, Vicky. And, you know, it was pretty smart, too. They lived the Strategist ultimates. They came in with their own. And you called it. FaZe Question hitting some huge shots on the Hela. You could definitely get some nice, you know, easy carry plays from the Hela player in this case. But he's being chased down. No healers near him. And it's brutal. Already gone.
Oh, no. Yep. Crusher gets taken out again. Infinity gets that pick. And then you have the dance of the butterflies as you play patty cake as the strategists keep each other alive. But Smash still is able to find that one pick as Raiden goes down. Echo's going to meet him back in the spawn room gates. And Impunity just keeps harassing Echo.
Well, chat, there's your clippable moment. You know, go back a few seconds ago before the point flipped. They got 36%, so it was actually larger of a percentage than I thought. So congratulations to Educational Gap. They lost the round. Dark Zero now in the second one, looking pretty good. Like you said, I mean, they went in with the Psylocke ult. The patty cake was nice on the backside of the point, but it was just too much to overcome. Now we're going to the Grove. Carousel was pretty one-sided. You know, the Grove probably going to be a similar situation, and I think for this team, for Dark Zero, Vicky, I mean, they look pretty good, you know, in everything. It doesn't seem like there's a weakness in terms of compositions. Maybe once we see some tougher competition, we could see them challenged a bit more. But for Educational Gap, I mean, they got the point, you know.
They got 36%.
They got the point. They got 36%. Put it on the fridge. I saw your.
You said 10%.
I did. I was a hater. I'm sorry to Educational Gap and their fans behind the scenes. You know, they're great players, great team as well. It's just this game, we talked about it, Vicky. I mean, it's just such a team-oriented game. In the time together, especially scrimming together against top-level teams, is going to result in situations like this. This just shows that Dark Zero is, you know, sort of head and shoulders above Educational Gap for sure.
Definitely a gap here in terms of high-level play within the MRC. And now Dark Zero, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it the back and forth like we saw earlier on in the first round.
Definitely could, but they teleport just really aggressively. They just want to look for somebody, and it looks like they found the Ultron, or the Punisher. No! Question's
wow. That is unfortunate. Intent follows up, gets that pick here too. Well, I was honestly just saying right now, I was wondering, is Education Gap going to be able to get another 36%, maybe even better this time around? Well, with that first pick, and then getting that stun onto 2 immediately. They find the follow-up here. Not Thanos, Amethyst, they both get taken out, and by the time Kefri comes right back, the rest of the team has been wiped out.
Yep, with damage boost and the follow-up. I know we were talking about in the green room, Vicky, about, you know, in Inviswoman. Sometimes it feels like even in your own strategist ults, you can get limbed through it, and that's a tough part with Invis compared to other strats that you pointed out to me, is that, you know, sometimes, especially with Mantis on the floor, it's going to be hard to even live through your own support ults.
Yeah, it's hard, especially when you have other strategists like Luna and Cloak and Dagger that are able to get so much more time, stays alive, stays on the map. The Meteor M gets clanked from the very top, immediately gets deleted as Who's Rhydon has that Star-Lord ult. The Legendary now comes out, trying to harass them with Velocity. They're literally scattered all over the map right now, by the way.
Yeah. What was we missed it? He did the rollout again. He did the same thing that he did on Midtown, where he just flew into the back line. I think Questron, aka Kefri, he's just having fun with it now. You know, he's just, how many Tony Hawk Pro Skater moments can we have in Marvel Rivals? You know, that's what he's trying to go for right now.
Parkour moments, our parkour off the grapple real quick, just to force everyone to turn around while I get set up with the turret.
I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go for like a flick shot, like 180 off of grapple into the sky and then pops his final judgment, you know? Maybe we can see something sick like that. I mean, he'll be CC immune, so he won't get Eye of Agamotto. That'll be big, right?
Not sure, actually.
Oh,
Right
he just
here.
did a basic one.
Yeah.
Lame.
Gets the first pick here, too. No, it doesn't do anything fancy. It goes right into the final judgment. Finds intent on top of it all, but the Eye of Agamotto catches him right over his head.
Wait, and that timing was just crazy, too. I mean, Madara perfectly timed as soon as the animation was
At the end of his ult. Yep.
Yeah.
That was really good timing. Because, again, you wouldn't get stunned otherwise, right? Unless you have that or you go into your turret form, which is why he just timed the Eye of Agamotto to take him out.
Yep. Madara, experienced player, one of the best Dr. Stranges in the game for good reason. One of the best Vanguards in general. Body blocking, making sure people can't come out, but eventually they break through the portal. Here they come. They get one. Impunity's gone.
Oh, Impunity going out first here, though, even better, as Velocity does have that fate of both worlds. Keeps the rest of the team alive, specifically Madara, who's about to get the Eye of Agamotto. This could go huge here, especially with Intent about to have the Dance of the Butterflies. Huge Eye of Agamotto. It does find free Meteor M, though, is going to still find its mark onto Intent, who goes out without using the Dance of Butterflies. Won't have it online just yet. And then you have the fate of both worlds here from Education Gap to allow them to try to flip this point once again.
I mean, they're doing it. They got Skullgirl now. Lots of just damage down range. Running the 2-2-2 comp. They flipped the point in Educational Gap. Have done it again. They capped the point. Madara's going to portal back to his own spawn. Wait. I mean, he can use that when he comes back. Wait, hold it. That's kind of smart, actually. Wait, he'll be here in time, I think, in a second. And they also have the Dance of the Butterflies. We could see something fun come out right now from a die from Impunity.
Oh, maybe seeing the follow-up. See with the way that he's going to be able to get away after taking a lot of that pressure. Going to be able to go right back. The Dance of the Butterflies you were mentioning here now comes right back. Oh no! Echo just came from the sky, just landed right on top of the Dance of the Butterflies while they were trying to get away originally. While Velocity also slowly racking up that fate of both worlds, finding Emong here in the process. An Education Gap, they're getting dismantled here. 99% in favor for Dark Zero, looking to speedrun.
Yep, speedrun indeed. And you know what? That was just a canonical Doctor Strange moment as overtime ticks down, Educational Gap lose the series. It really was, though. Like, it was like, if only he had the right skin on. If he only had the undead Jambi Doctor Strange skin on. Because he foresaw his death. He knew he would die there. But, you know, because he set the portal up in his own spawn, he came back quick and was there to follow up on the Sonic, on the Dance the Butterfly. So, you talked about it before the broadcast, too, because, you know, that was pure dominance. And there's not much to say about it besides Dark Zero is a good team. You just watched that movie, right? The Doctor Strange movie when that skin made
I did. I actually enjoyed it, too. And being able to now understand, like, how the Scarlet Witch skin also came from that, too. It was very enjoyable, especially while I was recovering. And then we get to see Doctor Strange put on a performance here from Dark Zero. Madara coming through. I mean, 23,000 damage block, but it's not even about that. It's the way that they were holding forward. 14,000 damage done. The most damage going in favor for Madara. That's impressive here. And then you look on the other side too, even the strategist struggling to stay alive, but even despite that, Amethyst not only got KO'd 6 times, but with 19, almost 20,000 healing. Still impressive with the lack of recovery that we had from the other side.
Yeah, and I think this is an interesting game. You bring up that damage that Madara did. I think it's a great point that you bring up, Vicky, because, you know, in this game, I think more than other hero shooters, Marvel Rivals is a game where, yes, APM matters. Yes, like doing a ton of damage and getting constant uptime is huge, but it's almost like you also need to, like, have more moments of slow play than in other hero shooters. Like, it feels like you just want to be hiding, for example, sometimes instead of just always doing a bunch of frontline damage. For example, if you're a Psylocke, it's sometimes good like Smash does and set up one-shots on backline or whatever. You know, there's a lot of things you could do like that, but in this case, you called it, I mean, Madara was just constantly pressuring out everybody. It just didn't even need to wait, right? Just always was doing something. The most proactive gameplay I think we've seen in Marvel Rivals Championship so far was done just now by Dark Zero and Madara specifically.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I like that we keep highlighting Madara too, because we also got to see a lot of impact from the Eye of Agamotto. Like, what? We saw maybe 2 or 3 getting caught by the Agamotto, so consistently not only putting down that pressure, but also getting a lot more out of that ultimate when it was needed.
Yeah, I think he's definitely one of the best Doctor Stranges and one of the best Vanguards. So we'll see this team moving forward. I think Dark Zero is an intriguing story. Same thing with the Educational Gap. We'll see them, I'm sure, later on in the tournament. But we're going to go to a short break. We'll come back for game number 2, which should be a lot of fun in just a moment.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, avenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, avenge your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me.
I was merciful.
Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace. The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure.
Now, a disappearing act.
You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Ancient Powers Awakening in the MRC, as well as they are in the in-game client. Make sure to check out those new skins if you haven't. Came out like a week ago, but now are still available. MRC Championship Season 3, Vicky. We're here again. Last series, bit of a sweep, but that happens, right? Now we have a very good series. Another one coming up. Obviously, we have to wait and see if it's a good series, close-wise at least. I mean, if you're the side of Dark Zero, you got to feel good about that one, right?
Absolutely, because now they get to run away with that one, and as they move up through the upper bracket semis now, at this point, we get to see Team Nemesis versus Ego Death. All right, Dogman, this is two teams that you and I are pretty familiar with, and I'm actually really excited to see how this plays out, with the Venom and the Groot being the first to go.
Yeah, these are two top teams from Ignite, like you mentioned. You know, familiar for sure. Both of us are in this department simply because, you know, Nemesis has been around and has been one of those teams sort of taking the next step up. And Ego Death, right, they just made a name for themselves in the last tournament in Ignite to make it so far, you know, heavily off the Black Panther of self. Right now they have a similar lineup, right, with the same squad. Team Nemesis as well, you know, pretty similar lineup on their side, and they've been, you know, traversing through this tournament so far of MRC. I know they've had some interesting matches early on. If you watch them, if you go back to round 5 or something like that, I think they played against a guy with magic bullets or something that immediately got banned after the match. So that's a lot of fun. Ego, yeah, our devs are fast about banning cheaters a lot of the times. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's amazing.
Ego Death. They get rid of the Ultron, though, to make sure that they can't be, you know, peeling off Black Panther. But guess what? Nemesis bans out BP on their own side, Vicky.
And you could see that Team Nemesis is already understanding and recognizing no Venom, no Black Panther, because you know what Ego Death is all about, especially when it comes to that Black Panther and Venom play here. Sambo, of course, a familiar player that we got to talk to a few times. They do protect Phoenix, though, and as the band on the other side onto the Ultron, I'm wondering what is that next safe pick? It's going to be, all right, it's going to be the Magneto. All right, so they still have the potential chance, if they still want to run an Emma Frost, they could slide that in there here, but they're going to go for it and ban the Hulk instead, as well as the protect over onto the Captain America.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, a lot of priority towards Vanguards again. This is sort of what we saw earlier, right? Getting rid of the Hulk, getting rid of the Groot, maybe getting rid of Ultron in general because of how strong the triple can be, but yeah, I mean, we'll see if it sort of pans out for either side in terms of the Vanguard priority. We have a Human Torch banning up as a side, right? That was a character that's getting through. Phoenix obviously protected, like you said. You want to keep playing that Phoenix, so it makes a lot of sense. And also, if you don't get to play that Namor, Hulk for Team Nemesis' side. I'm sure both teams, they definitely practice against each other a lot. So this is some of the first MRC matches that we're watching, Vicky, that should definitely be a highly competitive matchup for this first of 3.
Gosh, I love that Lord icon, by the way, on Jean Grey. She looks so cool. With the Phoenix Force, like, right behind her, too, looking like she's about to, like, she's cracking her knuckles, about to swing on you, like, she's a little stand user. All right, going forward, though, what happened?
Yeah. No, it's the locked in versus the game, like the gamer position, you know, because on the opposite side, I think Zaytek doesn't have the Lord, so it's like you're right before you lock in, and the Madian is locked in. And you know what? That's the thing, too. You guys notice, too, is that a Madian, one of the best, like, hit scan players in the game, you know, in North America, maybe in general for a lot of people, right? So this is going to be a fun match to watch if you want to learn how to play, you know, any of these heroes. But, you know, at a top level, I mean, the Madian's up there for sure.
Yeah, and then also Mello really putting on a performance during their time in the MRI. So really strong players here for both sides. Wondering what Ego Death has done differently, especially now that they have to be a little bit more flexible with the bans here, specifically within MRC. You won't have that Venom, you won't have that Black Panther, but we have seen them be a little bit more flexible to see what they're going to come out with instead.
Yeah, I know Team Ego Death as well recently got picked up by Odyssey, an org in the scene. So it's kind of sad to say goodbye to the Ego Death branding. Maybe this is like a swan song of the Ego Death brand, as much as I actually kind of think it was one of the best brands in all of Ignite personally, with the crossed out ego. But at the moment, mirror on both sides, except we have a Mantis for Ego Death with his triple strat, and the Madian finds Zaytek early.
We were talking about a Median earlier before for a reason, showcasing why a Median is such a strong player. We're getting that first initial pick onto Zaytek here, as Bello is going to follow up, get Sambo right afterwards. Sambo, of course, being on the Captain America, the other Vanguard that we know Sambo is comfortable with, but not really able to find their footing as Self. Then in the back line on the Adam Warlock gets the snipe.
Yeah, I mean, this is the evolution of this team for Team Ego Death, Vicky. I mean, it's what can Self pick up hero pool-wise. Playing out of Adam Warlock and a great pick onto the Captain America, like you said.
Still on top of it here to see if they could try to move forward, try to retake this point with Team Nemesis only having really almost 20% on the point before trying to dive right back in. It's going to be Kraz being on that Captain America and finding Self in the process. This also halts their attempt on getting that ultimate on the Resurrection online too, and Self will be able to come right back in. The freeze onto Sambo right afterwards, and Renko's going to restabilize everybody once Self had already came back with that Resurrection shortly too.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to come back into it, but how many cooldowns are for us? Coffee comes out in the Luna Snow, so he's got the dance floor available. They can come back into it, have a better ult potentially on the backside, also have a res to work with if they want to use it. Very aggressive play from Ego Death. Can they find the eliminations, though, with the damage boost? It looks like no, because the Loki crystals are there just in the nick of time. Still in control of the point is Ego Death as well.
And momentum still with that ult after getting that copy too. Ego Death now just trying to wrap around here. Going to be able to still have control and prevent Team Nemesis from trying to flip this point. Mello does have the Dance of Butterflies ready to go. Madian too. Going to be able to utilize this Phoenix ultimate before diving all the way down. Still stalling. It allows you to get a reset too, just in case you need to get out of trouble.
And they do burst it on the way down. Here they come. Soko on to Dink. That's big. And then Zatek on the back follows up on Ricky. So finally, it's a fight win. And this kind of, honestly, Vicky, this is the interesting thing at the highest level of the game now. It feels like teams, you know, will fight forever. The best strategist players just seemingly never falter, right? It's just like they disengage, they live. We saw, that was like the first time that Team Nemesis backline fall. And we're already 73% on the board for Ego Death.
Look how long that fight was. Like, it's just the fact that, especially when you're trying to stall on the point like that, and you get to go through your own rotational strategist ults, people live for so long. And Ego Death, in this case, they have triple strategists that they've been running with the Adam Warlock here too. Team Nemesis now slide in from the left side of Madian, trying to find some of these shots, but Self having that resurrect brings back Zatex, brings back Somble, and even with the Madian's hard work, it puts it at a stop here with the Sonic Seduction now moving up for Team Nemesis to control some more of this space in combination of the Dance of Butterflies.
Yeah, that might have been one of the smartest Sonic Seductions we've seen. Just the perfect timing on the fall back to the point from the Adam Warlock. They were caught in the open. Also, without cooldowns, or at least the cooldowns could not save everybody from being caught out in terms of Self. So really smart, well-timed there from Scattergengi. Now they're going to this next fight down 3 ults, but you know, it was a big fight to win considering that Ego Death has already built up to 99%, and they've actually done a good job with the lethality despite the fact, oh my god, that they're not playing 2-2-2. Renko acting as a duelist in his own right.
I mean, that's the Mantis special. You love to see it out here as Mantis moving up. Looks like Super Saiyan in that skin too before being able to find this next big. Kraz is going to be able to find Self in the process. Momentum, Renko, they do have their ultimates just to try to re-stabilize here at 99%. Team Nemesis now, with that flip on the point, now have to deal with the fate of both worlds. Immediate M does exactly that for Soko as Ego Death now gets to reclaim this point at the very end before Team Nemesis try to re-engage and just try to stall for as long as possible.
And we'll see. Overtime takes down. Scattergengi swamps to Doctor Strange. Self is able to take down a Madian, and the Staggers come through, but the portal's not there in time, Vicky. And it looks like Ego Death win round number 1. And it's interesting because, I mean, they played triple strat. Got picked still, even with that composition, man. So that was just so clean. And every time it felt like Krasming would equalize it, like on that Captain America. But, I mean, it wasn't enough, man. They were just like, have to keep falling back. The ult usage, the cooldowns. Ego Death just walked on Nemesis at points, and it just looked so clinical out of them.
They also were not afraid to give up the point at the very end in that case, so that way they could try to re-stabilize and then re-contest on that point with ultimates of their own. So that was really good call from Ego Death themselves. Let's see what they're going to roll out with here. Differently looking at Team Nemesis, though, and what they have to do, too, because we saw that fight go on for quite some time. It wasn't until really we saw Ricky and Dinks go out where Team Nemesis finally had surrendered that point, but then Ego Death had so much momentum on their side.
Yeah, this team is damn good, Ego Death, at the moment. They are going to keep running this composition as well. They're going to put Zatek over to the Phoenix yet again. Somble over to the Captain America for also an incredible amount of sustain, right? I mean, they basically have 4 strategist ultimates alongside that Captain America, Mantis, Loki, and also the Adam Reses that come out from Self. And if momentum even bothers go for the copy, but they know they have ult advantage towards aggressive plays by Nemesis.
Oh my, the explosions? It's like a firework display right now, especially in this side with the caves. When you come out from the spawn room doors and you get through that tunnel, you are so close quarters that you know Phoenix is going to be doing so much damage, and this works out great here for Team Nemesis to get the point first.
Yep, excellent read, perfect positioning like you called, Vicky, and Nemesis set themselves up for success. However, that is at least their Captain American ult out. Ego Death tried to come back with their own, or at least try to sustain, but don't have anything for this upcoming fight. Nemesis still have that Psylocke ult. The Dance of the Butterflies is up.
You're trying to capitalize off of this, though, with Mello trying to look to see on the other side. Ego Death trying to force her way outside of this choke is what we're talking about with Phoenix in general, just having so much damage output, especially in a place like this here when everybody is side by side. Zatex to Renko gets Mello again when Mello thought they had the opportunity to get up into the skies, maybe pull that trigger on the Dance of Butterflies, but then gets shut down immediately.
Yeah, Renko's got hands. Jesus. Ricky trying to stall out. They use the Fate of the Worlds, TP back. But he even goes down during this because of the damage output that this Phoenix is doing with the damage boosts. It's just far too much.
Renko on fire with this Mantis. Yo, yeah, they still fight Deeks at the end. He was trying to run away, get away on the Loki. Ego Death managed to reclaim the point here as Team Nemesis only managed to get it to 43%.
They look damn good, Vicky, and that's tough. They use the Doctor Strange portal, so that cooldown will not be up if they want to retouch the point. And it's not like it matters too much anyways, though, because at the moment, the lethality with the Mantis, the Adam Warlock, and the Phoenix is just so much. It's so hard to deal with. Ricky also down again.
Oh no. Well, they're dismantling the strategist lineup right now from Team Nemesis. Sting's at least still alive for now. Does have the Loki duplicate just in case. But then you have to worry about Renko and the output that we've seen now with the Soul Resurgence to keep everybody alive. Zatex will be right back. You're going to utilize now the Phoenix ultimate here for favor of Team Nemesis. And they are able to find Renko right at the end of that Mantis ultimate, it looked like.
And they're brought back. That cost 2 duelist ults, and they don't have much to kind of go on this res. Also with the overhealth, everybody will be back. Come with the fate of the world, but here comes the Meteor M.
Oh, the Meteor M! It finds his mark onto Dinks in the middle of the fate of both worlds after getting the copy off the duplicate being on the Loki. And Kraz is just going to go for the reset at this point, too. Rather do it at this point when they're already at nearly 60% to recontest.
Yeah, these combinations through duelist ultimates, it results in an A kill earlier, on a KO earlier from that Psylocke against the Butterflies alongside the end song. And with those two, they were able to get one, but it was not enough afterwards. And Renko, man, Renko's got hands today. Melophobia has such a hard time versus this Mantis and the Captain America as they both keep hunting them down.
It gets a little peeving, too. The output from Renko has just been insane. And you know Mantis, she hurts sometimes here as Atex trying to take an off angle. Captain America utilizes the ultimate here as Kratz is going to move forward and still isolate Renko. They know that Renko's been a problem. They take out Renko first, and Self does not have that resurrect to bring everybody back. So this is going to be Ego Death going down as Team Nemesis finally managed to flip the point, but Ego Death already at nearly 99.
Yeah, in the neutral, I mean, Nemesis comp should be solid and not bad, but, you know, with Nemesis finding those pickoffs early on, Ego Death sort of on the back foot, maybe Nemesis are on a decent spot now. I mean, the Renko's 62%. Doesn't have the ult just yet. Same thing with Zaytank. They also can maybe combine Amadian and Melophobia's ults again, or Amadian and Ricky. But at the highest level of this game, it is always about these ult combinations. We'll see who wins. Soko also coming up with the Meteor M in a moment.
Oh, they know. They know Melo's getting into position for the Dance of Butterflies here. And Scattered Genji's going to be able to get momentum in the process with the projectile. Team Nemesis now just trying to hold Ego Death back here up on the high ground while Amadian still finally finds that pick onto Self, who goes out again. Renko and Self now not really having that footing that they had earlier on.
99 or 92, 93. Who's going to touch, though, last second? Is it going to be Soko? 5%. I mean, someone's going to touch. He's finding the picks. Eventually, the cap touches. And that actually does cause overtime to trigger. And Ego Death now has the edge.
Oh, Soko finding these picks here even bigger. Zaytag trying to move up with the Phoenix ultimate. Soko gets the Meteor M. The brawn onto Krasmang in the process. The fate of both worlds, the dance off to keep the team alive. Overtime ticking away 99 to 98%. And Ego Death also have the duplicate for momentum. Zaytag used it earlier first, and Amadian goes down here with the Phoenix ultimate to get the reset. At the same time, they're trying to isolate Ricky, and they do find that pick. Huge pick here as Ego Death have the advantage in terms of ultimate economy here. Let's Melo get something done. Find Self, who cannot use the Resurrect. That's even bigger here in favor for Team Nemesis if they can flip this fight.
He's rezzing on the point, pops the residue, gets the overhealth. They're all born again. Oh no, that's gonna be hard to deal with. But Kraz pops the ult. He's already down 2 members of his team though.
I thought he was going to try to follow Self to prevent the res here, but has to split his attention as Self pulls up the Resurrect. Team Nemesis outnumbered while Melo still finds momentum. Meanwhile, Self brings him right back as the Resurrect was still active here. And Ego Death have cleared up Team Nemesis. They're only really up to Ricky to contest.
Yeah, Ricky's here to touch, and Madian back on the portal. Does get the green, so he's alive barely. But the end song comes out with no greens here. Who's going to go down?
Ooh. Try to get the body block there too. Still does a lot of that damage. Melo then follows up. Still finds Sambo in the process. Zatek just trying to finish this off. This portal play would have been huge out here as Team Nemesis Melo taking a quick nap before coming right back together. Zatex putting on an onslaught of damage out here as Ego Death looked to be the nail in the coffin for this first game.
Oh my god. How did Nemesis lose it after that? I mean, Amadian getting picked. Soko as well, finding another one. I mean, Vicky, that was so clean out of the Magneto play on the way back. It was, you know, very, very tight, very close. But I guess it's so hard to find those extra picks, especially against triple res, especially, you're not triple res because it's not a comp anymore. But especially in triple strat, right? Triple strat comps can just kind of hard play around this backline, hard play around Magneto. With damage boost from Mantis, Soko's output is just crazy. And same thing with Zatek. Zatek was just definitely, like you said, putting on a performance, putting on a show. Well-deserved MVP from Soko, though. Saved it for Ego Death on the second round of Warrior Falls. And in Domination, you don't have a lot of time to work with compared to other map types.
Yeah, honestly, that Meteor M was fantastic from Soko, too, at some points. At the very end, Soko was able to pop off. You see, look at this, 27 and 3. 13 final hit for Magneto, by the way. 30,000 damage block on top of the 18k damage that Soko was able to put up. And then even then, looking at Zatex, look at this, 14 final hits here, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, Vicky. I mean, I'm getting, I don't know about you, but I'm getting more and more convinced of this triple composition, triple strategist. And, you know, a single duelist and two vanguards, two high damage dealing vanguards. I feel like it is becoming the best comp in the game. Just because, you know, for as strong as Psylocke is with the Emma team up, for as strong as that Psylocke can be with the full dives, it almost feels like teams with the Mantis player that's popping off as much as Renko and also, you know, a backline that kind of knows how to play the game, nobody ever goes down. And plus, they still have high damage with Mantis. It just feels so rough.
Yeah, literally 7.6, and then you still have the opportunity to get that sleep onto Mello, which we actually did see at the very end. We saw Renko get that big sleep. They didn't touch Mello on purpose, too. They left Mello sleeping just so that way they can make sure that he can flip the point, and then they woke up Mello by finishing him off because he took damage a little bit later after about maybe a second or two after Mello fell asleep.
Yeah, that was some clean stuff, I think, through everybody. And like you said, it was just so smart throughout the whole team to play around stuff like that, cooldowns. But this is going to be a banger series, I think, Vicky. I think we're in for a good one. And by the way, that cap shot from Soko was huge. I didn't even see... Kraz wasn't even on the screen, Vicky, until, like, last second. He dashed into that, man. So what a beautiful shot with that Meteor M. And well-deserved MVP off of that one. I think the Mag played well, but the whole team is looking damn clean. And Ego Death, maybe they're going to be one of those teams we talk about as one of the best teams in the world in a little bit, Vicky, as Ignite is around the corner yet again for Stage 2. MRC Season 3, these guys look like a force to be reckoned with right now.
If this is how you're looking already off the gates, especially versus a team like Team Nemesis, this is a fantastic showcase of Ego Death, but it also further highlights the flexibility that we were talking about before. That's what I was mostly worried about. Yeah, you could take the Venom, you could take the Black Panther off the board. You could already see right now with the triple Vanguard and the triple strategists that we sometimes see rotating in and out over the course of these last 2 games and the different team matchups that we've already seen. I definitely agree with you. I think it's been working out really well in terms of Domination 2, and now as we move on forward Domination for map number 2, we get to see the Venom and the Gru outright banned again.
Yeah, I think just to compound off of your original point with removing the Venom, removing the BP from Nemesis' side, I mean, that was the last question that we had from the last Ignite stage, right? Like, it was, okay, does the Ego Death's a good team? Obviously, they do really well, specifically, like you said, when they have Somble playing Venom, when they have Black Panther for Self. But because you prioritize those bans, because other teams prioritize those bans so much, you need to evolve at other heroes. And it seems like they have, right? And it seems like Nemesis aren't adapting to that either. They don't really seem to care. They're just like, okay, we still want to get rid of BP, still want to get a Venom. And that makes sense. I think it's the sort of evolution of this game that we're seeing, Vicky, is that people are getting more and more flexible. And you have to be, especially with the ban system here. And then later on when we head to the Ignite series with the targeted bans, too.
Exactly, yeah, because this is a universal ban for those of you guys now just tuning in right now. So these bans affect both these teams. Very different towards the ban that we see for Ignite here, as we take to see the Magneto saved up, the Emma Frost saved up. So you already know that team up is going to come out for the Vanguards. Well, we get to see the Phoenix also saved here for the side of Team Nemesis. So that's going to be in favor for both of these teams, which we saw the Phoenix really come out to play for Ego Death too.
And they get rid of the Mantis. I think that a lot of people looking back at that one, right, you could see how much Amadine was doing, but stats-wise, I guess, like he was, what, 4,000 damage less than on the opposite side for Zatek. But that is because of the Mantis. Like we said, the Mantis damage boosting Zatek so much, making sure he is the focal point of all the damage output of Ego Death. So obviously Amadine's going to be at a back foot. Now, I guess Nemesis, their solution was, okay, we get rid of the Mantis. You know, maybe that removes a lot of their extra damage that Zatek can provide, and maybe we just rely heavily on Amadine, and as well as Human Torch getting through. Maybe we get to play a Meliphobia because Ego Death wants to get rid of that Hulk, wants to get rid of the Groot. Maybe also get rid of Ultron. We're seeing a lot of domination today as well, Vicky. This is the second map today. MRC maps are randomly generated, so I believe it's like a 1 in 16 chance Well, I guess it goes down once we see a map already. 1 in 15 chance, I guess, every map that we see kind of pass on through. But yeah, interesting that we're seeing a lot of Krakoa today. And I think this will be a good change for Nemesis, right? Getting rid of the Mantis, that was definitely a focal point of their struggles. But what does Egodet do now that they're not going to play triple strat? Or maybe they still do. Maybe they do it with the Jeff. Maybe they do it with the Luna Snow and the Loki.
If any team is going to roll out with something that we don't get to see too often, it's usually Ego Death out here. Ensemble also still has that Captain America, wondering if they're going to stick to this or maybe Momentum just gives them the speed boost off the bubble real quick before moving up. We'll see, though. See if they're going to stick with this, too, with Soko also maybe making a swap up here. But Ensemble looks like they want to maybe get the TP Penny set up like we had seen already.
I saw a 4 and a 2 from Ricky there. Yeah, no TP, it looks like. Well, actually, Ego Death is TPing. You're right. And they TP, it looks like, back towards the point, so Melophobia went alone in this case.
Phobia now wrapping around on the other side, though, here, being on this Torch. Remember, we did see Torch banned for the first game, now allowing both these teams use the Torch up this time around. Torch being so strong in general, and two, when we see Zatex and Amadian rocking the Phoenix, something that Torch could actually hail more pressure from the skies to split more of that attention here. They're not going to be grouped up with the rest of the team who's taking a lot more of that burst damage.
I think Kraz has been putting work on Captain America so far, and this time it's Scattergengi able to find momentum early. Huge pick for Team Nemesis.
Okay, now moving around on the other side. Krasnak taking a lot of pressure, though, managing to get right back with Ricky, who's also getting looked at. Amadian now drops down from the high ground, finds Zatex, a little piece of their own medicine as Soko literally one shot gets taken out by Scatter, and now Team Nemesis have the control over the point first, and it's back to the drawing board here for Ego Death, already doing a lot better this time around.
Yeah, this is a good start, and maybe that Mantis was the reason, the root of their demise in the last map, and it was super close too. That was definitely last second. Melophobia and Amadian combined for Self. Oh no. We know Self's a really good Human Torch player, but a lot of times, so we talk about, sometimes it's not all about the individual plays on Human Torch. Sometimes it's about how the team plays around Human Torch too, and right now Team Nemesis playing heavily around Melophobia to such a high level. They're really good as a team playing around that character.
Oh man, it's really allowing them to get more out of this too. Zatex does have that ultimate E ready to go, as well as Renko to keep the survivability of Fate of both worlds. Danes too, but Zatex sneaks in and takes out Krasman here. It's going to be the Vanguard going down for Team Nemesis. Now as Ego Death try to close in the gap, they move up as Team Nemesis now start approaching the 55% mark.
Here comes the Meteor alongside with the end song. Amadian able to take down Self. Scatter follows it up immediately onto Soko.
That's huge here now, being able to find Soko right afterwards. Scatter getting stunned just briefly there. Huge projectiles coming out from the Magneto. Damage output still remaining the same here as Team Nemesis now win another team fight. Ego Death has not been able to put one toe on that point.
No, and you mentioned it earlier. I mean, the fact that Human Torch gets through, that's really changed the pacing of thing, and also Mantis being removed. So those two changes in the ban phase has resulted in Nemesis looking as good as they ever have. However, ultimates are now still up for Ego Death. We just saw 2 out of Team Nemesis. This is the chance for Ego Death to win a fight now more than ever.
And that's what happens when you let Melo get away with the torch. It's the Melo torch that we've seen for so long, but you have the fate of both worlds, at least Ego Death, to try to retouch the point. But Momentum gets called out and taken out by Melo with that one pick over on the other side, though. Renko finishes up the fate of both worlds, looks behind and won't have the reset as Renko gives Melo a piece of his own medicine, gets the revenge after they saw Momentum go down. Momentum may not be in this fight just yet, but will be able to come in with that Loki duplicate. Does get the copy onto the fate of both worlds, and it's bigger about Ricky now fighting Self. It's the Luna Snow v Torch matchups that we keep seeing from both sides.
It's beautiful. I mean, the best of the best Luna Snow players in the lobby. You see the Fate of the Worlds runs out, and Kraz eventually finds on the Renko with a combination of Amadian, and it's enough to close out on Ahsoka and Renko. Portals have to come out now, Vicky, but you're stalling for as long as you possibly can. That was an insane performance of Nemesis, comparing that to the last series, right? So Human Torch and also Amadian not having to deal with the Mantis boosted Phoenix on the opposite side. This team looks reinvigorated on Carousel. Even against 6 ultimates, they still came out on top. And like you said, I mean, they pushed him out of the Fate of the Worlds toward the end. I mean, you called it out how, you could maybe have the healing there, but Human Torch does so much burst damage.
It was so important for Renko to get that pick onto Melo after momentum had gone down, because once the Fate of Both Worlds was done, they didn't really have that much stabilization without momentum being there if Melo would have survived, because you know that tick damage that Torch puts out with the flames on top of it all, it could be difficult. So finding Melo, and then the same thing could be said when we saw Team Nemesis, the Luna, take a Ricky specifically, taking out Self in the process. So the realization is there. The swap up really helped out Team Nemesis in this case, wondering how they're going to roll out this time around to keep that going.
Let's see if they make any changes this time. As Ego Death, like you mentioned, I mean, there's Ricky, some huge shots to capitalize and to bring back the team. I mean, we see that as well. A lot of strategy assaults, but same thing with Captain America, right? You just go aggressive on Luna Snow, and like you talked about, Ricky has hands. Same thing with Renko. Meanwhile, in this series, Nemesis looked to kind of capitalize up around in this map, looking like a totally different team on Krakoa.
That happens when the torch from Melo comes out to play. Melo taking a good amount of damage, though, here as Kraz is frozen in time from the Luna Snow. Real quick before wrapping around, though, Melo's playing a really nice angle by the wall, though, just trying to get out of their line of sight before trying to move up. It's the Meteor M now that is up first here for Scatter. He sends it down, doesn't land. It's marked here. Does provide some extra pressure onto Zatex as Self now flies around the pillars. This is also such a good map for Torch as Self wins the 1v1 versus Melo.
Yeah, huge 1v1 to win. Huge shy shots coming in for the other Torch, and Self finally capitalizing on it, right? You talk about how good Melo is. Self also is in that same category. It's awesome. I mean, how often do we get to see two Torch players at this level go back and forth? Self, previously known also as like a human Torch Black Panther 2 trick, now is sort of added in Adam Warlock and some other heroes. It's the same thing for Nemesis. Like in Nemesis, Melophobia was sort of known as like a magic player, now picked up Torch, known as one of the best Torch players in the world. So this really is a battle of the torches.
Right here too. Oh, the freeze, and then the follow-up onto Ricky between Self and Renko. That was Renko also looking at Melophobia at the same time, giving me a little bit of the goosebumps that we saw earlier on in that first round off of that freeze that we keep seeing from these Luna Snows. Great follow-up here and better control here for Ego Death this time around.
Right now, Ego Death on the defense, so they're looking pretty strong too, but can they touch the point in time before it gets flipped to Krasmang, who's touching last second? They do, but that puts some pressure on. Avoids this main fight for now. Is Ego Death, but they have ult, same thing. It's a large ult fight except for that Supernova from Self. Here comes Melophobia, is met by Meteor M.
Soko's just trying to find his mark, and it finds a Median! A Median in the skies, midway through, looking to see if they can find an angle to utilize that Phoenix ultimate. Gets stopped almost immediately by Soko, getting the dunk, and now Ego Death, they win another team fight win, and it's looking like a very similar case to what we saw in our first map of Domination 2, with Team Nemesis not able to really flip this point.
And lost in the sauce there in that fight was a huge Meteor M from Soko, but the follow-up from Momentum, Invisible, being a little rat towards that health pack. Melophobia trying to grab the health pack last second. Now you needed some heroics from Captain America on Domination. They have both, Nemesis does, but they have to get past through this choke point, and Renko kind of caught out.
Oh yeah, Ricky providing that on a silver platter as the rest of Team Nemesis now move up onto the point. Captain America Ultimate Ensemble gets frozen though by Ricky, who has the Fate of Both Worlds, tries to keep the team alive, gets jumped immediately right afterwards here as the Meteor M drops down on top of Momentum's head. No sustainability now left, but this is even better for Team Nemesis. They finally flip the point in their favor.
And you know, Vicky, we talked about this, you know, at the highest level of this game, and, you know, go to ranked mode and stuff, for example. Like, I'll have people come in the chat whenever I do Eternity queues. People are like, oh my God, you know, you can't make mistakes at this level at Eternity. It's the margins are even thinner, it seems like. Like, it really does. Like, Renko, even though, you know, this isn't Eternity level gameplay, this is even higher than that, right? Renko makes a tiny decision, gets picked off, and it results in that team fight. Also, you know, if this, then statements kind of happen where we use Luna Snow for because something comes out, now we meet it with a Meteor M. So very high level gameplay coming out from the side of Nemesis to come back here.
It's even more enjoyable when you see how they try to convert off of that advantage too, right? You make that one mistake and then they try to capitalize and unfold it into their advantage here, which is why now Team Nemesis nearing that 40% mark. Amadian tries to take to the skies here, putting down a good amount of that pressure. You have the Fate of Both Worlds though, just allowing them to move up. It's going to be from Renko here, the Ego Death. Now as they try to move up, Self finds Melophobia, even bigger because he won't have that Supernova available for this next upcoming fight. And now they're just trying to tie things up as Amadian gets taken out too. Zatex moves all the way up, and just as quickly as Team Nemesis was able to take this point, Ego Death take it right back.
And both teams, I think, have An interesting battle happening always in the sky, and Self has got the better of Melophobia in the last 2 fights. Portal going to come back now for Melophobia. Overtime ticks down, so they're going to be lacking that torch. Self should have free reign in the sky unless it gets domed by Medium.
Or maybe frozen if Ricky manages to land that out here on the other side. As Scatter is the first to get taken out. No Meteor M here too, just in case, but they don't even get to touch the points. No.
Oh. They were looking for picks. They had to. I guess they just came out the point. Overtime already ticked down so low, and that's what happens. I mean, Vicky, in this game, it just feels like you got to prioritize the objective even more because, yeah, if you let that overtime tick down and you don't have that flip happen, things like that can go down as well. Same thing on Convoy too. Like if you have one of the carts, because the carts in this game, the hitbox is like a rectangle. You know, it's not like a typical, it's not the same size of the cart, I guess, but it on this map as well, you know, they went aggressive for kills because you kind of, or KOs because you have to, especially down 1, but then it results in them giving you the point. Now we're all tied up here, Vicky. It's tied up 1-1, no ults in the game just yet, but does Nemesis know, you think, what is going on in the ult charge department, right? You got Kraz coming up 80%, Scatter as well coming up on his, but on the opposite side, Ego Death also have their own Captain American ult, but they don't have a Meteor M. They will have the copy for Momentum. That's the difference, I guess, across the board, but Ricky has his own Fate of the Worlds.
Yeah, so Momentum and Ricky from both of these teams are going to be the ones to try to keep both of these teams alive here, but it's going to be even more difficult depending on how Kraz and Somble try to actually pressure out that backline like we keep seeing here, especially when it comes to Median trying to get up on the high ground. We saw Median getting shut down actually in the middle of maybe trying to find an opportunity to use that ult. I believe it was from Soko with that Meteor M. Soko really putting on a performance here themselves as Ego Death already taken an aggressive position, but look at the way that Team Nemesis Nemesis.
Yeah, that was a nice push there on the backside. I mean, just overall damage output so much, and the Fatal World comes out a little bit too late, combining with the Meteor M because they find eliminations with the end song, but no. And with that, I mean, do they have enough to sustain Ego Death? They're missing a lot of people after that fight, Vicky, and they're coming back with the Supernova on the side of Team Nemesis as well. That's gonna be too much pressure.
Oh no, and Renko is not able to get that ultimate online. Momentum had used that ultimate at the very end. Melo is going to be able to find that pick onto Momentum. It's going to be another wipe and then reset here for Ego Death as Team Nemesis managed to get the point first.
Yep, Nemesis looking good. I mean, they avoided the combination coming through from Soko and Zaytank. They built up another ultimate, though, in a moment, so they could use it in the next fight. And you talked about Soko earlier. That guy has been huge. We'll see if he can come up big again. As every team surely is going to group up as one with the Captain American ult. I wonder if they're going to play differently around that because, you know, Ensong gets rid of that ultimate, the overhealth.
All assembling together, though, as Kraz just tries to bring everybody from Team Nemesis to move up. Remember, they do get healed out here, too, if they decide to take up more of this space, but they have to deal with these lamps, the Loki lamps in general, as Renko also has that Fate of Both Worlds here, keeping the team alive after getting taken down earlier on in that previous fight, re-engaging together with the Supernova. Goes crazy as Self now puts on the onslaught of damage to find Ricky next.
This is brutal. I mean, a sort of a lesson is why sometimes you can't give Self torch, and it's sort of a pick your poison situation, I guess. You've got rid of the Venom in the ban phase that we talked about as well as the Black Panther. You give Self torch, but it's tough because both Melophobia and Self are such good torch players. Literally, probably, you know, top 4, top 5 torches in North America. Maybe even have a good shout at being number 1 or number 2. So it's always definitely a tough choice when you have 2 really good torch players like this, and on the same time, Zaytek's also been popping off on this Phoenix, has been a real good counterpart to Self, and the same thing for Amadian. So it's an absolute banger to watch both teams play this composition.
Been a great match thus far too. Zaytek's having to get away after getting marked, though, the triple mark. Just one more shot to blow that up, but playing a little bit further away from the spots here too, as Kraz falling low, but Soko is the first one to get called out by Scatter. Nice freeze coming out from Renko. Is it going to be enough with Momentum being able to have that duplicate? Uses that Fate of Both Worlds, as now Sombo now dives in, tries to isolate Ricky specifically, but Ricky also has the sustainability with their own ultimate. Isn't going to use it for now because they lost out on this fight, so they're going to use it now to re-engage because already 53% Ego Death have tied this up.
Huge plays by Ego Death. Fantastic work from Momentum to get the copy off and sustain in that fight. Scatter missed with the Meteor M. Now moving forward, it's going to be 5 ults versus 5 ults. Meteor M, probably a bigger difference maker, I guess, in a moment. Soko, by the way, actually missing his ult too. So with both Meteor M's out of it, we'll see some combinations come through with the end song, maybe with the Luna Snow as well. Long fight starts off with Captain America's and the Freedom Charges.
Be able to dive right in right afterwards. A supernova now from Self instead. Renko's about to have the fate of both worlds. Gets it right on time before Mello can get that pick. Rick is going to be able to match that with the dance off between both Luna Snows, and Amadian now dives in with the Phoenix ultimate. Doesn't find it smart as Ego Death were able to re-sustain right there. Nice stun. It hits Sambo, it hits Soko at the same time, and Renko just takes way too much damage to survive. Team Nemesis, though, do trade that off for Amadian, and Dinks, though, having that ultimate will set up Team Nemesis in the driver's seat.
And overtime ticks down. Do they want to go for that TP play? Renko swaps to Doctor Strange. Here comes the Supernova, met by Meteor M to slow it down.
And this is what we're talking about here, too. The Supernova that Mello was holding on to for just enough time. They waited for the ultimate rotation from Ego Death before unleashing it all at the very end when it matters here, because at 99% they needed to. Team Nemesis now trying to come back after getting now nearly 70% on the point.
And I'm not a big fan of that portal play. It's always tough. You know, the point is so far, especially on this map, away from spawns. So Nemesis sitting in a great position. I think we saw the Meteor M also from Soko come out. It looked like deflected by Captain America, but then it wasn't. Sometimes that happens visually. But here comes that Cap to touch the point early. Just force some pressure there. But that's tough now because Renko has to come back on Luna Snow. They don't have a portal also if they need to touch last second. So this is the fight that will be the end-all be-all for both sides.
Who comes out on top, though. Top of the hill after the battle is done, as Dinks now has that duplicate, gets the copy. Looks to be able to try to get everyone going, as Scatter too, also having that Meteor M ready to go, and they're finding Zatex first. Huge pick here, as Zatex was very close to that Phoenix ult themselves in this last fight. Overtime now taking away. The Meteor M does not hit its mark, and Amadian still alive here could come right back in with the Phoenix ultimate to his Dinks. Won't be able to have that duplicate. It ends at the very end here, and Mello gets a follow-up onto Renko.
And now they don't got portal. I mean, it's over, Vicky. Like, they just have to come through, delay. I mean, maybe Sambo can build his freedom charge, but Zatex comes back, and Song, it's not going to count as touching the point, so it's done and dusted. Nemesis win the second map on Krakoa, and an absolute banger it was. We're all tied up 1-1 in this best out of 5.
That was close out here. It was Team Nemesis who were at the disadvantage. They had to flip that point. They were at, what, like 54% or so, and they managed to hold it to the very end with the way that they cycled through their ultimates.
And I think they found something. I mean, it does feel like the Mantis getting removed has changed a lot of the dynamic of this, right? It was close, it was back and forth, and it was really tough in that last fight, too, for Zatex. I mean, it's these marginal errors that happen where he was slightly too far forward, but also was expecting the fate of the worlds to come out by his Luna Snow. So, you know, I'm sure he was at a macro level in the right place. Just the unfortunate timing. It's maybe on both players, too, both on the Phoenix, both on the Strategist, to maybe not time that up perfectly. But taking a look at the stats, Vicky, I mean, it was an incredible series between both teams, as, you know, 12 final hits on Zatex's side. Wasn't able to maybe fully finish off the game for his team, but Scatter, I mean, huge plays on Magneto. We talked about Soko in the last map. What can we say about this guy? Scatter on this map was crazy.
13 final hits on the Magneto. The Magnetos are really out here. They're dunking on a lot of these teams. Scatter played amazingly. 19,000 damage, 36,000 damage block, so you're still putting in that damage output, but it's the final hits that I'm also really looking at, too.
Yep. Looking at everything across the board, it was pretty even, like you said. I mean, it was these marginal errors on the previous map, Renko. You know, round number 1, getting picked up for the portal, and then towards the end, you know, when there was a slight positioning error committed, maybe by, you could also say by Zatex, but regardless, I mean, high-level gameplay across the board. Soko, that's a sick highlight. I mean, this whole entire highlight reel is going to be one for the ages already.
I love it. We saw so many of these Meteor M's, like, landing their mark. Scatter, of course, on top of it, as well as Mello being able to have that supernova at the very end, too. The damage output was there. Yep. You mentioned Zatex, their positioning, too, but Zatex had those few moments, too, where you were able to get the reset with the Phoenix ultimate.
Yeah, I think that Zatex a very high-level player, as is Amadian. So is everybody else in this lobby. We saw so many plays from the Luna Snow players, from Vicky, or from Ricky and Vicky, both together. I didn't even think about that. Now, we have a 2 map series that has gone so far. It's 1-1. We're going to go to a short break. We'll come back for map number 3.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me.
I was merciful.
Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace. The Doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure.
A disappearing act.
You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Amidst the best series of the day, I think, undisputed. Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3 is going on, Vicky. And 1-1, tied up between Nemesis and Ego Death, two teams in the Ignite series. And, well, they're living up to the names. Both teams are popping off. And in the ban phase, the slightest changes can really make a difference. In Krakoa, we just saw that.
Exactly, and we could see that they are universal bans, different than MRI that we're usually used to, but where you get to see both these teams target banning each other, honestly, to the point where we're seeing the Torch, we're seeing the Phoenix coming out, and it's been on such a great performance. This is the first series, actually, that we have that has looked the most even thus far.
Yeah, absolutely it has. And going into Midtown, we see a group ban first for Ego Death. They don't want to play against it, knowing that I imagine they also don't play a lot of the, Wolverine much themselves. They know that Self does play it, but it makes a little bit of sense, I suppose, if you don't want to have to play it for Nemesis. Again, like you said, Vicky, prioritizing that Venom, making sure they can't play it on Ego Death's side. What if they change anything else up as we enter Midtown?
Yeah, because this is the same, like, early bans that we saw within the last two maps as well. Hulk is going to be protected, though. Okay, so maybe expecting here, if they don't want to waste a ban on the Black Panther and they feel like they could deal with it, but I feel like that is scary. If we let the Black Panther out, I feel like that's going to be an interesting look, as Ego Death is known for that Black Panther.
Yeah, that would be terrifying.
Meanwhile, more because they want to go for it.
Yep. Countering that for sure is a smart play. And sometimes I wonder, like, sometimes you can just go for a protection to sort of counter these bans. At least you force out a ban. Maybe you didn't even plan to play Namor Hulk, but because you protect out Hulk, maybe you force out the Namor ban on the opposite side. But these teams, I know, scrim each other a lot, I imagine. So maybe they have insider information as well. As the Phoenix Protect comes out for Nemesis, they did well with it last time. I wonder if they'll protect the Mantis that surely is going to get banned if Ego Death don't respond to that Phoenix Protect.
Pondering here too to see if they're gonna let the 24 seconds of immortality also slide through with the Loki and the Luna, but the protect on the torch instead is prioritized from Ego Death, it looks like.
An Ultron ban. Is this the exact same setup we just saw last map, except for the Hulk coming out? Mag ban, never mind. Okay, that's the change. No Mantis ban coming out for Ego Death.
Oh, wow.
The right heroes could make
And I guess
all the
because we're
difference.
on Midtown on a convoy, it's not as terrifying, I guess, to play against the Adam Warlock triple strat comp. But I imagine Ego Death is thinking about it, right? Because the Mantis is available, and Nemesis on convoy, they're going to probably play triple Vanguard to start off on defense, but for Ego Death on their attack, what are they going to do? That's going to be a hard choice, I think, for the comp you play throughout the whole map.
Let's see, because we've already seen this time and time again. You know, the triple Vanguard lineup, once you start off on the defense, it really helps you out with the triple strategist, which is what Team Nemesis are rolling out with. But it's about breaking through that choke of just being alive, of seeing Team Nemesis literally keeping 3 Vanguards up, and having that BRB could go really crazy here for a Madian being on that rocket. But Ego Death now on the other side, seeing what they're going to roll out with.
And this actually, I mean, it's sort of a side topic, Vicky, a side tangent, but like, you know how in hero shooters in general, we call like triple strategist, triple Vanguard goats, right? But I mean, that sort of stuff changes, right? Like I feel like we see, you know, teams play other things besides triple Vanguard, triple strategist. Like, I feel like when we call a team the GOAT composition, the greatest of all time comp, it has to be played every single round, every single map. Not the case in this game, though. So I don't know if we can really call it that.
I have to wonder here. What?
Oh,
no! When you run into that is probably top 5 scariest moments. By the way, is when you find a rogue Emma Frost in a close, tiny room. You know you're cooked. You just know you're cooked. Especially if you get choke slammed. He manages to get away though, right on time. Talk about playing split positioning though for Team Nemesis and the way that they were set up like that. Mello being off to the side there too, Self taking a good amount of pressure right now before Sombo just completely annihilates the backline. Amadian and Dings fall victim to Sombo, Captain America, and now the rest of Ego Death are going to be able to wrap around this cart.
Yeah, they are. I mean, just consistently surrounding them, and right now, they look phenomenal. Ego Death surrounding them, and like you said, Self getting that Snowflake definitely helps, right? Getting the idol to stay alive. Also, meanwhile, Soko trying to stay at high charge for when this portal play comes through. That's smart. Intelligent plays Emma Frost players do. Also, Renko going for the spawn freeze, blocked by the Emma shield and the Thing player in front of him, and Renko runs away. Skate away, buddy. Get away from that fight.
That always feels so good, too, when you manage to pull it off and you landed on the Doctor Strange. Team Nemesis, though, they were ready to re-engage, protect. Mellowcrats comes right back around. And Ricky and Dinks very close to those ultimates, by the way. Something to note with Self going down early, as well as Renko to meet them back in the spawn room gates. Momentum did not have that duplicate in time to keep the rest of Ego Death alive for the re-engagement from Team Nemesis.
Yeah, bit of an awkward fight. I mean, losing Self is huge. A lot of damage removed from that fight, and also Renko going aggressive. So I think because they were looking for that freeze, like you said, and not landing on it, put them in a strange situation. But now we're back to even. 6 versus 6. Ultimate surely about to follow. Here comes the sound production from Soko.
Being able to find Zaytech before you can even get the reset with the Phoenix ultimate now. Soko too with that Psionic Seduction, but then you have the fate of both worlds to keep everyone alive. Renko getting caught in the eye of Agamotto, but then the survivability from Momentum keeps them right back up. The Supernova next hits onto Ricky, and Scatter gets some revenge and finds out Self. Gets the clobber in time, and it lands on Sambo and Soko, both Vanguards being a bit of this pressure, but Sambo activates a Captain America ultimate to help out with sustainability.
And they're holding on as well with the See You Later around the corner. And this is the difficulty we talked about Triple Vanguard. Even if you hard counter the comp, or try to, I mean, they're not running Storm, by the way, or damage boost. So they're just relying purely off of Zaytech and Self to find these picks. And it can be really hard, like you said, Self going over the high ground for the flank, maybe for looking for a one-shot onto a Madian. Okay, there it goes.
Oh my goodness. Oh my damage output is crazy. I mean, I already knew this, but seeing it back to back again, Torch literally gets the 1v2 onto the strategist backline of Team Nemesis. Isolated Madian, isolated Ricky, only leaving Dings up for that sustainability, which won't be enough here, forcing Team Nemesis just to back away just a little bit with the way that Zaytex is putting in so much pressure.
I mean, you would know this is from your experience as a caster in general. I mean, they really just lived up to the tried and true gamer meme. You know, do gamers ever look up? The answer, no. Self, just above the point, even at the professional level, just dominated 2 backline members of Nemesis because they didn't see a Torch was up top, and you also could hear him. So that was intriguing, but they're coming back for another fight without ults.
It's always so... Oh, no, he did it again. This time it's Dinks who's the victim. And then Ricky falls at the hands of Sambo. No way. Self and Sambo are back-to-back, focusing on a lot of the isolated individuals of Team Nemesis, and they're splitting up a lot of their attention because Self is literally getting away with harassing the backline because nobody is taking shots at Self.
Yeah, I wonder where Mello's been. I guess they're playing Triple Vanguard before. Now he's swapping over to the Human Torch. But regardless, I mean, they still took a while to cap out that first point. There's at least something to take away there if you're Team Nemesis, considering the fight wins, or at least the drawn-out fights. Now going into the middle phase of the game, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Ego Death have ults to work with in this 2-2-2 setup. As they're on the thing now this time. Oh, Self-Fall solo, but still alive.
Nova 2 activated here for the rest of controlling this space in this choke. Sambo is about to have that ultimate too to try to get the follow-up here, but it's just holding back Team Nemesis. Scatter gets stunned just temporarily. Does have that Psionic Seduction also when it comes to trying to wrap around this next corner.
And I think the thing as well feels a lot better versus Phoenix in this matchup compared to a character like Bucky. So it's interesting how that happens. And Ricky coming out off the front. Huge shot from Luda Snow player. And they live also the end song too.
And until the very end, with Dinks being able to rotate through these ultimates together with the Luna Snow too, Amadian has that final judgment ready to go, but it's a Psionic Seduction first, as now Team Nemesis are playing very smart with the way that they've been rotating through their own respective ultimates.
Right now, they're holding pretty strong. It was a good retouch off to the Thing. Definitely enabled this team, right? It enables Ricky to play a lot more aggressive, can get the damage resist from the Thing whenever he wants. Also, I mean, the Thing players in general, it feels like this season have gotten a lot of shine, just perpetually being a focal point of the matches. You know, JRP yesterday and stuff, and going into today, we'll see what happens. Nemesis have ults, but as do Ego Death. Strat ults up, Ricky and Momentum. So it'll be 1-1 cap ult to start it off, though. Oh my!
Able to try to oh my! Ricky has had Self's head on a stake for the last few lives that we've seen thus far. Zatex is the next victim to go down. Scatter really highlighting the damage output. You could get it with Magneto, you could get it with the Emma Frost especially. And they've been putting in a good amount of pressure. I really like this combination between the Captain America and the Emma Frost, but specifically, these things have just been on another level, like you mentioned, and Kraz being one of the best to do it.
And I wonder what Ego Death's solution is. I mean, they swap over to that Psylocke, they swap over to Captain America. But we have 30 seconds left. We start off a Psionic Seduction. Is it avoided? It isn't. It's met by a Fate of the Worlds.
And we're able to see if Dinks can wrap around, keep Toko alive, and they can't because Dinks is busy melting him down, and Momentum goes out with him right in the middle of trying to use that Loki duplicate, by the way. So they had nothing to really follow up or for any sustainability in that moment for Ego Death.
They jump out the window for the Doctor Strange portal, which is coming in 5 seconds. And surely they heard it. But they're going to be able to touch. Oh my god, they lose Atek early. And so the same thing with Self.
Dinks has only been focusing on Self. Self has not been able to play the game for the last 4 lives or so. And now Dinks comes back around, uses the Fate of both worlds here. And they're looking to wipe this point before it's a matter of time before Ego Death now swaps sides.
I mean, Self gets one. Portal still up for now. Psylocke dances the butterflies, but he has to get out of it and touch in overtime. And, can't even touch. Literally off for a millisecond. That's that rectangle I was talking to you about earlier. It's just like the hitbox of the cart, definitely very different than a lot of hero shooters. Now, 110 meters, Vicky. Honestly, I mean, that looked bad, right? But they still did pretty solid on their attack, considering all things. You talked about how defense can be a lot easier on Convoy, right? And I think that 100% you're right.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That's what I was saying, especially when you get to hold the triple Vanguard like lineup and then you get to restabilize depending on how far they push the payload too. I mean, we saw that great re-engagement. We saw Team Nemesis in the way that they were able to make the swaps that they had to. And then you know that there was definitely a conversation going on within the team where Ricky just had Self's number for the later half of that last round.
Yeah, I mean, that was so clean out of Ricky. I'm glad that you called it out because Ricky deserves a lot of the shine that he's getting. For Team Nemesis, this backline in general, I don't think gets a ton of love in previous, in Ignite series and stuff. Only because, I mean, Vicky, like we're 6 players versus 6 players, 12 people total. There's only so many things we can talk about, and I think 100% in this series, Ricky's going to be the focal point for sure in our discussions.
It's huge when you prevent the Torch from really being able to set up, and not only set up, I believe Self had the supernova and when he had gone down like the last 2 times specifically. So that supernova was used at the very end just to stall for as long as possible.
Yeah, just really got them out of sync. And the swap as well for Nemesis too to the thing. I mean, this has worked out at a macro level. The coach of Nemesis and also the game planning of Nemesis in general to figure that out is huge. But now they're going on over to attack. We'll see how Ego Death does. They are triple Vanguard, like you mentioned. It's hard to counter it, even if you have the full counter. But now Kraz, oh no, he already is down to Zatex of all people. The Rocket Raccoon showing why you don't do no damage rocket challenges.
Oh no, Zatex putting him on the board here too. And take a look at Renko, the way that Renko's very close to getting that ultimate online from the Cloak and Dagger, the Eternal Bond almost here. Mellowed Matcha with the Hand of Kanju, who's about to get it right now after finding Soko first. Talk about damage output to break through the possible triple Vanguard here.
Yeah, deciding not to play the Storm, but they also have the Terror Cape that they can always throw out there. Incoming Hand of Kanju, zoned out from the backside. It separates everybody for a little bit longer, but the Stratus Ults for the Eternal Bond keeps everybody healthy for now. So now they're going to be able to try to walk up. Incoming Madian with the Final Judgment, met by Eternal Bond on the inside. They're just trying to live actually here, not even fight on the cart because they know how much damage Final Judgment can do with the Terror Cape. Met by, a huge clobbering time. Is they get it? No.
Wow, talk about the timing on surviving right there, though. Renko, they move all the way back. They get restabilized by the Eternal Bomb before it goes away. And then Zatex answers right back with the Sia here. Mello has another Hand of Kanju, by the way, and they're all in that side room here over to the side. Doesn't land anything, but forces them to back away. As you can see, Renko just trying to stay alive. The Terror Cape coming out.
Well, how is Renko alive? How is anybody alive? They're in the room, just vibing. It feels like nobody's gone down. Shotgun out for Madian, trying to tear down the thing. Finally, the first elimination comes through, but that took 2 minutes nearly off the clock. Rez comes through from Sambo as well, and, we're trying to actually win this with a Sonic Seduction.
And Sonic Seduction, Zoko falls incredibly low, but Momentum gets the duplicate, gets the copy with the Fate of both worlds, gets everyone back alive here before trying to find some of these hits. Self also having that Eye of Agamotto, while Madian 2 gets close to that Final Judgment, but Kraz is looking to try to get that clobbering time.
And they're baiting him in. Self with the portal eye, like you mentioned, could come back in. Here comes the Sonic Seduction on the backside of the point. Does connect on the Sample of all people, and same thing with Momentum. So with the Hand of Kanju, just kind of use it to create a little bit of space. They walk on forward, Vicky, and we're going to kind of keep it moving on forward now into the rest of this map. I think in this first point, minute 35 seconds left to go. I actually didn't see if Self used the portal, so they might have a chance at a retouch here. But regardless, Ego Death, I mean, they've held for such a long time.
Now looking to see how they should try to get right back here. Team Nemesis moving forward along on this cart with Ego Death, looking to re-engage right on time like you mentioned with this portal. Self has that Eye of Agamotto even better here as Sambo tries to get right back with the clobbering time here. On the other side though, Krasman does it too, but they get stunned. 2 hits onto Krasman and to Scatter, but they get restabilized thanks to Ricky having the Fate of both worlds.
Yeah, Ricky still has it. Scanner on the backside. Eye of Agamotto comes out, but your CC immune when this turret also grabbed Self. Oh no, he's gone. Fate of the World to try to come back now as well to keep pushing forward.
Ooh, but Self gets resurrected here with the BRB real quick from Zatex before Renko makes a swap over to send out the Terror Cake, the Dismissal 2, just to survive and avoid the Hand of Kanju. But Sambo not as lucky, getting caught by Mello here. And Team Nemesis, with their time now less than 35 seconds, we got the Final Judgment now, and right through the Psionic Seduction through Soko, who still finds Dinks and Mello in the process. Amadian not really having that sustainability minus Ricky.
I mean, this might be the end of it for Nemesis if they don't win here and now, or at least they have the portal to come back. 20 seconds left to go. That was a lot of ults committed actually from Ego Death, so that could bite him in the butt. But Amadian, if he gets staggered here, that's brutal. Or if anybody else gets staggered, they know the portal's coming. 10 seconds left to go. Vicky, they also have the Silent Seduction on this defense, or on this attack. Maybe Nemesis could find one of the squishy members of Ego Death on the back line.
See, with Scatter having that Psionic Seduction, Ego Death don't have anything to counter that, and Renko goes out without being able to have the Eternal Bond ready. You see the swap flips as Amadian swaps over to the Storm and still finds that mark onto Renko after Renko just used up the BRB, which won't now be available for Ego Death. Overtime ticking away, but now in favor for Team Nemesis for having the number advantage.
Yeah, there's been a huge swap up to the Storm. It's almost making me wonder why they didn't play it earlier, because, yeah, everybody else is just going to falter to damage output. That is Storm and the rest of the team. I mean, Grab comes through. Everybody running on back to the objective. But at this point, there's no more cover to work around. You have to go touch the point. And we're entering the second phase of the map now, Vicky. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Pretty strong performance there from Ego Death on their defense. It looked actually very similar to Nemesis. And, I think that bodes well for our defense now here, Vicky, as Ego Death You know, can they put up a similar performance as Nemesis did on their hold? Nemesis swapped some things up as well. They put Melophobia back to the Human Torch alongside a Mating in the Sky, so we have that team up there too.
Yeah, having the Storm and the Torch now take to the skies, while Ego Death don't have a hit scan. I mean, they have Self to try to counter that up in the sky, but now you also have to worry about the damage boost potentially coming out from the Storm, also the mobility that you have as well. Before backing away, though, Momentum does have that duplicate. Soko opens up first with the Sound of Seduction, but Mendo gets taken out by Zatex being on this Phoenix.
Yeah, huge, and they're committing ults for this fight as well. Median comes in with the Hurricane. Met by Stratus Ultimate alongside Ricky with his own Fate of the World, but at this rate, we got to reset, right? We already committed 2 ults, but we already down 2 people. Diggs is going to go down, and Ego Death win that fight. 1 minute, 30 seconds left to go now. We'll see if it continues. Nemesis now, they have ults as well on the defense, or rather on the offense. This might be a close one, Vicky, towards the very end of the game, as both duelists have their ults. Sambo as well to stall out with Captain America. Nemesis not running a cap of their own is interesting for sure.
I mean, literally limited time bank right now. Minute, less than 13 seconds on the clock here as Ego Death hold on to this defense. The Supernova now online from Self. Melo's gonna match that immediately afterwards. Kraz gets stunned temporarily, but Dinks activates the duplicate, gets the copy of the Fate of Both Worlds to keep the team alive here as Kraz just punches through the fire tornadoes coming in, finds momentum as Zatex also has the end song Infernal just in case you need to go for a reset, but Kraz is not letting any of that happen on his watch as Ego Death, they're scattered a bit here. They're looking to reset, and Melo gets called out by Zatex.
Yeah, that's huge, but oh no, in the open, everybody tracks him down. Greens is well to stall. Sambo's just looking to reset now as well. 30 seconds left to go. I mean, do they touch with the portal? Nobody's even on Doctor Strange, so maybe that cooldown's still up too, man. 25 seconds. Who's gonna even touch? 3 meters. Momentum, but he goes down, and nobody else is here. Nemesis, job done. 2-1, map point.
Momentum was the only one that could have tried to contest, but then you have to worry about the Emma Frost getting chokeslammed, the command grab coming out, preventing you from even trying to contest. Great look out here, too. What an immediate turnaround that we had seen from Nemesis.
Yeah, what an insane turnaround indeed. Nemesis now moving on forward. Have to feel good about themselves. You know, map number 1 was close. Map number 1 was close. But maybe because of the Mantis stuff with Triple going through, you struggled, and then they didn't think about it too much, right? They knew that on Convoy, I guess you don't have to worry about that. They just wanted to make sure they could force maybe a Namor threat, getting that Bane out of the way, making sure you could still play your Phoenix, which is the big focus for you, because also you got to put a Madian on that hero. And then they also just didn't play it at one point, right? They put a Madian on to Punisher instead, and that obviously worked out in that more open space in the second phase of the map. So excellently played by Nemesis, and you know, Ego Death put up a good fight on their defense, too. I mean, we were in overtime by the time that Nemesis moved on to the second phase.
Yeah, and it was with Ego Death just trying to recontest consistently, whether it be with these portals and such. But I feel like Nemesis, specifically the backline, Dinks and Ricky, they were doing such a good job at continuously harassing Self, preventing Self from really getting set up. And if Self is your ace on the enemy team, there you go. You've taken care of at least 50% of the problem here, especially when he's put down, what, 10 final hits? Wow, look at that, 22 and 10. In general, yes, he did get taken out a lot, but Ricky and Dinks had his number on top of the fact that we saw Kraz go crazy. I mean, look at this. We have 12 final hits here for Scatter 2. In general, Team Nemesis as a team just did fantastic.
I feel like I'm just been so impressed by the things, like you said, when we talk about Kraz. Just because, I don't know, the character just feels way more unkillable, I suppose, these days, or just un-KOable. Like, you swap to Wolverine to counter Vanguards, but the thing, you know, he doesn't really have to worry about the same things as other Vanguards do. Can't get grabbed by the Wolverine, for example. So just that fact alone sort of makes him a threat at all points. And, you know, it just feels like with these thing players and how they're adjusting to the game and how much damage they also can output, like, I mean, he was constantly on Self. Like, he was always diving on him, giving him haymakers, and it was far too much pressure. I think a lot of people maybe are wondering, okay, is the thing making a comeback, right? Is the thing back in the forefront of the meta like we thought he potentially could be? And honestly, it looks like at points he's one of the best Vanguards in the game.
I feel like, you know, when it comes to Thing, whenever I see an Emma Frost band, right, I usually would like to go Thing just because it kind of reenacts kind of what Emma Frost does, but not as good, in my opinion, as Emma Frost, but still very good to see how Thing has been used up more. And I believe the Magneto was banned, right? So maybe seeing what limited Vanguard pool you're working with. We saw the Hulk, I think. I wasn't sure if it was this one, but we saw at one point Groot and Venom immediately off the table. If you take out, you know, Mag at the next point or Hulk next, then you have a limited pool to select from. And I think Thing has been doing a great job.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's a great point. I think that these Vanguards, once you start banning them, you have to go to a character like that. And yeah, we end up in a situation like that, which is fun to watch. I think that's the dynamic part of the global ban still. It's not as like focused as the Ignite series when we talk about having individual bans where you can ban out 4 members of the other team's specific hero pool. Instead, now in this series, like we talked about earlier in MRC, yeah, it's 6 bans total, right? So it's a larger amount of bans that's happening to both teams, right? Usually it's 4 and 4, which is, I guess, more total bans. But regardless, in MRC as it stands, that can definitely create interesting situations. And at times, teams don't mirror like we saw. Like you would be worried about mirroring all the time, but we just saw, you know, triple Vanguard versus a triple duelist composition, and then we move it in the Streets phase, the second phase of the game, and you know we have 2 entirely different ideas with a Punisher and a Thing, and on the opposite side of Captain America. So both teams starting out with their bans that they banned out every single game, Vicky, Groot and Venom. That already narrows the hero pool, which you brought up earlier.
Yeah, and so you got to make do with what you got, especially if Magneto is open at the very least. I feel like Magneto putting the bubble on either an Emma Frost or a Thing, because you know, between Thing and Venom, you always want to press forward, right? Having that bubble allows you to do a lot more damage. Seeing what's going to pass through as the Hulk is what is protected next time around.
Okay, interesting that we do see that. I mean, that we saw that last time to bait out the Namor squids and the Namor ban. I'll see if that happens again. Captain America Protect comes through. Again, obviously, Somble, I think at this point, we know him as that Venom Captain America player. Loves to play those 2 heroes. Namor ban comes out as well. I wonder if that's a bait by Nemesis. I mean, it's something that's a threat at all times. Namor especially as we move on to Central Park Convergence map type. So we've seen all 3 convoy map types just so far. We've seen Domination twice. We've seen now Convoy and Convergence once. So 4. We've seen all the map types. Obviously, Rumble, not in the game just yet. We'll see that later on, I imagine, once that sort of gets figured out and stuff in competitive play. That'll be awesome to see once we get the new map types into the game. But Black Panther ban comes through, so protection towards Luna follow up. Ego Death. I wonder if this ban over to Namor bites him in the butt, though, long term, Vicky, or if they just maybe don't want to play that Namor Hulk themselves.
Now I'm just thinking about what you were saying earlier when you try to force them to ban like the follow-up team-up character, right, with Namor and Hulk, and you just drew it to bait them out. Mind games literally in the ban phase before diving into the game. Now seeing that they do protect the Ultron, though, so probably going to see something similar with that triple strategist Vanguard lineup here that's been working out so well. As we get to see what that next band's going to be, it's going to be the Torch. Get it out of here. They don't want to deal with it. It's fine if they don't play it here. But let's also remember, this is not like MRI where the bans, you know, are target bans. This is universal, so that also means they won't be able to run it.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Gotta think about this. This is very interesting. I mean, you brought up the triple that they were good at. I mean, that was the last map they won, so it's a great point. And I think the Mag ban comes out on the opposite side because Magneto does a lot of damage in those compositions, forcing them to play Emma instead. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm curious. Yeah, because honestly, when we go over to this composition, we play, now it looks like the Psylocke alongside the Emma for the team-up, and then with the Captain America. These guys obviously love to play that triple with the Psylocke Emma. And I like this comp, but also, I don't know, at least when I play this Psylocke solo duelist with the Mantis triple, it feels good, but I guess the downtime maybe just feels like too much because it looks, I think sorry to go on a rant here, Vicky, for a bit, but I just feel like when we play triple compositions, I usually want a duelist that kind of does like consistent output, right? Maybe a Punisher, maybe a Phoenix, maybe
to
a
make
Bucky.
up for what you're losing out.
Right, yeah, exactly. And with the Mag gone, that removes some damage. Psylocke, she does a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but it is sort of linked up to Emma Frost in the team-up cooldown, and on top of that, I don't know, maybe it's just me being a bad Psylocke, but I'm curious to see how this pans out as Team Nemesis just run the traditional 2-2-2. Ego Death, more than likely running their 3-1-1.
I feel like that goes hand in hand to see on how often Renko and Self also make an impact with damage themselves, as well as with the sleeps and then the damage boost like you mentioned. I think what is really going to rely on this comp to show success for Ego Death specifically is seeing how Renko and Self get to work together with Zatex, but then Team Nemesis too at the same time. Look at the way they're playing, a little spread out here. This is why you see a Madian being on that Phoenix, because usually in this first point, before you get that first checkpoint, there's a lot of close quarter fights, and it's way better for this first phase versus when you start moving this car as Somble gets that first pick onto Dings.
Yeah, we just deleted him. Traded back, Soko goes down. I mean, that's the Emma too. Losing a Vanguard, I would say, is just as important as losing Dinks especially. But they just can play heavily around Ricky, around this health pack side to stay healthy, but Ricky falling so low, right? He's the last remaining person on this team. Oh, whoa! Oh, my mellow. Traded though by Somble, he's there.
Wow, Sambo literally like teleported behind me. He got there so quickly, recognizing the situation. Also, best Psylocke skins too. I love that they have the recolors available for the summer version of the Psylocke skin. As Kraz is also able to find momentum, Soko goes down next, and it is Team Nemesis successfully holding onto this defense.
I mean, let me see a team fight, but like the only way that anyway we got that first pick from Zaytek Ensemble is that dive is super clean, but we saw this was a problem for Ego Death previously, right? Their hard dives are the way forward. I really wonder what happens when we enter a big ult engagement, because yeah, you can get that elimination with Zaytek Ensemble once, but this being side of that again, we'll see in this upcoming fight.
Oh, gets the crystal right out though. The sustainability, extermination now coming out from Self too. But that's just starting to kind of combat the fact that Team Nemesis have the fate of both worlds just to keep them alive. It ends out right afterwards. Self now having to back away here. Zaytek too has a dance of butterflies, looking to get into position here. As we look on the other side though, Mello pulls the trigger first, doesn't even let us have the opportunity to see that dance of butterflies from Ego that side instead. It's going to be another wipe in favor for Team Nemesis.
I mean, they keep finding dinks, but at what cost, right? Every time they find dinks, they've lost the entire team at that point. I mean, we'll see what happens again, but 2 minutes now left on the clock. I want to see this comp work, right? I want to see this triple alongside the Psylocke work, but I would much rather a Phoenix alongside this personally, as the Sonic Seduction comes out early.
Though, if they could go, oh my god, to talk about damage, Sonic Seduction bringing them all into the line of sight here between Scatter Genji and Amadian. You see these dinks, you see the dance of butterflies now between Zaytek, now just trying to find it smart, playing patty cake in the background though. Ricky, Dinks, they're still alive. Dinks also still has that duplicate, not having the conversion from the dance of butterflies though as it gets stopped. Zaytek's though on the other side too, gonna be able to try to get into a position as the freeze gets put onto Sambo. He does have that Captain America ultimate to help them move up as Dinks shuts down Renko. Put that Mantis away as now keeps up the survivability for the rest of Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see if this continues on, but to me, this just proves I don't think you could play solo DPS with the Psylocke instead of a Phoenix and stuff. It's just that there's too much downtime, right? Zaytek goes in, it has to use the dance of the butterflies and immediately has to double dash out. I mean, your mobility is tied to your damage, and that's the biggest difficulty with Psylocke comparing it to a Phoenix, where she can just always pump out damage. But they still have 40 seconds left. A team fight win is still possible, especially with how many ults Nemesis just used in the previous one.
She could go invisible for like, what, 3 seconds or so here, too. Really lackluster options out here. As you can see the extermination now. As you can see, also Zaytek just trying to get into position here, putting in some next pressure as Mello combination with Amadian and the Phoenix, utilizing the ultimate together to find both of the backliners between Momentum and Renko. That leaves Self only alive here as Ego Death have to make some swaps.
10 seconds, portal coming through, like you said, swaps coming out. At least they have the Sonic Seduction, but Kraz coming up super close to his ultimate and Scatter as well to match on the side.
Here comes the portal play, though, as Zaytek now wraps up behind Sambo, who gets frozen, by the way. Zaytek finds Ricky. Huge pick here to bring them back to life. Zaytek next finds Amadian, but he's literally one-shot, cannot get out of the fray, and that's huge, too, considering he was so close to getting that dance of butterflies.
Yeah, and that portal's eventually going to go away. They're stalling out with the Ultron's Rage. Can the peel come through? Melophobia's been doing so good on Psylocke so far. Renko falls to Scatter Genji. And one by one, they appear to be falling over. However, Melophobia does go down. Here comes Amadian, who came back onto this Rocket Raccoon. Has to give Melophobia res. That's also huge with the See You Later.
That was a crazy swap up here, too. Not only do you pull off the res, look at him finally get some more of these picks at the very end. Is going to be Dinks after getting the copy onto the Rocket, but great change up and adaptation here. Team Nemesis hold on to the defense.
I think this just goes to my original point, and you know, I don't mean to I don't know, I glaze myself too much, but like, man, I feel like you the self ego
the Psylocke, yep.
I can't, but you know what? We're casting a team named Ego Death. I guess I should drop the ego. I don't think that the Psylocke works with the like solo duelist. I really don't. Like, it just doesn't feel good. I mean, I know it's negative to keep harping on it, but that really does feel like the reason why they lost. It's just these team fights were just so drawn out, and Psylocke's downtime is just too big of a factor. It really is.
I was going to ask you, do you think that Zaytek should have just swapped over to the Phoenix instead? Because you could get the same amount of output like that, and very similarly to what we saw from Amadian, we could have seen that come out from Zaytek if he had gone over to Phoenix.
I would have liked it a heck of a lot more. That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, they definitely could have. I wonder is what, like, that is the biggest point that you bring up. But a sub-tangent, too, is that we talked about earlier with Soko going off of, going on to Emma instead of on the Magneto. I mean, that guy was such a big factor, too. So it's both of these things, I guess. It's just the overall, the culmination of everything is resulting in ego death, potentially losing in this series 2-1 maps right now for Nemesis. We are now on map point, and Nemesis made it look clean. Not even a single tick given to ego death. Not even a donation to ego death right now.
Not even a crumb here. As you can see, Scatter is going to get into the corner just to see if he can safely portal them. He used the wall to his right to get out of the line of sight before he gets interrupted. Zatex did actually swap over to the Phoenix, by the way.
Okay. All right. Yeah, a little too late, maybe. And also, we're on Punisher. And, you know, you're getting a little scared. At least they didn't go down here early. There's a good chance to potentially win this as well. Forcing greens. Captain America is already diving the backline from Kraz. But, oh, my God, the damage.
Oh, my.
It's out. Momentum gone. Oh, kidnap, too, from the sky.
Oh, momentum needed help. Zatex, though, does find Kraz. It's a trade-off, but Amadian is getting away with it. Right behind them, it's the flanking Punisher. He does get punished, though, as Ricky finds the number onto Zatex.
I mean, this is maybe the MVP for Team Nemesis. If they do win, they portal back. Meliphobia is on to Spider-Man 2. Played Wolverine, got a pick earlier on. Clapping out to keep the team healthy. Dived by Captain America. But the team score's there.
Try to see if they can have that freeze online just to prevent Sambo from getting any more pressure, but the Spider-Man swap up between Mello now swipes in to find Zatex. Renko goes down next. It's a survivability from Dinks as this may be lights out as Team Nemesis put the nail in the coffin as Iguda desperately trying to stay alive, but they get off the point. They can't stay contested and they lose out on the map.
And what a fun series that was between these two teams, ending up an absolute banger. But at the end of the day, Nemesis were the better team, right? At the end of the match, it was close. It was a back and forth. We saw they switched over to, you know, the Wolverine and stuff. Scatter Gengi takes the MVP that map, but I don't know. We probably both agree on this one. 0 deaths, by the way. Yeah, Ricky,
wow.
probably an MVP. That was one of the best Luna Snow performances we've seen. I know that Luna Snow does a lot of damage now, but still, that was so much fun to watch Ricky's POV.
It was, and Ricky landed. I would love to see the success rate for those freezes. The amount of times that we also saw that, by the way, from Dinks, when Dinks got the duplicate to also get some freezes, it was crazy. I mean, Sambo, Soko, even when Zatex was over in disguise too, they were constantly shutting them down. Looking at this, the fact that Scatter is 23-0, crazy work. 6 final hits here. Amadian with 10 final hits too. Talk about the damage output, 12,000 damage here in favor for Amadian, and that's when he went Punisher, and he still got behind them, by the way.
Whew. I mean, this is what a fun matchup. I feel bad 0-7 for momentum, but honestly, that's what happens when you play strategist, right? I mean, he switched over to Doctor Strange's portal last second to touch. But I mean, the entire series, right? This is kind of like, and you brought up the Luna Snow thing with the freeze. I think that's a good point. Like, a lot of maybe strategist players in general, like a lot of coaches, a lot of high-level coaches will tell you, you know, maybe don't spam it, right? Don't use the freeze. It's on a cooldown, right? And it's the biggest thing. It's hard to realize as a pro player, as a maybe up-and-coming player, even for anybody in chat. Don't just spam it out, right? Just don't throw it out there. You have to know what you're playing against. If you're playing against like a front-to-back composition, like Magneto, you got Doctor Strange out there, you got like the Thing. Okay, sure, I can see it if you want to spam it. Maybe except when they have ultimates. But when you're playing against Captain America dives and Psylocke, like, yeah, you brought it up. You have to save that freeze for those dives. And a lot of times Ricky was not missing, and his shots as well were insane too, alongside that cooldown management. So perfect work out of him and Team Nemesis as they move on in the tournament.
Yeah, Ricky's always been a very enjoyable Luna Snow for me to watch. From the very beginning, I've really noted that Ricky could play very aggressive, and like you mentioned too, Luna, she does do a good amount of damage out here, so you got to be careful. You can't sleep on it.
No, absolutely not. And we're going to have to see more series that I'm sure you don't want to sleep on as a chat room. Make sure to tune in for this next series that we will watch after this 10-minute break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and
cannot hurt me.
I was merciful.
Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace. The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure.
Now, a disappearing act.
You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back here to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name's Dogman, joined by Vicky Kitty. We're now into, I believe, our fourth series of the day. And we're going to see two teams yet again, Dubai Matcha and Cafe Rose. The last series we just saw was a lot of fun, Vicky. Do you have any thoughts or anything? Remember anything from the last series, or we're just boom moving on to the next because MRC is fast paced?
I'm ready to go back to back, honestly, especially after we saw two quick series within the start of our day here before we actually got to see Team Nemesis and Ego Death. They were rather close, honestly, before Team Nemesis just took it in a clean 3-1, but it was a 3-1 nonetheless. The first time we get to see a rather closer series.
Yeah, that was the first time we got to see a close series, and I wonder if this next one's going to be that. I mean, we saw Dubai Matcha and, oddly enough, Cafe Rose the other day, so we're really getting to the end of the tournament, guys. Round 10, where we're seeing a lot of the teams that have already competed, right? A lot of the teams that beat maybe lesser teams earlier on, down to the knockout stage. And now over here, you know, Cafe Rose and Dubai Matcha, we've seen these two teams before. Both incredibly strong teams, too, in their matches, too, as well. And it'll be a lot of fun, I think, to see kind of which team is better, considering how, we saw a lot of Torch in these games, saw a lot of Wolverine. I think we've missed out on that in the last few series, so I wonder if those heroes are going to make a comeback.
Yeah, Phoenix, of course, on top of it all. We're leaning into the meta here versus the bans that we also have going on within MRC. These bans will be universal for both these teams, which is important to highlight here as we get to see the Psylocke and the Wolverine both outright banned.
All right, yeah, Wolverine getting removed immediately, knowing how Bach is a very good Wolverine player. Psylocke being on the opposite side for Trees, so it's like it targeted again towards specifically the Duelists this time around instead of the Vanguards, which, you know, panned out last time, it seems, for Nemesis, who just beat out Ego Death. We'll see if that happens today for Dubai Matcha, who lock in the Emma. Okay, Magneto still available here to go side by side with the Emma Frost
team up, while the Ultron is saved on the other side here too. So maybe leaning into that triple strategist too.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Ultron has been banned out a lot of times in the third, or I guess second ban phase, but the third phase of this sort of ban system that we have where it goes back and forth. But the Phoenix ban comes out on their side for Cafe Rose. Getting rid of that hero makes a lot of sense for, you know, the fact that maybe you don't want to play it that much because you know Phoenix is so strong. So far, 3 duelists removed and no Vanguards or there's another one, Human Torch getting banned. So it makes sense. A lot of focus towards duelists this ban phase, which has not been, I mean, it's been common, but also it felt like that was more, I think in the last Ignite series, we saw a lot more of that towards the end. But this stage, or in MRC, it feels like we've seen a lot more Vanguard bans with the global bans coming out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is literally like night and day, right? We're seeing the duelists being banned outright versus like our last series. We had the Vanguards getting targeted a lot. Oh, are we sleeping at the wheel?
Maybe again. Bach, no. You there? Come back. Bach, come back. Luna Snow Protect comes out for Cafe Rose. And I mean, we're still getting Loki out through as well. Like a lot of people like talk about how Loki, you know, Luna backlines has been just like the mainstay. You know, we're still waiting for more strategists to get released, but that makes sense for these two heroes to be such a dominant figure. We're banning Bucky too. Damn, every duelist is going to get banned if this last ban is a duelist. Let's see.
We're about to see the Scarlet and Storm come out.
Oh, God.
We're going to see what we're going to roll out with at this point. But yeah, I definitely want to follow up from your point. I 1000% agree on that too, because the Loki and oh, okay, they get the ban on the Mantis. All right, that's interesting. That's a great counterpoint considering that they saw the safe pick on the Ultron, but you still have the Loki, you still have the Luna, you still have 27 seconds of immortality.
Don't make me think about that. That's way too much. I wish I had that in real life. That's just insane. Like, yeah, just those live forever. Sometimes even yesterday we saw like Adam Warlock triple strategists where you would just copy your Loki and then, or sorry, not copy Loki. Your Loki would copy your Adam, and then everybody be brought back with overhealth and stuff. It was crazy. Yeah, and I think Phoenix is always banned out in those cases, so I guess the Adam stuff is not, or is even stronger. But now on defense, Groot went through, which is interesting because I think in the last series we saw Groot permabanned and Venom permabanned. But I guess that goes to show that's why you need to, you know, focus specifically on your opponent, right? Vicky, you want to make sure that you ban out target ban. And maybe this time they're noticing something about the duelists of Dubai Matcha and Cafe Rose. Both think that there's weak links maybe in that department flexibility-wise.
Doing their homework here, of course, before finding themselves deep in this double elimination bracket. Survival is needed here for both of these teams. Wonderland being on that Luna, Coco being on that Loki here too. You can see them trying to play a little bit more separated, but no triple yes, with the triple Vanguard here in combination with the Ultron and the triple strategist for Dubai Matcha on this defense.
Yeah, and I wonder what the point is there from Wonderland to play so close as well to that right side at the very beginning. Green saved the group for now. And everybody's going to keep healing up constantly. That's what we notice about these triple Vanguard, triple strategist compositions, is you just want to stall it out. Even if you have the full counter, quote-unquote, with this Storm, it might still take a while to get your first elimination on the attack.
A slow journey here, too, but slowly building up. That Omega Hurricane here. Same thing with the Punisher here. Tree nearing 70%. There goes the Omega Hurricane, but Buck is ready on the Ultron Ultimate, the Extermination. As we see that first pick here too, following up together, the Extermination is going to isolate the Storm. You know, Storm is so vulnerable if she's not getting pocketed within her own ultimate.
And the scary part is that they're putting Sky Rifle, one of the best hit scans in the game, onto Groot. I mean, this man has been popping off every time we see them on like Hela and on Phoenix. This time on Groot, Cafe Rose walk on through. They already used that Hurricane that you mentioned from Lyric. Let's see what happens this fight as Tree commits the final judgment.
You see the final judgment from Tree here, just trying to keep him alive at the same time to talk about the duplicate from Coco, and it's going to be the dance out, the fate of both worlds out here. But Sky Rifle being on this Groot is blocking the onslaught of pressure that Cafe Rose wanted to lean on. It's going to be the group hug instead, coming in with the Strangling Prison, and it groups everyone together like a shish kebab. Dubai Matcha sends Cafe Rose back to the spawn room gates.
This has been beautiful from Dubai Matcha in terms of positioning, ult rotation, Sky Rifle dodging weaving back and forth, you know, getting out of the hand of Khonshu, avoiding the final judgment, throwing the trees down at the right time. Also, with a strangling prison, then they come back in with the Fate of the Worlds plus Ultron's Rage and use it as a damage dealer. Now in this fight, Cafe Rose finally have ultimate advantage, but they have to make the move quickly. Otherwise, strategist ults are going to get built now for Dubai Matcha.
Let's see if the Omega Hurricane gets shut down again, though. Now that no ultimates trying to counteract it. Now you have the Strangling Prison from the other side as Undying here follows up together with the Moon Knight damage output too. They finally wipe out Dubai Matcha as they didn't really have any sustainability. No strategist ults to combat that, as Ultron will be able to have it coming right next to them as they portal it.
Colin, I mean, the team, rather, Dubai Matcha, maybe waiting to now come back through with the portal in this upcoming fight. Understanding that they just couldn't build the ults in time. Take that wipe. Now they're going to be back in with this portal via the goats in the cart. Here's the hand of Khonshu to match it.
Oh, the hand of Khonshu, though, just forcing them back just right now. We've built up enough space with the portal also right in front of them. They can play around it here just to get out of their line of sight. The Strangling Prison, the Fate of both worlds, all utilized. While Buck back on the high ground, you have the final judgment here from Tree. He gets focused, though. Dead on by Wizard, point blank, and you get the 2K, make it a 3K with Pixel meeting their demise.
Yeah, Wizard's been so good whenever he plays his Magneto. I know he loves to play the Venom, but today specifically as well, he's just doing so perfect, right? You come back through with that final judgment, met by Wizard, who's waiting out the damage to come through on those Groot walls. And right now, Dubai Matcha sitting with 40 seconds left to go on their defense. Cafe Rose, can they do it with 36 seconds left? They have ult charge again. They've got that Strangling Prison, but there is still Strategist ults available in a moment alongside Bach with the Ultron Rage.
Getting that ultimate very quickly ready to go here as he's got it online. They could cycle that together with Wonderland, having the Fate of both worlds. The hand of Khonshu, though, is going to activate the Fate of both worlds first as the Eye of Agamotto now comes in here from Colin. It finds two onto Lyric and Tree. They're taking a good amount of pressure, but Pixel is ready right there with the Fate of both worlds themselves. Now you have the Omega Hurricane to think about, but Bach is ready to answer back similarly to what we had seen before. And just as you saw Lyric appear, Lyric disappears as the overtime is taking away.
Wait, Bach built that up, right? Twice?
Yes.
I'm not crazy. Holy, that was one of the faster Ultron, if not the fastest Ultron's Rage I've ever seen. 50 meters is how far they got. Exactly 50 meters, but, oh no, never mind. 49.99 meters. Sorry, guys, I know. Incorrect caster. My bad. 50 meters was not how far they got, but still, I know. Off by 0.01. Off by, that's why I never took math.
Okay, we get to actually see the side-by-side like bands and safe picks here.
Yep.
Dubai Matcha's like, we don't need it. We ain't leaning into it. They're feeling pretty good, especially Bach being on this Ultron really helping them out.
Yeah, that was just clean. That was clinical. I think that really, for Dubai Matcha, that is funny. Yeah, that's a good point, how Cafe Rose, the team that actually protected the Ultron, is the team that had to deal with the Ultron on the other side. So, Dubai Matcha, man, this team, it looked really, really smooth. And I think that a large part of that is that, yeah, they built up so many sport ults, so many strategist ults so quickly. Cafe Rose, I mean, they kept thinking they had like a fight win, for example, Vicky. Like they would go in with the Strangling Prison, but then they'd be met with Ultron's Rage and then also a Luna Snow dance floor. And then they thought like, okay, we could still win this fight somehow. But then they would just like overextend. For example, Lyric on Groot or somebody on Groot would be too far and then they would get traded out.
I just feel like the Storm was not able to get... I mean, the whole point of Omega Hurricane, we know with an ultimate like that, it's to force out strategist ults, and that wasn't really counteracted from Dubai Matcha. I mean, you could say maybe Bach being on that Ultron, but it not only had the extent that it had, it also was able to find multiple picks, and you're able to build it up so quick. Was it worth forcing it out?
There's a lot to think about right now if you're the side of Cafe Rose. On their defense, they're running triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, similar to Dubai Matcha, who is now rocking out with their own Storm and Punisher. So they're going to try to counter the comp. And we'll see if it pans out. This time, Groot gets hooked, but grabbed and saved by Greens and Binds. Huge shots from him with the follow-up of Undyne.
Oh my goodness, Magneto finding its mark here too. Magneto, Groot, and the Emma Frost, the triple Vanguard from Cafe Rose to answer that of what we saw from Dubai Matcha. As Bach gets taken out here too. Tree's holding a very similar angle that we saw earlier on with the Ultron. Really good spot to be able to get out of their line of sight and still deal a good amount of damage. And look, already nearing that extermination.
There it is, built it up onto the main line. Colin has to fall back now with Diamond Form, gets the resist plus the greens. So they're still alive. Now they need to come back through, maybe with their own ultimates in a second. As they walk up Root goes down. Lyric falls early on. Green's also utilized. Here comes the Strangling Prison as well. Gets on the binds, met by the fate of both worlds, but they live to the final judgment. They don't have a meteor M for it.
Oh, he finally gets taken down here. That was so much damage output here, and that's in combination with the fate of both worlds. It's the dance-off here happening on top of the payload. Psionic Seduction here, as well as the Omega Hurricane from both of these teams, as Tree is not really contested here. The Omega Hurricane comes out, but Tree doesn't have to worry. It just forces out Bach to just move right behind him and still is able to isolate Pixel.
Yeah, this is a little bit more awkward, though, and kind of messy now for Cafe Rose because their spawns are a little desynced. They'll come through with the portal. At least they got that Omega Hurricane, like you said, and with the copy and the last Final Judgment gone alongside the Meteor M, they're sitting in a good spot, but they need to build up this Ultron's Rage and also throw out a Strangling Prison from Lyric, but it will be met by the fate of both worlds, and we'll see if they can live through it.
Oh, out of the portal here too. Lyric just jumps right in with the Strangling Prison. You get chokeslam, but a beautiful Magneto bubble keeps them alive. Extermination now from Tree gets it online this time around just as quickly as we had saw Bach when they were on the defense this time around. And Dubai Matcha struggling just a bit to wrap around this next corner.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're still fighting it heavily with Colin in the main line, and they do have the Eye of Agamotto from Cafe Rose's side on the defensive angle. We'll see if they want to go for it. Here's that Omega Hurricane met by the fate of the worlds. Idlemore comes out, but no, it doesn't get anything. In fact, he just found with that damage resistant, or sorry, the healing removal from the buildup.
Really helps out that they have made some of these swap-ups here with Wonderline finding Undyne right now. Tree follows up right afterwards. Lyric was so incredibly low, gets hit in the noggin with that Meteor M before Wizard finally finds that finishing blow. Dubai Matcha now gets to walk the cart.
Yep, lock it out up 1 now over Cafe Rose. Dubai Matcha looking as good as they did yesterday. It's always a bit worrisome. I don't know about you, Vicky, but it does feel like this triple Vanguard, triple track comp is actually just kind of insane. Like, even if you're playing the correct counter, sometimes you can get screwed over. Like, you just play like the Punisher, you play the Storm, and it may not be enough sometimes, and it takes forever to cap out.
I was worried at one point. I believe we saw like one Vanguard from Dubai Matcha at the very beginning. They made some swap ups or something where they had gotten Wizard to go from Groot over to the Magneto, and Colin was like only on that Emma Frost here. Really helped them out, but they're trying to push boundaries, see what they can try to get away with. In Cafe Rose here, being able to see what they need to do differently. I mean, looking on the other side and looking at the stats here too. What, 7, 8 final hits here in terms of this team, so they were pretty evened out.
Yeah, they absolutely were. I mean, that's what happens, at least on defense. You know, when you play that triple Vanguard comp, is that you can just kind of win fight after fight after fight and just never go down. And the damage output from, for example, a Magneto can just be way too much to deal with. And I think for right now, Cafe Rose on the back foot. We'll see what they want to change to the next map. The Wolverine ban did kind of screw them over, I guess, when we think about how much that triple comp kind of just rolled. And they did good with it on their own right as well. But sometimes that's okay. Like, sometimes it's good to, you know, force us to go compositionally down in the tier list, I guess. But, you know, as long as you are the better team, that's what matters at the end of the day. And right now, you saw that Cafe Rose just could not win at the overall of the series. I mean, only getting 50 meters on their attack is brutal for sure.
Yeah, it's tough. And even the strategists, even when we saw Bach over to the Ultron, look at that. Like, within that one round, being able to have that much healing output, that was all with the Ultron ultimate and having that impact in a lot of these crucial fights that allowed them to even get this dub in the first place.
Yeah, this is a very good team and an incredibly strong player. Like you said, in this guy, 23k damage out of, well, he stopped a Swarm, but regardless, doing that in Ultron early was definitely crazy. And, you know, for this team, I think that there's a lot that they can improve on for sure, but we are in the loser brackets, right? We are in a loser match between both Dubai and Cafe. So we'll see kind of who wins at the end of it, right? Because whoever loses this is out of MRC. And that is one of the first elimination matches that we're going to see today and throughout the tournament. So it's a big deal for both of these teams. And talked about earlier, Vicky, $14,000 in the line for first place. They have to stay in the running for that. And right now, Cafe Rose, down a map, not an ideal place to start with.
14,500 for that prize pool, looking mighty nice here, especially when you figure out that you could get your friends together and participate in the MRC, see how far you and your teams could go. But it's been enjoyable to also see a lot of the change-ups between the different series that we've been exposed to, the players that specialize in certain heroes, and the teams that really like to lean on their strengths before they get target banned.
Yeah, this team, Dubai Matcha, definitely has a ton in their back pockets, right? But we'll see what happens as they get tested in terms of hero pool bans and changes, right? In the last series, I don't think we saw a lot of ban dynamic changes that came through from Ego Death. In this case, Cafe Rose, they're doing the same thing, banning out the Wolverine first. And I mean, it makes sense as a targeted ban towards Bach specifically, but I want to see what Dubai Matcha do and if they change it up, because we're going to Hall of the Jalia, which is a convergence map, so we're going out of domination. Psylocke ban again, same ban for them, which I guess they don't need to mix anything up. But we'll see as the protections come through. This is where things get really interesting. Do they change or stay the same?
Looks like they get the protect here on the Emma Frost too, so even with no Psylocke, you could still lean on that Magneto power-up if there is no Magneto ban. They do also protect the Torch too on the other side.
That is very interesting. I mean, Bach, pretty good Torch player as well, so right now it feels like I mean, that's the difficulty with the global bans for sure, is that you risk with the protection giving the other team also a pretty good hero they're good at, right? And we saw, I think Dubai Matcha did good yesterday when they played the Human Torch matchup. So we'll see today what happens between both these teams. Punisher ban, Ultron ban coming out from Dubai. They don't want to actually deal with the Ultron this time around, even though they just did and found success with it.
Literally, like, they were the ones that did not do the safe pick onto Ultron. It was actually the other side of Cafe Rose, like we had mentioned, in between the swap up of that first map. But getting rid of the Punisher here also means that you could have your Human Torch thrive. No Ultron means you don't have that Ultron Human Torch paired up together. You could still terrorize from the sky, though, depending on the strategist lineup that we have moving up here too, and seeing what that next safe pick is going to be. Maybe leaning over, okay, I was gonna say Luna, you know, you already know at that point, Luna being able to combine that together with Loki has been so strong too.
I wonder if you even think about banning it. Well, I mean, I guess the ban of Loki is maybe coming for Dubai if they do want to lock that Cloak and Dagger, because yeah, you have those two already through. Cafe probably doesn't want to ban the Loki. Maybe you're forcing yourself to ban the Loki there. But Human Torch getting through, Phoenix also getting through so far. Mantis ban comes out on the opposite side. So actually probably fine to play the Loki if they do or want to. And same thing, we can't really play the triple either, I guess, with the Mantis. You can do it with the Atom if you want. But we'll see what both teams opt to do. Dubai Matcha waiting, thinking about what they want to ban.
Taking their time. They got 5 seconds left here to see the Mantis ban on the other side too. Okay, so no more 24 seconds. You could put that away this time around.
That was a weird protect to me. I don't know. I mean, it makes sense to protect the Cloak and Dagger. But if they don't ban Loki, which why would they? Because you protect Cloak and Dagger. Yeah. So, of course, if they already protect... That's weird. You're forcing yourself to ban Loki, basically. Feels like a wasted ban to me. And I don't think any teams banned Cloak and Dagger so far.
No, we haven't seen... no, maybe I think in the second series or first series that we had for the day was like the only time we had it, but it was a situation where they were running triple strategists because a lot of the bans were focused on the strategist for that game specifically. But usually if you want to protect the Cloak and Dagger and you already know that the Luna Snow is protected, I'm surprised we don't see a protect on even the Loki at that point, knowing that Loki being able to have a 24 seconds still was lasting longer than what we usually would have between Luna and Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're getting rid of Loki, and as a duelist player, I would not be opposed to that character getting removed, because that character is disgusting in this current patch. Right now, Cafe Rose, both teams actually allowing both Phoenix and Human Torch to get through, so both of the burn-in duelists out in this game. But only one team at the moment is actually pairing them alongside each other. Dubai Matcha matching Sky Rifle on that Bucky alongside Bach on the Human Torch.
See how they're going to be able to try to deal with the terrorized skies, as Lyric is going to be able to now fly over to the other side, beat that together with Bach. Thank you. As Colin also holding this next corner here, just before Cafe Rose try to extend and try to start off this fight.
Yeah, slowly walking it up. Right now, Cafe Rose, we'll see what they want to do, right? This original choke point's tough. Sometimes you see teams try to, like, hard focus on that top left flank and try to control it, but if you have a flyer, like a Human Torch in this case, you just want to win that Sky battle. You can always bring him down, I guess, in this case, and Sky Rifle removes Lyric. Grounds him
and that's
with that E.
Exactly why we have the Bucky coming out, too. You get that stun, so that way you force him to stay grounded, too, and even if you want to experiment, technically Invisible Man could do the same exact thing, but this is working out beautifully here for Dubai Matcha.
Clean shot there from Sky Rifle. Bucky's still definitely a top hero in the game. It is interesting because sometimes we see teams focus on playing that Phoenix, but I mean, Bucky can also be a top 5 duelist in his own right. And yeah, not a lot of bans came through just on the Wolverine and Psylocke duelist-wise from the series.
Respect having that Eternal Bond, too, just to help restabilize Cafe Rose on this push here. Dubai Matcha's just doing such a good job. And Colin having 100 damage output, too, on the Emma Frost. You know, it's like feeling like you're stuck in a microwave and you can't get out. Setting yourself up as Lyric is going to be able to isolate Sky Rifle in the back and take him out before he can even use the Bucky ult.
That's huge. Bringing back in Lyric as well with the Sonic Seduction. Slows him down temporarily, but they still have the person advantage. Incoming combination with the Phoenix End Song does not connect. Here comes the Supernova as well on the backside.
3-2 being on this Phoenix. Meteor M, does it hit its mark? It looks like Undying 2 with the Sonic Seduction just brings everybody together. Wizard also tries to get the slam dunk, misses out on its shot, but back is going to be able to get that Cloaking Dagger. A little bit of revenge here for Pixel, but Sky Rifle also managed to wrap back around and back into the point.
Yeah, Sky Rifle has just been super impressive throughout their time in MRC so far. Constantly making a name for themselves, and what a fight from Dubai Matcha. 2 minutes left on the clock now. Cafe Rose do have that Supernova that was just used by Bach in the previous fight, which they just went aggressive. Bach did with the Meteor M from Wizard Dread, just able to kind of combine those two for eliminations on the back onto 2025 Respect. And with that, Cafe Rose try to walk up, but they need to kind of control this space before they can get anything out of their Supernova alongside Pixel. They'll have that shot at disadvantage with the Luna Snow dance floor unless Coco can build up a quick Eternal Bond.
See how quick they could build it up with Sky Rifle, having that ult ready to go. Looking at Lyric, who's taken to the skies now, has that Supernova. Pixel to try to close in that gap too alongside the rest of Cafe Rose, but they're going to hold on to it for right now. Sky Rifle having that ultimate is going to be really important to make sure you have that sustainability for the rest of Cafe Rose with this limited time bank already. Less than a minute now on the clock, and now you utilize the Fatal Full Close before Sky Rifle uses his own ult, so they won't really have that defensive ultimate now.
Yeah, it was so odd there from Bach to not be close to that. They try to get the perfect ultimate, but it pans out. I mean, Bach's going over to Doctor Strange. Wonderland goes down. Okay, Meteor M, never mind. Nothing is working out for this defense at the moment. Only already 2 ticks taken. Portal's going to come out too late, so Bach's just going to swap. And they move on. Cafe Rose to the second phase of the map. Nice job from this offense.
Sky Rifle's not going out without a fight, though. Before getting taken out, is still able to find that pick onto Lyric before rejoining the rest of his team here to try to contest them in that next corner choke.
I mean, Cafe Rose just kind of went in, hit the shots with the Meteor M, with the follow-up from Tree on that end song with the Phoenix ult. And now we're going to the street phase of the map, like you said, the second phase. However, we have Meteor M, we have the dance floor available. Both teams actually be pretty close in terms of strategist ultimates. We'll see who can connect with this Meteor M during this fight.
Gonna get the animation cancel going on here too, putting in some more pressure from the skies. It does have that Meteor M ready to go as Wonderland also has that Fate of Both Worlds. The Psionic Seduction now activates as Wonderland out of the line of sight to use the Fate of Both Worlds themselves. The Internal Bond from Cafe Rose, though, allows them to close in that gap as Wonderland's forced to back away just to keep the rest of the backline alive. And now the Supernova comes out instead. They try to cycle that together as Coco doesn't have the Eternal Bond themselves, and Respect is able to shut down Wizard in the sky.
I mean, his charge on the Meteor M, I guess, wasn't full on the side of Wizard Dread. I wonder why that Phoenix didn't actually go down there. I mean, that was just almost a direct shot. Still didn't get Lyric, and now we're moving on to the end of this round. However, like you called out, both strategist ults used by Cafe Rose and also the Supernova alongside Sonic Seduction. So this should favor Dubai Matcha here unless they get picked off early.
See, I mean, that Phoenix Ultimate 2, the Eternal Bond from Coco that I had mentioned before is going to be active, so that way Dubai Matcha can stay alive and follow up with Sky Rifle's Ultimate here. Cracking Impact now, finally managing to navigate its way down onto the ground. Make it 2, make it 3, let's get a 4K going. Can I see 5 as he backs away? That was it, that's all he needed to do as Sky Rifle gets a pop-off.
Sky Rifle, are you kidding me? What a follow-up on the team as they push past this second phase. Cafe Rose, 1 minute left on the clock now. That was a huge fight for Dubai Matcha, but they were favored to win, right? Using both Coco and the Eternal Bond alongside this. Now it is looking like Cafe Rose will have both 70%, but not if a hook comes through. Slows him down, forces cooldowns. That's nice.
Forces out that bubble like you were talking about here too. That was a little scary. It was almost like a horror movie playing out. Sometimes Noir Rivals could feel like a horror movie being played out here if you get hit like that. Or if you're on the receiving end of getting headshotted like from Sky Rifle, who's been popping off.
It's just an odd game plan, right? Just walking forward, trying to build up strategist ults, and you just go down. I mean, That's like the worst case scenario, because now we got 23 seconds left to go. You're giving time to Dubai Matcha to rebuild up back there, Stratus Ults, and with that, I mean, they should be even in this upcoming fight. You're going to rely heavily off of Tree and No Binds to connect. And No Binds just went down early in the last fight. We'll see how he mentally is. 6 ultimates versus almost 6 with Colin not using his, or using his side introduction in the last fight.
You know, going in for the re-engagement, but it's going to be Pixel who uses the Fate of Both Worlds first, as we get to see Phoenix ult dive right down, and it hits Sky Rifle. This is huge here. Talk about also setting them up in terms of damage and sustainability, thanks to using Pixel's ult to then get there. They will be able to try to re-engage here as Dubai Matcha get completely wiped out.
When the overtime spawns actually make it so half their members won't be alive, I mean, they'll maybe touch. Yeah, no, they're just going to give it up, go to the next phase of the game. Hey, he could have maybe gone for like a Doctor's Portal, the Doctor Strange Portal play, but now let's go for a first fight, early first fight here for Dubai Matcha, who have ultimates of their own for the upcoming fight.
They have so much here too. They only really use that Fate of Both Worlds in that last fight here, as Coco has the Eternal Bond. He's captured and grapples Lyric into his loving arms, and I thought the Eternal Bond on the floor maybe would have helped them out, but slightly right out of reach as Wizard follows up, as well as Bach.
Yeah, he didn't miss a single shot. I mean, with the visual clutter on the screen, that fight, right, you're having to kind of aim at a target that's sitting in what I like to call the fruit roll-up when both Eternal Bonds come out. And they're just absolutely creating an absolute hectic space. And then you also have to worry about the Supernova from your own teammate. That's creating some visual clutter. So weaving those shots in with the meatball shot out of Bucky is huge. But we'll see if they can keep it upright using both Stratus Ults in the last fight. Also, we're Cafe Rose. And Sky Rifle, he's gone big with the Kraken Impact before, but still hard in this upcoming fight versus Cafe Rose, who have their own Supernova up and also Dance Floor.
Especially when it comes to dealing by this choke here too, and they're able to go for an early re-engagement. Here's that Supernova too, as Sky Rifle doesn't even have the opportunity to use that Kraken Impact. He gets deleted in this initial engagement here from Lyric, who had started things off with the Supernova, but it was a choke slam that really held them back, as Cafe Rose looking to extend their attack.
Yeah, Undying with that choke slam, and then also with the blocking of the healing in the back after they found the opening pick, resulted in them getting Wizard Dread on a delay stack. Are now overtime picks down. Dance Floor up for this offense. Same thing with 2020 of respect. And they've been big in these combos, but not if Lyric gets hooked like this. He barely lives, but bubbles out. Silent Seduction comes back.
Oh, Silent Seduction though, as you can see the Luna right outside of the line of sight, able to then re-engage with the Fate of Both Worlds. It's going to be a dance-off from the other side of Dubai Matcha. Coco has the Eternal Bond to help him survive after this Fate of Both Worlds is done. So you're just going to stall out the Phoenix ultimate for now, wait out on that Luna ult, but it's going to last way too long. You still dive in, you still try to sneak in some of that damage, and they focus on Sky Rifle, who's been a problem. Dubai Matcha now utilize all these ultimates, the Eternal Bond, to try to keep them alive, but they still lost out on Wonderland.
I mean, the points flipped at this point, but you're down by multiple members on your team. Sky Rifle has to come back with the Kraken Impact. They've lost Coco as well. Cafe Rose might do a push to the very end. I mean, Wizard, you have Meteor M, but oh, you get overtime spawns now, and it's only Sky Rifle who also falls.
Only a matter of time. Cafe Rose, they're cleaning up the point here. Sky Rifle has not really been able to find their footing by this point, but you're stalling here with the torch for as long as you can until the inevitable happens with no time left in the time bank.
And this is the hard part when you don't play Phoenix. It just feels like they played Bucky and didn't have, you know, great ult combinations like the other side did, right? They come through with the Dance Floor, start off, you know, make sure you, it doesn't even matter too much if you have a better Luna Snow ult, because you come back, you go in with the Phoenix, you can wait then for, you know, okay, when's my Magneto ready? When does he want to come in with the Meteor M? And then we combine those two. And for Dubai, they don't have that same punch. They don't have that same combination that Phoenix is for Cafe Rose and their squad. I don't know what Dubai want to do on their attack, and it was solid at points in the neutral and also in sometimes fights where he would just have Kraken Impact alone. But regardless, I think that right now they're lacking that Phoenix potential in that matchup, and that's what we talk about, one of the strongest characters in the game, simply because the combinations are powerful as hell.
Yeah, I agree, and that's the thing, like with Mantis also getting banned, I believe we won't have that damage boost, but you still have Phoenix putting on a good amount of pressure, especially for this first point, when you have to go through that alleyway almost, where you're kind of in close together. It's a great opportunity, especially with Lyric too, who's taken to the skies. Yeah, Sky Rifle's been doing a really good job at trying to contest Lyric alongside Bach. Colin specifically has also been getting really consistent with these command grabs, allowing you know, basically the rest of this team to try to find their footing. But Cafe Rose did manage to get that payload all the way to the finish ground, so we're going to see if they're going to be able to prevent Dubai Matcha from doing the same.
So our now Cafe Rose, same composition. Dubai, same thing, except they have the Doctor Strange portal coming in. Usually we see that go into the far flank. And, I mean, maybe they even look for a shot at this player who's caught off guard. They should know the portal's coming, and it's just actually a far portal to set up a position on the flank. But honestly, with Torch in the game right now, I don't know. I mean, I'm curious how they play it. Maybe you're just making Cafe Rose think about a little bit more things than they were originally. That's the idea, I suppose. They do have the Venom
to
now.
help them out. Yeah, they're actually rolling out with the Venom when we saw Venom getting banned so much in like a previous series earlier on. But just trying to recontest here, together with Colin being on this Emma Frost, no binds, taking a good amount of pressure here on this Magneto, and then gets choked at the same time too. Strategist working overtime right now, keeping them up as Colin with this damage output already at 100 of damage putting out.
Yeah, I mean, a weird spot, I think, there for a 9. I mean, going down on the specifically Emma Frost. Now switching over to the Doctor Strange, too, to come back. I mean, they could potentially touch last second, but that was an interesting spot to be in for Undyne, getting a little bit over-aggressive. Now Dubai Matcha sitting on the point. Nice and pretty. Here comes the retouch. Grabbed by Emma again. Kicked into the corner, too.
A freeze frame, you really feel it whenever Emma Frost gets that command grab, gets the choke slam, as you see the Venom now getting that next pick onto Undyne. No more Doctor Strange here, as the Phoenix ultimate also comes in 20-25 respect, though, does get frozen by Wonderland, who has a fit of both worlds. At this point, Dubai Matcha having the ultimate economy heavily in their favor here to help continuously keep themselves alive, even through the Supernova and another set of Fate of both worlds.
He's cracking. They're overlaying a lot of ults. And the point, yeah, gets given to Dubai Matcha. And on the retouch, I mean, Cafe Rose was trying to be there with some Strategist ults, but it was not enough. And Cafe Rose get reset now. 4 minutes and 30 seconds for Dubai Matcha on their attack, trying to push this game into 3-3 and force another attack by both squads.
Calm before the storm, as you see the grapple going out. It misses its mark, doesn't land it. Would have been absolutely huge, though. A huge stagger if it did. Sky Rifle, though, still getting into an aggressive position, just waiting to wrap up around Cafe Rose and prevent them the space opportunity that Dubai Matcha had on their side.
Yeah, that is definitely the biggest point, is that the thing that Bucky provides that Phoenix does not is, like you mentioned, that bionic hook, that grab from Sky Rifle. Has to hit those. It's tough, though, versus this double shield right now. Gonna walk in a second. Wizard going aggressive. Does have the piece of the Abyss available, but oh my god, so much focus into him. Forced it to use it. 2025 goes down.
That was huge. Piece of the Abyss right there for him to follow up right afterwards. And then Colin still doing so much of that damage output here, just looking from each side of the corner here before also putting up that shield. Venom, essentially, they're sending out Wizard like he's a Pokemon to just try to fight in the backline and then shuts him down as Sky Rifle then finds the mark onto Lyric, who has not had a very fun time against his Bucky.
Yeah, staggers one after the other. I mean, that's not what you want to see on the defense. Here comes the Meteor M with the Eternal Bond. They're able to get Coco, too. That's a big pick. I mean, Coco had ult ready to go, and they should be able to sustain if they don't get any combinations off here. Supernova on the delay as well. Yeah, and they finish it up there at the end of the point, and Tree and the squad, Cafe Rose, finally actually hold on off of that Eternal Bond. They're able to kind of close out, right? Dubai Matcha now 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. They're actually pulling back into this fight. I mean, trying to take this fight aggressively. Come back in with their own Eternal Bond because Coco went down to the previous one. But oh no, Tree finds Buck in the midst of that. He's just too high again. That happened to Buck on defense before. And it results also in Pixel going down on the backside. Actually, no, Pixel is able to get taken out by Colin. So Colin, he talked about this guy being an absolute mainstay on the Emma. And the follow-up there from Wizard Dread, 2025 goes down.
Wizard Dread has been such a problem for the backline here, too. Dubai Matcha is going to be able to try to extend this push, though. Sky Rifle now being on that Doctor Strange, holding forward, gets chokeslammed, though, and Colin gets some revenge, too. The Emma Frost that pops the diamond form last usually wins out on that matchup on top of all the pressure that Dubai Matcha is putting out.
Yep, 3 minutes, 27 seconds left on the clock. Dubai getting to that third phase of the map. Cafe Rose, can they mix something up? They're going over to that Venom that we saw for some delay. Also, yesterday, I think Wizard Dread was playing a pretty strong Venom, but there were times when he'd get grabbed by an Emma and just kind of hard focused on domination. Now that we're moving on to Convergence, It feels like Wizard Dread found its form a little bit. No ultimates just yet, though, for this Dubai Matcha team. Again, Cafe Rose have the ults, but they've just been walking into their demise. It feels like every fight, Sonic Seduction has started off, but it's on to targets that are pretty mobile and can escape.
Oh, but with the fate of both worlds, at least they get to move all the way up in combination with the Sonic Seduction that we saw earlier, trying to force out those support. Old Sky Rifle gets choked up here by Undyne, and now the dance-off happens between Wonderland as Pixel pops in second, just keeping the sustainability alive. But Sky Rifle, keep a look, as he's got the Eye of Agamotto. Coco, though, is going to keep everybody up with the Eternal Bond with the Cloak and Dagger, as Sky Rifle does get frozen, still has not released the Eye of Agamotto just yet.
Hasn't released it. Also, the combination from the Venom on the defense, plus that the dance floor damage boost did not connect onto any eliminations. And now Dubai Matcha sitting full advantage. Pop the Supernova, walk on into Cafe Rose in the open, who are surely just sitting ducks here.
Oh, man, and now diving right on top of it, this Venom has been such a problem from Wizard. This triple Vanguard lineup from Dubai Matcha has found some success as Respect gets the pick off of Buck with that Terror Cape.
Wait, how? That torch just got deleted. Nice shots, I suppose, from the... Oh, wait, frozen, by the way. Sky Rifle gets frozen on the back with the Agamotto.
Oh, no, and Sky Rifle was trying to avoid that, too. He had gotten frozen earlier before he pressed the button, and now he gets it frozen again. Pixel on point out here, too, while Respect comes right back at 50% with the Eternal Bond, as we just saw earlier. And now Lyric and Tree, they're cleaning up as Dubai Matcha are falling.
Yeah, minute 30 left to go. Dubai Matcha, I mean, it looked like the entire fight was in their favor until Bach went down, and that's happened, honestly, a few times. I'd like Bach to maybe... I don't know, I guess it's tough because on Human Torch right now, with the shots coming through from Tree, too, it's just so much pressure on this guy, especially in the open, versus both a Phoenix and a Human Torch hunting you down. Sky Rifle also has been putting pressure into Lyric, but I feel like it's somewhat easier to get away from a Bucky than the hit scan of the Phoenix. Sky Rifle, meanwhile, taking so much poke damage early on, sends Lyric to the ground at the very least, but they gotta walk in. They have both Stratus ultimates against Cafe Rose, who also have their own. Shots into Tree, who he just backs out.
Ooh. Oh, they're trying to find out, though. Finds that mark onto Wizard, who's been such a problem. And now you have the fate of both worlds to keep them in this fight. The Phoenix ultimate, you try to get the damage boost here as he tries to move up together with Wonderland and still finds that pick onto Coco. I love the cohesion that we're currently seeing, as now Cafe Rose giving Dubai Matcha a little taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, still heavily on the back line as well, just making sure that Luna Snow's in a weird spot, and they still have 2025's ult if they want to use it. Staying as well within these Dagger Storms to make sure they stay healthy. Colin committing the Sonic Seduction. Everybody already avoiding it right now until they get caught, but met by the Eternal Bond. Counter Eternal Bond comes out. Wizard Dread already removed.
And now you see Respect was perfectly out of their line of sight just to be able to counter out that Psionic Seduction. Pixel next finds Coco here. Cafe Rose, they're putting themselves back on the board after they were able to regain their footing on this defense here, as now Supernova comes out and they're clearing up the backside of the point.
Yeah, overtime ticking. Portal going to be too late, surely. And Cafe, what? It's here, actually. Sorry, called that too soon, but it doesn't matter. Blocked on the backside. 3-2 win for Cafe Rose. We're all tied up yet again here. Vicky, 1-1. We had a series earlier that went the distance. This one could definitely be in a similar case. Cafe Rose, what a phenomenal game out of them.
It was a great way of just not only restabilizing, but let's not forget, like, on their attack, they got the payload to the finish line with no time left in the time bank, right? And now being able to restabilize after feeling a lot of pressure from the attempt of the triple Vanguard, they were able to replant their feet on the ground and then completely hold them back.
Yeah, Cafe Rose feeling good about playing Human Torch, I think, so far. Looking back at the ban phase, what were the biggest changes here? I mean, we got the Luna through. That was nice. On the opposite side, like I said, I don't really know if I felt strongly about this Cloak and Dagger and the Loki ban. I mean, I guess Human Torch is already protected, I suppose, on that side. But then we just, like, leave Phoenix out there. Look at the damage between Sky Rifle and Tree. Sure, Sky Rifle has high final hits, but, you know, crack and impact, that's like the entire freaking point of the ult, right? You just get final hits. You farm that bad boy up. But, I mean, the damage numbers, I mean, 13k less damage is crazy. Also, Lyric in the skies was just going off.
Wow. Lyric was a problem, actually, and that was during the time when we were looking at Sky Rifle trying to, like, chow Lyric too, and Lyric still got away with doing over 51,000 damage. I mean, that makes sense too when you take a look at Wonderland and Wonderland's healing output on top of the damage output, even slightly different. Compare that to Pixel, who didn't even do as much damage or the same amount of healing, but the survivability was there.
Right, yeah, and it's just the tandem of those two between Lyric and Tree was phenomenal. And honestly, I don't know. Like the big thing as well is that in terms of ult combinations, I feel like it's way easier to get off combos with the end song rather than Kraken Impact. I just like it's a little bit more recognizable. The timing window, Kraken Impact as well. I don't think fully benefits from those breakpoints that, like, for example, Phoenix does. But I mean, at times it was a close matchup for sure. Dubai almost got it done. I mean, they had 4 minutes in the last phase of the map, Vicky. Like, they were right there, and then just kind of stuttered.
Yeah, it was super close, and they did make some changes too, but they didn't make those adjustments quick enough, honestly. Aside from the fact that at the very end, they stuck to their guns, and Cafe Rose were able to make some swaps themselves. We saw some great picks too when they had made over to the Venom at the very end, which the Venom from Wizard was a problem, honestly. Yes, he was harassing that backline, but Cafe Rose basically did the same thing at the very end too.
Yeah, it was a lot of pressure from Cafe Rose, and, you know, right now tied up 1-1. We'll have to see what the next map's going to potentially be in MRC, as things are, the maps are totally randomly picked, right? So we've gone from 2 different map types now, and we'll see what the third one will be after this, but tied up again. Both these teams are definitely high level. I think that in the ban phase, there's a little bit to improve on for sure when we see, you know, for example, the Cloak and Dagger Protect into that Loki ban. We're going to a short 3-minute break. We'll come back after this break for game number 3.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me.
I was merciful.
Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure.
A disappearing act.
You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. We are all tied up 1-1 between Cafe Rose and Dubai Matcha in this lower bracket round. Win or go home for both squads. Vicky, we just saw two incredible matches. Now we're heading on to a third. We're going to head to Burn T'Challa, which is going to be domination. But this has been a banger series between both teams. Again, I think today is going to be a good day of MRC.
Another series that we have a close one on our hands, and it's nice to be able to see the back and forth so far between Dubai Matcha and Cafe Rose, because it is first to three.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, I think, in terms of just witnessing the progression of a lot of these teams that are on the up and up, right? You talked about how I think both Cafe Rose and Dubai Matcha are teams that, you know, we see a lot of these guys kind of around, but I guess like you're not really competing at the top of the game just yet. Is there any player, I think, for you, Vicky, that has kind of stuck out to you, I think, in this series so far? Who are you noticing that is kind of like a standout player in these between these two teams, or even on both teams, if you want?
Honestly, for me, looking on Dubai Matcha, Colin, Sky Rifle, Wizard was doing a really good job. Bach as well. I mean, I just basically named out the team. Well,
that works, though. That works.
Yeah, I mean, I can explain for each of them, too, because we've had them all have their own standout moments. Sure. But the way that Bach with Ultron at the very beginning, it was a fantastic setup for them. I do feel like, though, that we're seeing Cafe Rose do a really good job at retaliating after making the adjustments that they had. They looked like they were really struggling originally when they were the ones that had to deal with the brunt and force of the triple Vanguard setup when they were on the attack of that first map. And Lyric also being able to pop off too. You can tell that Lyric is a very momentum heavy player. I feel like Lyric being able to escape in the skies really helped out Cafe Rose. So for me personally, I think Lyric on the enemy team, Respect has been doing really good too for Cafe Rose. And then for Dubai Matcha, I would like to highlight Colin and then Sky Rifle.
Yeah, I think these are all fair call-outs. You're right. I mean, 100%. These guys have all kind of made their mark in MRC. And are going to, I'm assuming, continue to do so, right? Both Dubai Matcha and Cafe Rose. You know, even though they're on the ropes right now, it's because we're getting deep into the tournament, right? Round 10, round 11. And right now, Luna Snow getting protected again. We saw this out of, I believe, Dubai the previous time, or maybe it was Cafe Rose another time. We've seen a Bucky ban, some respect given as Emma gets banned, and same thing with Psylocke. Wolverine got through this time, though, it looks like. I mean, that was a character I think we were all concerned about. And for a good reason, Loki Protect and Luna Protect comes through. So we're going to see that matchup, that duo, and that tandem. Phoenix ban as well. So we're going to be focused maybe a little bit more on the duelist yet again like we were in the first few maps.
They were like, all right, we want the Wolverine, but we do not want the team up, so we'll get rid of it for the both of us here at this point, as the bans are universal once again, and we get to see what Cafe Rose is going to roll out with. Interesting outlook here as the Jeff, the Atom, and the Luna Snow, after they had protected the Luna Snow, we saw the protect onto the Loki as well, so obviously those two strategists will be available to use.
Yeah, I mean, they have a few options with the Jeff. Like, you could run that triple triple strategist with the Jeff just to move quickly and also just kind of go for dives alongside the ultimate. Or you could just, like, use it to speed boost out of spawn and then swap to Mantis, because Mantis actually got through as well. So, you know, in the previous series, I believe we've seen some, like, Ultron ban and stuff, but in the triple composition, sometimes it's actually good to just play the triple and speed boost out of spawn on Jeff. But, you know, you could also stay with the Jeff, too, as we've seen yesterday. I mean, there's some good teams with the Jeff triple strategist composition so far. It's kind of impressive, honestly.
I was gonna say, maybe swap them a little bit. Imagine if Tree was with Bach at the same time, we would have had the Sharknado come out to play, but not gonna be the case for Dubai Matcha, as they're just gonna have the Storm, the Luna, and the Loki.
Yeah, I wonder what Dubai want to do here now coming out, right? They have the portal plays off the rip. Same thing with Cafe Rose. Both want a portal off the rip on this map. Sky Rifle, meanwhile, on Punisher, just going forward first, right? Just away from the team, but they are just going to roll out with that. You're right, just going to go straight up Storm Punisher versus Cafe Rose, who are running triple and locking it with the Jeff, but they still want to go for this portal play, it looks like, in their spawn. And they all know it is coming.
Yeah, they're literally waiting on the other side. They could hear it from the distance right there. Yep, they're looking right behind them here, too. That's why they didn't want to move forward, so that way the team wouldn't get separated. Good call here for Dubai Matcha after they noticed that they didn't see Cafe Rose on the other side.
Oh, but they still lose one, and Bach just gets eliminated up the sky. I mean, these Luna players are so good at taking down flyers, and, you know, unfortunately, just the rotate too slow from Lyric, or sorry, not from Lyric, from Bach, and he's actually have to come back on Wolverine, so he's switching it up entirely, and now they have to live from this Venom, and also full dive from the Jeff, which has been disgusting. Jesus, 2 down already.
Oh no, the tether onto him too, preventing him from getting any support at the same time, while then being able to harass them. Venom trying to get something going here as Cafe Rose are able to wipe Dubai Matcha and take the point first.
We got it.
They're just so smooth. I mean, they come in from Venom dive with no binds. Dubai Matcha on their side, gonna play the Hella alongside the Venom, so they're getting that team up. You know, on the opposite side, you got the Jeff Venom team up happening, like you called out. You can kind of get those tendrils to sort of act like an extra soul bond. And then on the opposite side, we have that tether from Sky Rifle that Hella gets with the team up with Venom. So it's cool to see two sides of the coin in this case.
Very good point right there, too. Absolutely, yeah. I was thinking to myself, how could I forget it here at this point? And then you could also get the Resurrect, too, onto Coco if Loki goes down as well. It's the double whammy out here as Respect gets taken out at the hands of Coco as he gets a duplicate, he gets dance off as the fate of both worlds are now activated from both sides. Wonderland does get stunned and does not get saved by Coco. Unfortunate here as Sky Rifle holding forward here on the Hella finds a 2K.
Yeah, the timing was too smooth there. Walking back into the point, Adams self-reses, 20-25 Respect does. I mean, honestly, this is sadly the problem I had with Cafe Rose earlier. Sometimes 20-25 Respect gets picked off. And right now, I mean, they got picked off. Res, they knew that. So Wizard's Red was on that res spot from the Adam Warlock, making sure he can't get that res off. And also was away from that Luna Snow. And Sky Rifle, man, this guy does not miss. You know what? Like, people talk about Hella 1 tricks. Sky Rifle, one of the best Hellas in the game for sure, just based on gameplay alone, just constantly hitting dinks on the Jeff.
It's a 1v1 battle that we were waiting for. Front row tickets here between Sky Rifle and Tree being on the Jeff here before taking to the skies with the Goddess of Death. They have, oh my, dude, Wizard is a menace out here when he's on this Venom, it looks like here. But no bind trying to match out like we saw earlier on in the end of the last game here. Colin then finds Undyne right next. And Dubai Matcha will be able to try to re-engage in that next fight against Cafe Rose after having the advantage with 3 ultimates.
I was going to say for Cafe Rose, what they got to do is they have to take these off angles, right? That's why there's a Jeff all the way in the spawn. I mean, there's literally a Venom v Jeff happening, by the way, at the far side of the map. But you need to take these angles, and it's so hard when Sky Rifle is denying them. And at the current moment, he's been the reason why Cafe Rose is getting shut down, because they just try to walk in, don't have the angles. Here comes the Jeff on the backside. Chained in. No, the Venom team, he barely gets away from it into the health pack. Yeah, he barely made it out.
Dude, you know he clenched. He clenched so hard trying to get that health pack. Manages to get away, but Sky Rifle is still claiming victims. Thankfully, though, 20-25 Respect has the Resurrect. It gees everybody up back into this fight. And then you have the Jeff ult from Tree to follow up here, too. Find another victim as goodbye. Hasta la vista goes the Luna and the Hella between Wonderland and Sky Rifle.
I mean, this is getting real messy between both teams, though. You can kind of see why they're both in the lower brackets. I feel like, you know, they're incredibly strong mechanically speaking, but there are times when, you know, heavy mistakes get made. In that case, you know, we saw a nice little dive come through. Cafe Rose also got the self-res, and it's harder to eliminate everybody in the Adam Warlock res now, especially with the current patch, right? Everybody getting bonus health, aka over shields. And Dubai didn't really have an answer in that previous fight. Now they kind of do. They build up to a lot of ultimates. They've got Meteor M, and the dive from Wizard Dread's always deadly, but here comes Tree again to harass the backline with the dive of the Venom.
Oh man, symbiote shenanigans. They strike again here. Coco gets the copy as well, it looks like here, as now you get to have the fate of both worlds to help them survive through Lyric and the Legendary with the Star-Lord. They made some of these swaps, but they stay in this fight, and they're already nearing here trying to flip this point. But the stall is even better here for Cafe Rose. Yeah, they lost out earlier on, but they were able to stall almost up to 99%.
When someone's got a portal, it's going to be a strategist as well. 20-25 Respect off of Adam onto Doctor Strange. So they got Jeff Luna backline, but they do have the dance floor to sustain versus Dubai, who don't have strategist ultimates. But can they sustain? Can they find E-limbs even through this? We'll find out.
Before trying to stay alive here, though, you got the fate of both worlds trying to get away. Sky Rifle was trying so hard to escape the clutches of Undyne here. Wolverine Ultimate just sending everyone down here as Bach is literally one shot, is managing to stay alive. The resustainability Pixel 2 in the back gets the freeze onto Wizard, who then now tries to re-engage, and is still a problem with these tethers onto Pixel. They clearing them out, but a huge Eye of Agamotto, though, coming right back down, just trying to finish off these kills.
Yep, counter portal comes back through. Dubai still in control of the objective. And as well as they are up one pick on to no bind, so even though it's looking good for Cafe Rose, everybody's eaten by Jeff. Hold up, this could be big, but no! Nobody helps the Jeff because they're all caught in his mouth. Or rather, yeah, Undyne was also caught in the Jeff's mouth. So, oh, it's so unfortunate he could use the bubble there. Burning the T'Challa first round goes in favor. Cafe Rose.
Dang, that's why sometimes with Jeffs, we sometimes see them path out the bubbles before the ult, just so that way they can not only get a speed boost to where they want to send out the victims, but to give him that resustainability. Didn't look like he had the opportunity to, or may have already used it before utilizing that ult here too. Unfortunate here, but even better look for Dubai Matcha to get that first round. It was pretty close, back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. Dubai looks strong versus that Jeff comp, and it's tough because Cafe Rose were trying to fight for these off angles, and oh yeah, I forgot that, you know, the fact that we're seeing Namor right now, we didn't see a Hulk ban, so that could always be something that we see throughout the series is Namor and Hulk potentially come back through, especially against Cafe Rose's triple composition. But yeah, as it stands, Sky Rifle has been doing just such a good job making sure Tree is uncomfortable, Wizard Dread doing the same thing, and then also going for dives, so they're really controlling these off angles and setting them up for themselves. And meanwhile on the front line, Bach has just been destroying Undyne. But we'll see him. It was close for sure. Dubai up around, though, here in this best out of 5.
And he set up here too. Wizard Dread still on the Venom to match that with no binds. I made that swap over to the Venom shortly after the end of our second map before diving back in to be the menace that he's been with these tethers. The tendrils just really allowing him to finish off a lot of these one-shot squishy heroes and continuously harassing that backline too. Coco does have that duplicate though, as you try to get the freeze here and you shut down no binds.
Wait, Loki, I mean, I don't think I've seen as much value, at least in pro play, from this team up of Venom and Hela. I mean, the amount of times we've seen Jeff come in, get stuck, and then Starler in that case, get chained to the ground. You know, some people pay for that sort of stuff, but right now, it just feels like Sky Rifle has been a menace in the lobby. It's just so consistent every single fight, Vicky.
Literally has been the problem, which is why Sky Rifle was very much focused, I feel like, in that second map, because you're acting like a problem. You got to get taken care of as Bach getting ready into position with Wizard. Sky Rifle continuously holding this angle right now, just trying to bring them all together and finding some of these hits too, these headshots. Undyne though and No Binds also have their ultimate to re-engage.
They walk on in, Venom dive early on. They also have switched over to the Storm, but I think this sort of comp didn't work out for them. We'll see if it does this time around. Meanwhile, away from the fight is No Binds, and guess who's brought towards the team? It is that Storm, which she's still alive though, saved by everybody else with the Meteor M, and then also with the dance floor. Connects on the Sky Rifle in the sky with that Meteor M to bring down that HP pool, but now here comes the final judgment, and it's met by the Meteor M by Colin. What a shot, the dunk from downtown, or at least in the middle of the map. Lyric falls right after. Both duelists are gone, and you use ultimate, but now at this point, you've lost both of your duelists, and I don't know how you get any damage down range.
Literally getting the Grand Slam going from both of these sides, this time landing on top of the Punisher as you get the slice and dice and get the kidnap, and off the map Pixel goes as Cafe Rose don't have the numbers to contest on this point.
Yeah, it's looking even better than the last one. 75% of the board right now. I mean, you wouldn't even think this is Hela's best round, but right now, Sky Rifle and crew and Bach in the squad shutting down everything that Lyric and Tree are trying to do. Now they come back in 83%. And that Meteor Ram, too, from Colin was beautiful. He's already 50% towards yet another one, and might have it up during the fight.
Wouldn't be surprised here. Time ticking down as you see the Omega Hurricane utilized by Lyric. Pixel gets frozen. Do they capitalize? No, they do not. Pixel stays alive for right now, but you have the fate of both worlds from Wonderland to stay alive as Wizard keeps claiming more victims while Lyric is stuck inside that side room, can't even fly to the skies, cannot get away from the onslaught of pressure. Look at this from Wizard being on this Venom, just quickly walks up to get a quick 3K.
Yeah, this is just not it out of Cafe Rose. Playing the Storm, Dubai Matcha, get it done. 2-1, put themselves on map point from Burning T'Challa. I just, like, it was the same thing earlier, too. Like, you can't really run on Storm. That's the only difficulty. You're relying heavy on damage, and I don't know, just even the best Storm players struggle to live in situations like that, especially in Domination. So right now, these Storm players just getting shut down. Cafe Rose is tough. I mean, they obviously practice that composition a lot. They love to play the Punisher alongside the Storm. But Dubai Matcha, I mean, they've been shutting Cafe Rose down on that map, and it's going back and forth. We'll see it happen if it happens again on map number 4. But that was an incredible first game, and you talked about Wizard Dread on that Venom. I mean, 15 final hits, MVP, again, well-deserved. These Venom players are going insane.
It's with the team up too, right? Like we keep talking about it because of how important it is. Yes, you saw it on the other side as well. And then when you have the Jeff rolling out, sometimes you could get away with some of these shenanigans. With Sky Rifle, Wizard together, that was a very scary duo. 15 final hits, 15k damage done, by the way, to match that alongside Lyric, who had made the swap over to the Doctor Strange at the very end, but was one of the duelists as well here too. And not really being able to match that here in comparison to what we saw from Sky Rifle and Wizard.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of like as shades of in the European side and EMEA side. You know, you saw Trust Me was one of the best Venom players in the entire game. Just had there's a joke that, you know, Trust Me has a 20% damage buff to Venom whenever he plays that hero, and it kind of looked the same thing for Wizard Dread. I mean, no offense to No Binds, but yeah, he kind of just was doing anything he wanted, sort of playing like a server admin, and almost brought fights back himself. And it's definitely a far cry from yesterday. I feel like, Vicky, when we saw. You know, every time Wizard would go in, he would just get grabbed by an Emma Frost and shut down. But with Emma Frost banned, which was done by Cafe Rose, by the way, and they sort of shot themselves in the foot off of that one.
Yep, I was about to say that. The fact that Emma Frost was not available, you could literally just get away with it if you're going Venom, because that was really the biggest issue too. When Emma Frost came out, the shutdown on Venom, or just mobile tanks in general, it could really put a dent to your side. And then you have to also think about the fact that Dubai Matcha were also still running that Wolverine. And knowing Cafe Rose and seeing what they were rolling out with, whether it be their own Venom or Undying being on the Magneto, you could see some moments where they would look at Bach, but they weren't really focused on Wizard Dread, who was harassing the backline.
That's a great point. I think they had so many things to worry about, and that's the strength of this team right now from Dubai Matcha. They're coming from different angles, like you bring up, Vicky, and Dubai Matcha put themselves on map point because of it, right? And this team, you know, can they maintain that momentum, right? They just did that map. They just won that map based off of some great things. On the previous map, I think their ban phase didn't go as well. This time around, it seems like it was perfect, right? Across the board. Got the Venom, didn't have to deal with the Emma Frost. You know, do they get that off again? It was Cafe Rose the ones that banned out the Emma Frost. So maybe I wonder if Cafe Rose want to change things up in map number 4, and they're gonna have to, right? I mean, surely it's map point now. Could be over for you. Your MRC dreams could die here.
Literally, when your first place gets to walk away with over 6k too, you get to feel pretty good about that once you try to find yourself in the money for our $14,500 prize pool and just performing within the Marvel Rivals Championship. As we get down to it, next ban phase here, you were talking about the Emma Frost being banned earlier before. I believe they also banned the Bucky and the Torch. That really helped them out, but then the protection on the Magneto and the Luna Snow last game helped them too.
Ooh, wait. We're going to Midtown, by the way. We already have a Wolverine ban. Vicky, so we were on Idricel, right? Earlier on in this series, I believe. And was it Dubai Matcha, the team that did really well with that comp? It was, right? So that's scary.
Yeah, they did. It was that's when they fully held them back there too. That's when Dubai Matcha won map number 1. And that's what we were mentioning before too, when they were, but they do ban out the Ultron, which is something that really helped out Dubai Matcha. That's the only change up that we're seeing thus far. And then the protection on the Emma Frost too.
Yeah, and they're the ones doing it themselves. That's interesting. I mean, because they took advantage of it too. I guess they just don't want to play that game alongside Cafe Rose, which is honestly totally fair. Because sometimes, I mean, that comp can be impressive. Just triple Vanguard with an Ultron can be disgusting. Meanwhile, Human Torch and Phoenix are both getting through. Cafe Rose prioritizing their duelists, which does make a lot of sense considering they've wanted to play those throughout the series. Bucky not touched so far, which Cafe Rose just played with on the other map. But do they want to do that composition again? It's going to be Punisher ban on their side.
Punisher ban and the protect on the Loki though here too, opening things up to go Loki Luna together. Let's see what this final ban's gonna be from Dubai Matcha though. That Venom really was a problem, honestly. Unless there's gonna be more peeling for the backline, they need some help. Oh, it's Luna. They banned a Luna. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, that is incredibly interesting. I mean, I want to see what they want to do because the Luna ban comes out. They're on defense first, by the way. That could also change their ban mentality, right? We're going to be playing triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, so maybe we want to ban out things that are good against that. But, you still got Cloak and Dagger. You still got Loki involved in the game. And I imagine Cafe Rose also going to play something with the triple again. They like to have Lyric play on the Human Torch too. But, yeah, Dubai Matcha did pretty good in a similar situation to this as they did earlier.
Let's see if they can replicate it, though, even with these slight changes. Okay, no binds going Storm. We're not going to get the Sharknado team up here, it looks like. At least not right now, as Respect being on that Loki is going to be able to have that power up between Loki, Mantis, and Groot, actually. So we have the Vibrant Vitality coming out team up.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, could definitely pan out well for Cafe Rose. Get a little bit extra healing alongside of the fact of, you know, that team up is actually pretty solid because Loki's also involved. So for Dubai Matcha on their defensive side, they get to play triple Strategist, triple Vanguard with the Rocket Raccoon instead of a Mantis. And Cafe Rose, I mean, a lot of teams have struggled against this comp in general, even when you play that counter.
Let's see how it works out here as we get started. Root walls already over their heads to put in some extra pressure and damage from the sky here. As Lyric takes to the skies himself, looking at Colin here and trying to control some more of his corner, but Vox taking already so much damage. Nice restabilization from the backline of Dubai Matcha.
Yeah, but oh my god, good read by
Wow.
Lyric. I mean, because of how far ahead Bach was, this is going to be a fight, like, win straight up here, by the way. I mean, greens come out. But because of where the positioning was from Bach, I mean, getting caught out on Groot, everybody else had to push forward, right, Vicky? We saw the Rocket push forward, and they were right. They were positioning well, but then it was read by Lyric. I mean, he knew that Rocket Raccoon had to go forward and try to save his Groot, and then it cost him his life. Lyric just like, two-tapped him.
Literally overextended just in that one moment. Kind of goes back to what we were talking about before. That one mistake out here. Tries to get the grab and still finds the KO onto Pixel even after missing the choke slam here as Lyric now taken to the skies, getting closer to that supernova, but Coco also very close to that duplicate to then try to get a copy on the cloak and dagger as Luna's out, and the hand of Khonshu is here to deliver with the 4K.
Beautiful combination of those ultimates. It's shades of old Groot and Moon Knight when that comp was played basically every single game, you know, back in the beta. Now we have, you know, a little bit more balanced version of Moon Knight where, you know, the hands kind of start at the center and then go further out. Now coming into it, Cafe Rose actually switching off of the Moon Knight, going over to Phoenix on the retouch. Dubai, though, have ults ready to go, and they've wanted these 3 fights, but still, this has been a blazing fast time from Cafe Rose.
We're a lot better here as Lyric, once again, Supernova is going to now find Coco after finding the initial pick, too. Onto that Bucky as now Colin the up alive here. It's got the Psionic Seduction, but gets put to sleep real quick because of Mantis and the damage output with the damage buff onto Tree is just way too much.
Absolutely. 4 minutes, 30 seconds now left to go. Cafe Rose are snowballing. Dubai Matcha, they kind of honestly might have done better with the Ultron that they got rid of, but, you know, now we go to Midtown. Ultron, I guess, doesn't do as good on this round, on this map specifically, maybe as it does on Aegis, but regardless, Dubai, they have ults at the very least. They've swapped up some stuff. They've got the Bucky alongside the Human Torch in their game yet again. But we saw this before from Cafe Rose, who actually, you know, does pretty well against Dubai Matcha in the Bucky comp.
They do have these full ultimates online here, too. Coco ready to go as Colin's going to open things up first with Silent Seduction. Very close to Buck having that Supernova, but here comes the Omega Hurricane first. This is going to force things out here from Respect that he had used that duplicate earlier on just to keep everybody alive through the Eternal Bond off the copy on that Cloak and Dagger. But then take it to the skies. You have to think about just diving right in with the Kraken Impact again and again as he goes for a third time, gets the 3K here, cleans out the points, and could even get a reset at the very end. Yep, onto this one Loki clone, just so that way they can waste even more time away.
There it is. Yeah, gets that reset, has it now up for this next fight. We'll see if it comes into use or if Cafe Rose just want to wait it out. They probably slow play it, make sure that ult gets reset back down to 0. You can tell Sky Rifle, by the way, is a very low-sense gamer just in terms of his overall flicks and movement, but right now pretty close in terms of ult charge as a team fight. Cafe Rose committing a lot in the last one, but now they've got that Supernova up. Wonderland able to match it on the backside, but we've seen KOs happen. Oh, the hook was bubbled! No way to save from the Mag player.
That bubble was so clutch, kissing his own Magneto for thanking him, but then can't get away in time before getting called out by Sky Rifle. Gonna be able to find that 1 KO here, and Tree does have that Phoenix Ultimate online. The Silent Seduction, though, from Colin on the other side first before, wow, with a really nice dash to get avoiding the Silent Seduction to then utilize the ultimate.
And this feels like a rewind of Burn of the Chala, like going back to the other map when we saw these two teams play. Lyric, you know, would honestly just kind of sometimes get picked off in the sky And then, you know, everybody else on the side of Cafe Rose would just come together and find the picks. Now Sky Rifle finally is going over to the Phoenix. We didn't see this change on the map that they lost earlier. So we'll see if this makes a difference here, Vicky, because that could be the change that they need to keep up this momentum here. 2 minutes left to go. Cafe Rose trying to close out here in the second phase. They're kind of still destroying in terms of time bank right now.
Yeah, a minute. You got almost 2 minutes on the clock. A minute left, less than 50 seconds here. And Cafe Rose have 3 ultimates to work with, though. It could be matched by Dubai Matcha, with Sky Rifle getting very close to his own respective Phoenix ultimate here. Sonic Seduction could start things off here, though, but it's going to be the copy first from Coco from the Loki to then get that retaliation. The Eternal Bond is going to allow him to stay alive, and here comes that Phoenix ultimate. The Meteor M, though, can it find its mark? Looking on the other side, it was blocked by that Emma Frost shield, it looked like briefly, so both Meteor M's looks like it misses its mark, but the choke slam now comes in for Colin.
Yeah, but Tree's been doing so much on Human... Oh, not Human Torch. I'm talking about Phoenix, the Human Phoenix, more like the God Phoenix Eternal, because they're just closing out in that second phase. Tree, phenomenal Phoenix play there in the squad. I mean, they closed it out with both Stratus ults too, so I mean, it was going to be a tough fight regardless for Dubai.
Talk about some cosmic powers really showcased here for Tree too, especially that together with the end song and infernal pressure that they have sometimes. But both Magnetos for both of these teams were ready to try to counter that just in case, especially with the strategist ultimates trying to help restabilize. Look, another clutch Magneto bubble coming in for Lyric.
Yeah, but he's still... every time. Like, he still is, like, in the open for too long. Like, I just need that guy to chill a little bit, maybe, if you're the side of Cafe Rose. They do pop that supernova, though. Maybe that's why he's not chilling, because he wants to go aggressive. But then gets saved by the bubble again every time, Vicky. But maybe not enough this time, because they lose Tree, they lose Lyric. The Sonic Seduction was too strong.
And they got them all cornered up in that side room too, so it's easy pickings as he gets the next choke slam, make it a 3K here for Colin to pop off and take out Undying next.
At the very least, the takeaway for Cafe Rose is that they have a solid time bank. 1 minute, 35 seconds left to go. They also did just use the Eternal Bond on your side. You have both Stratus ults coming up, but damn, a lot of damage coming out from Colin already. Making them fight for every inch of space right now. It's smart, but Dubai having to commit a lot on the Colin with that early Magneto bubble for his defense here.
Great timing with these bubbles, though, in general, to see if he could have that ready to go. He's also about to get that Meteor M here on the other side. While the copy comes in, Coco's going to be able to get that Eternal Bond, as Colin is the first to go out here, while the turnaround, beautiful Meteor M right here from No Binds, to then find that Eternal Bond midway through the ult.
A tough fight there to lose your Loki copy, Wonderland, at 62% as well. I wonder if Cafe Rose is aware of that, maybe doesn't want to go for some extra damage. No, they're not, so... They're actually going to let Wonderland probably build up that strat ult, but regardless, you have both for this last fight. You also have the combination of Tree that can connect with a potential Terror Cape. Sky Rifle and Wizard Dream, or Dread, have the better combination, though, with that Meteor Ram alongside the ultimate. Meanwhile, Bach now switches to Bucky, and it pays off immediately.
Bach with this complete priority, like, swap up right there was crazy between trying to get the grapple and then to immediately changing up his attention onto Lyric here. Bach does have that Kraken impact, though, having to look behind, using the Eternal Bond in favor of Respect, getting that duplicate off the Loki here just to keep the team alive, as Tree also just stalling just slightly before driving right in with the Phoenix ultimate, still finding Wonderland in the process.
Yeah, they're coming back in, trying to stall Coco for as long as he can. I mean, everybody's backing up right now because of the Eternal Bomb, but nobody touches on Cafe Rose's side. Are you kidding? Oh, oh no. Oh my God. Oh.
The C9 of C9s.
That's, wow. I mean, I'm in awe. That's genuinely insane. I don't know how you C9 that. That's bad. I mean, is it Eternal Bond that's... Yeah, but
when you're down 2 games too, like that's the last thing that you want when this is the last possible game opportunity to try to reverse things in your favor. Because now they have to try to get that car over there. But then looking on the other side, like Dubai Matcha, though, they're definitely happy after that.
Yeah, I mean, my heart shatters for Cafe Rose at that one. Dubai Matcha, I think they now have a good shot on attack, right? You got to feel decent that it was going honestly terrible for them. Like, they were just getting smoked at all times. Like, it's just, they could be fine, right? But the combinations between Sky Rifle whenever he's playing the Phoenix and Wizard Dread just never panned out towards the end, maybe because they were just making these last-second swaps. Wizard Dread, they always had the cooldowns on the opposite side, right? It felt like every time they would come in with the Meteor M, because Cloak and Daggers in the game instead of Luna Snow, you could just kind of fade away, and They were just always had the cooldowns up to avoid that combination for both Bach and Wizard Dread. And now it doesn't even matter. Right now they're swapping Bach over to Phoenix, and that could be the solution that they need. They bought themselves some time from Cafe Rose's Charlie Niner.
Well, the Squirrel Girl, though, here from Wizard Dread. Interesting, seeing how that's going to work out. Or if they're just going to try to break through. Oh, actually, yeah, because when you have the triple Vanguard lineup, Squirrel Girl actually does a really good job at just melting down a lot of these walls and these shields, too, at the same time, especially initially before you have to forcibly swap on.
Yeah. Right now, they're doing it. A lot of damage on that front line. Calling the only Vanguard on the side of Dubai. Instead of running a Groot, they're just making sure he could be on the Emma. This cart not pushing much farther past this choke as well. BRB still up as well. If anybody goes down on the side of Cafe Rose, you could always watch for that. But they just go aggressive. Squirrel Stampede already in there in the back line. Also, the Hand of Conchu comes out. But no eliminations. In fact, it just forces Cafe Rose back, and they built up Stratus Ults.
Yeah, this is not we're going according to plan here, too. When you have that Squirrel Ultimate and the Hand of Conchu, you want to try to get a follow-up to break through this chokehold that these triple Vanguards set up, especially when they're holding so close here on the defense by this next chokehold. And Tree just had that Rocket Ultimate, too, for that BRB.
I mean, we've seen Cafe Rose have valiant defenses like this before. But right now, they're in a Strangling Prison. And goodbye. I mean, that's just Sky Rifle, Wonderland, both gone. We're going to save the ult for the next fight because that just was too big of an ult from Lyric.
Man, navigating now around Dubai Matcha at least have 5 ultimates coming on, but they need to have a better impact too as they get the Silent Seduction going, and Coco with the Eternal Bond to get that copy just to keep them in this fight. It's matched together between Undyne and Pixel. Gets that triple stun though, it looks like, as Nobody takes the Sky's Meteor M. Doesn't hit it smart, but it hits Sky Rifle just enough to deal enough of that damage to stop that Kraken impact.
It was cute, but it wasn't enough from Sky Rifle to jump around. And honestly, at this rate, it may not matter that Cafe Rose got off the cart because 2 minutes are off the clock. However, I mean, you don't want to, as a Cafe Rose fan, I'm sure, get your hopes up too much here. They need to have a convincing win on this first point. You come back in with the Eternal Bond, you match it on the high ground with the Rocket Open. Oh my! Getting rid of all the shields, and that's why Rocket Raccoon sucks versus Phoenix.
Oh no! That just deleted. See, we've seen it time and time again. It's the direct counter to the Rocket ult. I mean, it also just deletes the walls out here too. I mean, that ult is so good at clearing so many different obstruction here from the enemy team.
Coming back in with the portal, at least they're going to be here to touch. And they have that Strangling Prison. Oh, wait, hold on. Wizard Dread found no binds. Offers onto the group. For the attack, it's panning out for them. And no, the follow-up, is it there for Strangling Prison? It's not. That was such a big ult. Wizard Dread's close to his own.
No, now wrapping around here too. It was close, but they cannot get it in time. No binds. Has his number beforehand as Coco gets the duplicate, the God of Mischief now, just to be able to try to recontest here with the Eternal Bond as well. Just trying to live for as long as possible, but the Silent Seduction then comes out right afterwards. 2 members out from Cafe Rose at Dubai Matcha are successfully getting closer to beating Cafe Rose.
Well, why did Undyne even commit the Sonic Seduction on the left side? That's so odd, but regardless, they're back in with the Eternal Bond, disengaged right now from Dubai, and this is what I mean, like Cafe Rose, it feels like they sometimes just honestly choke. I hate to say it, like, Eternal Bond in, disengaged now from Dubai. They should have a strat advantage with their own. Copy comes out from 225 respect. Now they want to go in aggressive. They're able to find one, but can they find any more? Looks like no, not for now, but that's enough to really stave off the attack.
And that's enough to at least prevent the Hand of Conchu from coming out, as Coco's going to meet Sky Rifle back in the spawn room as Cafe Rose. With the sustainability, it's working out for them. Lyric in Disguise being the menace that he is, as a Supernova is also ready to go next. They're trying to see if they're going to open up the portal if they can stop them.
One. No, it's not there in time. And Cafe Rose have done it. They've tied the series. 2-2, Vicky.
Wow, at the very end, they restabilized. They made the changes that they had to after what we witnessed on map number 1 in Yggdrasil. It was a night and day difference here this time around on Midtown.
Cafe Rose now bring us to that map number 5. The ban phase has been intriguing, I think, out of both squads. And, you know, we'll have to see what that last map is. I'm sure our viewers watching and the fans of both teams will be waiting with bated breath because, I mean, it's been back and forth so far, right? Dubai winning map number 1, then trading it back and forth the whole game, like checkers, it looks like, you know. And I think this squad, I mean, both teams, I think, have definitely put on a good performance, but what a game out of Lyric there. 36-6, also 18 final hits on the Human Torch, definitely popped off. And I don't know, they just haven't figured something else or something out on Dubai Matcha's side. They just keep putting Sky Rifle on either the Bucky or you put Bach onto the Bucky. But from what we've seen, you gotta run that Human Torch alongside the Phoenix.
Yeah, I understand like using the Hand of Conchu when you get it online as quickly as you do for that first point too, but then at some points having to make that swap maybe a little bit earlier here, just trying to figure out what they were lacking in breaking through that choke. You had brought it up, I think it was like Undyne who had used the Psionic Seduction at one point very early before the very second to last fight, and even through that, we still were able to rotate through the triple strategist ultimates to keep everybody alive from the other side for Cafe Rose.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that goes to show that maybe you don't always need that Sonic Seduction in that case. You know, maybe that ult is not as strong as some of the other duelist ults, like a Meteor for example, or that Friendly Prison that Wizard Dread was so close to getting and then got picked off for Dubai Matcha's side. But it is a game of inches. And right now, Cafe Rose are back in the driver's seat. It's kind of interesting, too, because that Dubai Matcha also had the opportunity to play Storm because it wasn't banned, so they could have maybe played some more damage boost stuff, but maybe they didn't think they needed to because they have the Cloak and Dagger. They already have the damage boost. Maybe but I don't know. Is it really too much of a good thing? Is it that bad to run Cloak and Dagger and also Storm? I don't know.
You know, honestly, we didn't see... Another thing that we did see as a ban that changed up a lot was the Venom. They banned that Venom pretty quickly, and I feel like Wizard was doing a really good job earlier in the series on that Venom, at not only recontesting, but it's splitting a lot of the attention away from the backline of Cafe Rose, which wasn't really an issue this time around because they know it, but were able to focus down on what Dubai Matcha was bringing out when they were on the attack this time around.
For sure. And now Cafe Rose are coming back, storming back to force a map number 5. And like we said, either team is going to go home here. One of the teams are going to go home if they cannot win this map. But we have to go to a break to give you guys a breather and give the players a breather. So we'll be back after 3 minutes for this final 5th map.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me.
I was merciful.
Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure.
A disappearing act.
You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Hello, everyone, and we're now back in the series between Cafe Rose and Dubai Matcha. My name's Dogman, joined by Vicky Kitty. Follow us on every social media ever. If you don't, you're just a bad person. I mean, you must be. But anyways, we're back here again. If you're not following our Twitch channel, make sure to do the whole follow and not subscribe, because we're at twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals. But Vicky, we are now on a 5th map between Cafe Rose and Dubai Matcha. I'm sure there's a lot of people tuning in now who have just like been watching for the drops and stuff, you know, casually. And now I think they're locking in, because we enter the 5th and final map between both of these teams. One of these two teams are not going to be an MRC anymore if they lose this.
Yep, this is the loser side of our double elimination bracket, guys. And this is also the first time we see a series go the distance. Literally game 5, map 5 situation here. And they are protecting the Venom. That is what I expected from Dubai Matcha, because that was the #1 thing I took away from our previous map specifically. That Venom just allows Dubai Matcha to really lean on that win condition. Splitting up a lot of the attention from Cafe Rose is how they were able to win. I believe it was map number 3 specifically for them.
Yeah, beautifully put. I think you're right on the money. Cafe Rose, I think with their second band, has banned out Vanguards. So this time it's going to be a Punisher band coming out from them. Understanding that, you know, maybe you could play the Storm stuff. We go to a Rocco, which you could play Storm and Punisher to sort of counter the group kind of triple Vanguard compositions that we're more than likely to see on a Rocco. Luna Protect comes through on the opposite side in Dubai. You know, the last time they played that Cloak and Dagger with the Loki stuff, or without the Loki, or without the Luna, it didn't really work out that well for them. But Cafe Rose this time got the Loki protected against them for Dubai Matcha.
We get the 24 seconds. We bring it back again of just surviving through all the onslaught of pressure and damage, as the ban next is onto the Captain America. Again, taking notes on the target bans here that they could utilize against Cafe Rose.
And it is interesting. I think that Cafe Rose do play some good cap gameplay. Bucky ban comes out from Cafe Rose's side, though, to make sure that Sky Rifle can't play the Bucky. But I don't know about that one. I don't know if Bucky is actually worth a ban currently. I mean, they banned out Wolverine, they banned out Bucky, they banned out Punisher. It makes sense. They're going to play triple Vanguard, but Storm's still available. And I guess Dubai Matcha haven't played the Storm stuff, so maybe that's what they're banking on. That's an odd thing to bank on, though, because I think any team, any sort of animal cornered into a situation like this should have to play the Storm, you'd think, right?
I mean, I feel like if you're running the Storm, on the attack specifically, you're trying to force out a strategist hold. And you could assume already going into Araco that it's going to be a triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold for the defensive side. Again, we started seeing this very early on, even in the very beginning parts of MRI, where the triple Vanguard, when Araco came out, was so utilized. It was a very good spot to hold here. So Bot's goal here is going to try to pull out at least one of the strategist ultimates with the Omega Hurricane, even if it doesn't work out in their favor.
All right. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And Bach surely will farm up that so quickly. And I wonder if Sky Rifle is going to stick with this Hawkeye. You brought up Hawkeye earlier as well. So now they get to play the Hawkeye alongside the Storm for a damage boost, but and also with the team up with the Luna. But regardless, I actually wouldn't mind him if he played the Hello with this. We're playing triple duelist, though, of course, with the Squirrel Girl. We've seen this before. And with the Storm damage finally coming out, Cafe Rose committed everything into making sure they could run this triple Vanguard comp, but they might have brought out one of the hardest comps to play this against, which is this Storm alongside basically most duelists.
At least you do have that chilling assault team up here, too.
Oh,
He got him! Undyne, the victim on the other side of the receiving end right now. But this is such a great angle here to hold, because they're feeling that pressure as Lyric is the next to go down.
This is so confusing out of Cafe Rose to me, because like they did so well when the Storm wasn't in the lobby, and now you forced them to play Storm, even if they're not that good at Storms. I don't know, this just feels like a solid comp for Dubai Matcha. It's like you're forcing them to play the right comp, and eventually they got there with the Hawkeye alongside of it.
Really working out for them. And look at this. They have a plethora of ultimates here to work with now, too. They're actually, honestly, about to have 5 ultimates online, minus the Omega Hurricane that they just used here. As Cafe Rose now having to recontest, really have the Loki and the Rocket ult to work with.
And we'll see what happens. They come out the rocket, all incoming shots from the Hawkeye directly into a Doctor Strange portal. Or, sorry, shield block. Meanwhile, on the backside, Sonic the Surge forces out the dance floor, but Pixel, can they make it to it? Oh, no! Shut out right before they get to that dance floor, causing them to go down, but the BRB brings them back into the fight. Here comes an aggressive ult from Lyric. Shut down by Colin on this delay with the fate of the world. They actually live in a Australian prison and push the Doctor Strange out of the fight.
Colin is a menace right now. Had already used up that diamond form, by the way, so cannot go through the psionic seduction, but they do have the fate of both worlds to help with the resustainability as we have the Loki 1v1 up on the high ground. W observers.
That was so funny. I just Loki diff in that case. Meanwhile, Cafe Rose has to come back. No ults either, and it almost feels like even in these support ults, in these strategist ults, you can always get shot by a Sky Rifle from across the map who can just take you out on Hawkeye, even in his quote-unquote nerf form. Slowed down too. We talked about the team up with Luna Snow coming into play. Meanwhile, triple strategist against this ult. Can they live on the backside? The answer, Lyric, is no.
Ooh, Lyric being on the Adam Warlock and getting taken out too also kind of stalls out the ult. But Sky, I was waiting for it. I was like, is he gonna actually grab? He actually did it, and he catches Tree right before he fully cloaks himself in that invisibility. And it's just an onslaught of pressure from Dubai Matcha on this attack.
Yeah, this is an absolute treat for sure. I mean, watching any sort of triple comp, specifically with Storm and Hawkeye as well, personal favorite for me. I just like watching things die, you know, get KO'd. And usually in this game at the moment, there's a lot of times when triple Vanguard and stuff can be so strong. And when you just whip out the Hawkeye, go for one shots, you sort of negate all of that potential value you have there. And especially with a team, if they're not playing totally the most optimal play style in terms of positioning, sometimes it can pan out like we're seeing it do right now.
Ooh. Bach 2 backing away now. Being on this Psylocke, getting enough healing to try to re-engage here as Coco slowly approaching that God of Mischief to get that duplicate to copy Wonderland instead here too, but he's just trying to find an angle. Look at him, Sky Rifle, a menace, and excluding from this low to high ground. Usually the team being on the high ground on the defense get to really walk away with having an advantageous position, but currently with this Hawkeye, oh my, the 2K, I mean with this Hawkeye that doesn't exist anymore after getting that 2K off the Meteor M, no behinds walking away after that.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to swap off this now at this point. I mean, like, I like the Hawkeye. I personally liked it better with the Storm. And now that we're on Psylocke with the team up, it's nice and all, but the body shots are not as threatening. The headshots, definitely not as threatening. So for Cafe Rose, and especially with the Magneto alongside Undyne on that Emma, I think their comp is a little bit slower and should pan out against it. But they go for the copy early, Coco does. It's going to be met by a Sonic Seduction to force out that ult, but no, it's a disengage for now. Now they have to come back in with the Fate of the World's better strategist ult now for the defense in this case because of what just happened.
Psionic Seduction for Psionic Seduction, but then you have the dance-off opportunity, but you have to worry about Wizard. Devour coming through to try to find an angle. Lyric gets taken out. He resurrects himself, and he's got the ultimate, but he cannot use the Soul Resurgence in his face. Unfortunate, as he cannot come back, bring the rest of his team right back here too, as Lyric gets taken out, and Dubai Matcha, though, are also losing out on Sky Rifle and Coco.
Yeah, I mean, they just, again, this sort of comes back to the original point where they just had better strategist ults, right? Because they go in with that Sonic Seduction, force out the copy, the Loki copy to use his Sonic, or his Fate of the World first, and just even losing Lyric, 20-25 respect, nice shot from across the map, though. Even losing Lyric just because they had the better strategist ults, they were able to win the fight in its entirety. And now, you know, like you said earlier, we need to see Lyric maybe have a big resurrection with that ultimate. We could see him do it, and also Pixel coming up with another Fate of the World. So they're building up these strat ults so quickly with this triple right now. It's panning out. And Sky Rifle, like I said earlier, I don't know, they just probably need to get off the Hawkeye at some point unless he finds a pick here, but it's so hard this day and age in Marvel Rivals. You can't really find one shot. It's not very common to happen.
I definitely agree, and Nick, you mentioned too with the Storm, you don't have that boost or that extra mobility that Storm provides as the assist here, but wow, okay, respect upon this high ground. Shuts down Sky Rifle once again. Psionic Seduction now coming out from Dubai Matcha, but Cafe Rose doesn't have to expend too much. No binds, falls incredibly low, but he stays alive as Tree moves in with the Dance of Butterflies here, ready to go and unleash. Bach had used this earlier on, but then it was shut down as Coco and Wizard get taken out.
Sky is over to the Thing. He's playing the Thing. I mean, I guess it could pan out. It could definitely work with the triple Vanguard, but they don't have triple Strategist alongside of it. Instead, they just have the solo Psylocke damage, which we talked about earlier. I mean, extensively, how a lot of times triple anything with Psylocke doesn't work out. But oh, okay, Lyric shut down, forcing out the passive maybe right now. But the Fate of the Worlds is here. Also, Red's available. Meteorem on the counter.
That happens when you have that Emma Frost team up. Tree finds a 1v1 versus Bach. Lyric gets a self-resurrect here too. Overtime now ticking away, but it's going to be the dance of butterflies as they find Wonderland in the background here too. No sustainability, no strategist left available for Dubai Matcha.
I just want to know why Sky Rifle switched to the thing, but we'll talk about that later. Sky Rifle's down again. Follow-up damage is here. Overtime is taking down Portal here, but it's trying to get blocked by the defense. Regardless, they got Greens out to sustain for a little bit longer. The shield gone, though. They have to sustain. They're actually doing it. I mean, Overtime isn't moving that fast because they have the Doctor Strange on, but if they're on for a second, they lose. Just like that.
Yeah, Coco was right there, right behind them too. But let's be fair, they didn't have anything. No ultimate economy, no time really, and it was just a matter of time before they staggered in. And I definitely do want to talk about what we saw from the thing coming out at the very end from Sky Rifle, making that swap up. I mean, you had quad Vanguards out basically at that point. I know they wanted to make the swap, and I know they wanted to go for the Doctor Strange for the portal, but making that swap up, maybe not allowing them to find and restabilize as they were thinking.
Yeah, I think that, you know, it comes down to the Hawkeye just not being swapped off earlier, or at least not playing with the Storm for longer. Like, that's just crazy. The fact that they didn't play a ton of the Storm, they didn't actually, or sorry, they didn't swap off the Storm. They didn't make sure that the Storm was alongside the Hawkeye, or at least if you got off of that, you know, swap off the Hawkeye. So that was, I don't know, just unfortunate, maybe out of tilt, maybe who knows what the reason exactly is that, you know, he didn't swap to any notable hero besides the thing. That was kind of weird. But now over to the attack. Cafe Rose goes, and they're going to run that triple duelist alongside the Storm again with a solo tank Vanguard, this time with Undyne on group.
Now looking to see where we're going to be moving on to here. Dubai Matcha being on the defense this time around with the triple Vanguard. And Cafe Rose, though, after getting that hold, probably feel pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dubai Matcha. See how they continue to do on this defense. I mean, they at least got it nearly halfway through the map, or actually a little bit over halfway through the map, rather. So that's at least something, a takeaway they can definitely garner. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. And regardless, Cafe Rose now pushing him up, or pushing him off this off angle right now. You have the diamond form from the Emma to sustain towards the cart, but be a lot of extra damage. Green's now forcing the low key. Undyne actually falls low. The wall's coming on the backside, but not able to find the picks. Ult's now going to be a big factor in this upcoming fight.
See, with the way that Bach was able to try to rack up more of that damage before getting taken out by Novines out here, the Squirrel is doing just a bit, just to be the finishing blow here. As the Hand of Khonshu, as quickly as Tree gets it, he utilizes it, but doesn't find the next KO here. As Dubai Matcha, though, Colin holding onto the front line, having 100 damage output here, melting down the opposition.
Well, and this is the benefit as well of no Phoenix being in the game, right? It's something that benefits Dubai Matcha actually extensively, right? Now you don't have to worry about anything hard countering this, like Rocket Ult, for example. Also the fact that you don't really like to play Phoenix, it seems like this team. Here comes Colin on the backside. Sonic Seduction met by Schoolgirl and the Rampage. A lot of damage coming in, but it's met as well by Fate of the World to stay alive. Counter with the Stringing Prison. It doesn't matter because they're all alive and healthy.
Oh my goodness, and then you have the Fate of both worlds to stay alive on top of it all here too. Bach goes out here, Coco gets the duplicate here, and is going to be able to have the dance off of the Fate of both worlds, but now you have the Omega Hurricane here to move up Lyric and keep Lyric alive and get the damage output that they need, as Novines is just getting away with this being on the score girl.
And just keeping it up right now, frozen towards the card is Wizard's Red, and eventually they will get those crucial eliminations. 2 minutes and 7 seconds left. That's 2 minutes off the clock already for Dubai, and they haven't even used their portal yet. So it's actually been a better defense, at least first point wise, for Dubai Matcha compared to Cafe Rose and their defense. So this is definitely turning out to be an interesting game. Could be a potential overtime situation depending on all things.
I wouldn't be too surprised with the way that both of these teams have just been so equally even, it feels like, going down to the wire. But now you have No Bind sending out the army of squirrels, and then you get the follow-up here, too, as Cafe Rose try to wrap up this neck corner. Sky Rifle answers back with the See Ya, as now Bach tries to move up here, too, taking a lot of damage as Undyne once again. It's too much as Colin has consistently had this beam max charge for a good amount of this round.
And it seems like Dubai Matcha may not get punished for their mistakes on defense because they made it, or offense, because they made it so far. Minute and 16 seconds left to go. They will be against a huge ultimate Undyne with that currently prison, but last time Undyne went for it, it was met by a Fate of the World, which is available. On Wonderland side, Coco also close to their own. Here comes the Sonic setup from Colin to start it off early again. Here comes that Moon Knight, grabbed on the backside, barely alive, but the hard pocket is there. Keep them healthy.
Oh, the hand of Conchu here, ready to go too as well. Pixel now is going to be able to have the dance up and allow Lyric to move up again. But this is a great defense that we've been seeing from Dubai as the hand of Conchu comes out and he lives. He has the grapple to get right back up when they thought that they could take him out and sending him off the map as Dubai Matcha now have to reset. They will be able to re-engage with 3 ultimates, make it 4 honestly with Sky Rifle having that rocket ultimate for the next fight.
That scared the hell out of me. I just thought he fell off the map for sure. I mean, I know that everybody has nerves in this situation, and I would too, for sure. Not 24 seconds left to go. Definitely have nerves right now, at least. Dubai Matcha, though, still sitting with ults because 2025 respect went down aisle like a middle. Met by Fate of the Worlds on the opposite side, so they're still healthy and still alive here.
We're having a dance off. No, off the tether, off the Venom! Oh my, Wizard Dread is crazy on this Venom. That was the nail in the coffin. That just helped them out so much with Wonderland following up. Dubai Matcha have cleaned up around Cafe Rose.
Portal is here. No, I don't get through. They don't get through.
They can't. He also jumped right through them at the same time. It looked like a mini body block before he fell down below the portal.
It was, yeah, that was a smart body block.
Wow.
So intelligent. And now Cafe Rose, or sorry, Dubai Matcha win it. Honestly, hats off to both teams for being so good. But yeah, like the overtime takedown to 1. And that's the tough part about these retouches, even with Dr. Strange portals, is I think the Psylocke even got through. Like we saw the Psylocke dash through, but you know, Psylocke's dash can be so far sometimes, and he just dashed right past the point, and this game is not forgiving if you're not on that objective for even a split second.
I love that actually too. Prevents like just forever I mean, with the amount of duration that some of these fights last, right? Imagine if it would be a bigger box to contest, especially with the amount of flyers that we have. But looking at the stats and looking at a fantastic series, honestly, the closest series that we've had for the day here at MRC. I mean, the triple strategist coming through, Wonderland, Coco, 30k each of them with that support healing. But I'm looking at Colin, who damage output, by the way, look at this. 32,000 damage for the Emma Frost.
That's crazy. Yeah, Colin was putting on an absolute masterclass. And you bring out a good point. I mean, yeah, this is the series to watch, guys. If you wanted to think of any series to watch so far from North America, this would be it. I mean, matches are only going to get more and more intense as we ramp up. This is still, you know, we're in the middle of the tournament, but we still have, you know, the quarterfinals, the semifinals, the grand finals next week that's coming up. So we're building up to that, and we still have a lot of time left, for sure, in MRC during the downtime, waiting for Stage 2 in Ignite. And you called it earlier, $14,000 on the line. Looks like on the side of Cafe Rose, their hopes and dreams, I'm sure, are, you know, undermined after today. But regardless, you said, I mean, hats off to both teams. I think that they both played phenomenally. It was an exciting matchup and so much fun for us and our viewers at home.
Honestly, heck, Cafe Rose, it was so close. With just a few adjustments, they could have been the ones moving down through that losers bracket. But this is a really good experience, too, especially if you don't have a lot of experience competing and understanding how to get comfortable with your nerves. Of course, there's performance nerves when it comes to players trying to find their own limelight. I mean, you know this to yourself, Dogman. And, you know, it's a good experience in general. And the fact that it's open bracket, it allows a lot of these players to figure out what they need to do differently for the first time.
100%. And you talked about Wizard Dread at the end of those highlights there, Vicky, too, popping off. And you're right, it is those nerves. It is those things they need to work on and sort of figure out, right? And, you know, some of these people are kind of just built differently, right? Looking at Wizard Dread popping off towards the very end and calling, like you said, 32,000 damage. That's nothing to scoff at. So what a series. Like I said, if you have friends that want to watch back any series from the day, make sure to check that last one out. We're going to go to a short break. We'll come back for the last game of the day, which is Intergalactic and Ego Death.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, avenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, avenge your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me.
I was merciful.
Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure.
Now, a disappearing act.
You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everybody. We are in MRC Season 3, and we have another series for you guys today. Last one of the day, unless we might have another game. Depends on what we got time for. But regardless, Shikagami and Education Gap is going to be the game we're going to watch. That last series, we talked about earlier, Vicky, it was phenomenal. It was an awesome series to witness. Two teams just go back and forth. You know, we've seen good teams play today, but I think we haven't seen games go quite that close. The distance that game definitely went to map 5, and it was a barn burner. It was so much fun. Go back and watch it if you haven't.
Yeah, and honestly, now that we get to see Education Gap again, and it may not be Dark Zero, but I don't think it gets any better when you have to play against another team with a good amount of experience that you and I have been able to see before, Shikagami.
Yeah, Shikagami's a good team. Brand new roster around, are built around, you know, Wicca and crew again with Timber alongside everybody. So yeah, it's just org after org for this education gap side. And this is sort of where a lot of teams tend to peak that aren't in, you know, team organizations or at least competing at the highest level that consistently. But education gap definitely have a solid roster. And we'll see if they can get the job done today. I mean, Wolverine ban, Luna ban on the opposite side for Shikagami. That's a very early Luna ban. We don't usually see it come out that early.
Yeah, actually, it's usually been one of the last bans that we've seen. It's happened a lot with strategists, but it looks like primary focus is a little split up in comparison to our last previous series so far, as the Protect over Jean Grey now comes out, Jean Grey now, and the Protect on the other side over to Torch.
And that is interesting, by the way, the fact that we're seeing Shikagami in this lower brackets, because, you know, that would mean that they lost earlier on, right? Because we just saw Education Gap lose. So this is the knockout round again, round 11. So we'll see kind of which team comes out on top. We see Human Torch and Phoenix both making it on. And meanwhile, Emma banned on the opposite side. So Psylocke still available, still getting through. Same thing with Captain America. We'll see how the bans and protects going to go on from here on out. But that is interesting. Ultron ban every game. A lot of strategist focus for Shikagami side. Education Gap kind of just focusing on very specific, hyper-specific things like the Wolverine and the Emma, it looks like.
Well, now you're going to be forcing out, what, the Loki cloak, unless they ban another strategist and use all their bans on strategists in general. But remember, like, this is a universal ban here, too. It's not going to be like a target ban from what we see usually in the MRI. So that means that they can't be running the same strategist here, too. Wondering what that final ban is going to be on Shikagami's side.
And that definitely matters. Punisher Protect, maybe forcing out the Storm ban, because we're going to Convoy. Shikagami will be up first. They will play the Storm first if they do want to play that. Loki gets banned. So Luna and Loki both gone. Two of the mainstays in the meta. You talked about that one earlier about how 27 seconds of heals of perma life is just removed. I wonder what's going to be the play then.
It's 27, 24, I think it is. I think it's
24?
24 or so. Yeah, but
it's a high number.
Yeah, regardless. I mean, 24 also just sounds insane. But yeah, it's a high. I mean, are we just going to get rid of all the strategists? They got rid of Mantis on the other side. All right. We're just going to be, we're going in with Invisible Woman and Cloak and Dagger. You got the Adam Warlock, too, if you really want to take it out here. Wondering how that's going to be playing side by side, though. But the Invisible Woman, I feel like it's a little bit of deja vu, Dogman, to our conversation that you and I were having in the green room when we were talking about Invisible Woman's ult kind of being the staple of how other strategist ults should be toned down almost. What is it, 8 seconds or so? It lasts not as long as Luna's ult or Cloak and Daggers. You know that Cloak and Dagger and that internal bond is going to keep the teams up a lot longer than the invisible boundary. But we're going to see how that's going to help out in terms of the foundation for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You can get eliminations through the Invisible and the Cloak and Dagger. I mean, they could also throw, I mean, you could already get eliminations if you have enough target focus with the Terra Cape. So that's a good point. Yeah, I think Invis is relatively balanced, which is, I mean, maybe I don't know. I mean, all the strategists in this game are pretty good, even the ones that have quote unquote weaker ults. But regardless, coming out now, Shikagami on offense, thinking they're going to be against triple Vanguard, triple strategist, and they are. Yeah, every team does this now on Convoy and Convergence every single game. Except I think it's Convergence, maybe not as much. But now it doesn't matter. I mean, when it's Kefri playing the group, maybe a little bit easier to find those picks. He's already rezzed, BRB brings it back, but Thanos rather, gets taken out, and Timber as well, getting right into the face. You talked about this game going to be a hard matchup. Going from Dark Zero to Shikagami is not an easy task for Education Gap.
It's not, and it's not going to make it any easier here, too, with the way that Kuna's also being on the Storm. Ripken's already got the hand of Kansu, by the way, completely cutting off their exit route right behind them by the choke. I love the space that we're currently seeing from Ripken as he finds Amethyst next.
Yeah, slowly walking on through, and that's not a sign you want to see for Education Gap. At least if you play Triple Vanguard, right? This team, I imagine they love to play more of a traditional 2-2-2 composition. At least on this Triple Vanguard comp, they've got ults coming up in a second, but they will be up against that Phoenix ult in a second if they do have the Rocket Raccoon. They actually go for the portal too. Interesting spot to come through at. Terra Cape whiffs on that main side to come back in, but it's going to be getting so much damage here on the backside. Aggressive plays coming out from the Torch player of Kefri, and Echo actually capitalizes off Timber.
Oh, nice. And that was with Timber trying to do the attack canceling there too. So insane there with the Phoenix and gets shut down right when you're close to getting that ultimate online. Pride, Proto with the Shikagami right now. Looking like they have almost four of these ults online here, but they do lose out on Kuna in the process.
Yep, good fight win. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left to go on the clock. And you talked earlier, I think, about this team education gap having, you know, maybe to play the Torch, for example, earlier, but they opted for like a bit of a cheesier Black Widow Mantis composition. They banned Mantis on the opposite side, so that can't really be played for education gap. They put Kefri back on Torch, which I know he plays a lot of, so we'll see how this defense goes, but they're already walling him off, or at least, no, that's not him. That's Questron. No, that is him on the other side. Got walled off by Pride. Tough spot to be in. Ayavamoto comes out on the other side, though.
And Ayavamoto now just trying to find it smart with still now 6 ultimates online, but Echo with the Meteor M shuts down Wicca in the middle of the Eternal Bond. Now you have the group hug with the Strangling Prison, and you bring everybody here together to get the follow-up. Amethyst is the finishing blow, gets the quick 2K here. Shikagami need to reset.
This is looking a lot more comfortable. Shikagami still stuck on this composition that's supposed to counter triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, and now that education gap is on a comfortable pick on that Torch for FaZe Questron. He's looking definitely a lot better. And same thing with Thanos on the invisible boundary available for this upcoming fight. Can maybe deal with Kuna coming in. Counters it for now. Do they live that storm? They do.
Get you through the Omega Hurricane, the invisible boundary too, coming up from the other side here as not Thanos going to be able to get away, survive right through that here too. And that's what they have to save for. That's really the point of the Omega Hurricane that we keep mentioning, is to force out more of these strategist holes.
Echo goes down on the front line because Questron's in the sky trying to find something on the flank, not able to do so. Actually just goes a little bit too deep. Echo is coming back with the BRB, so that's tough. But they do have Rocket ult. However, Phoenix still holding on to the song just for this moment. Here it comes. Doesn't actually connect, only break it. They burst it in time.
Wow, all right. So they not only do you not have Garcia survive through that, but now you get completely wiped out as Kuna followed up together with Pride just completely take out education gap, and they finally get the space that they were fighting for.
Yeah, that was just too much damage coming on through. Even bursting out Timber in that song in Timber's ultimate. Like you said, Pride comes through and nice follow-up. Education gap now on their defense. They do have Ayavamoto. That was actually a solid first point hold considering how it was looking at at the beginning of that phase. Once we got to that ambulance side of that first point, it started to snowball for this defense. But now we're in the second phase of the game. Shikagami, 2 minutes and 30. They're already halfway through this second part.
Trying to see and get right through here, though, with these group walls just being a menace, and with Kuna now being on the Adam Warlock, the Eye of Agamotto, it's hit 3, including Proto and Kuna. That's it for the strategist here, as Wicca's the only one that stays up and has the Eternal Bond. Eternal Bond, though, in this moment, could be all that they need just to stay alive for now, as Education Gap also try to answer back with Amethyst having that Eternal Bond.
And come in, Raiden does with the Kraken impact. Did they find eliminations? Does that ult actually get reset? The answer, no. Both that and the Turtle Bond pop for educational gap side. Now Shikagami sit with the edge on their attack.
Now waiting for it, having these 4 ultimates. Close to 5 here with Ripkin, diving right down with the song here as Timber is going to be able to find Kefri in the process. No more Torch in the fray, though, as the double stun on top of it has found Raiden and Emong here, as Amethyst gets taken out right afterwards, and Proto is able to pull in Raiden, who gets taken out. Just enough damage with that pull in.
Yeah, countered by that resurrection from Kuna to bring everybody back into the fight for Shikagami. They just used basically every ult, though. Eternal Bond coming up, 70% for Wicca. Same thing for Timber, 50% on theirs, but also on the opposite side, not a lot of ults. I mean, Emong and Raiden both getting very close to the very own ultimates, but the shields, the group walls on this inside angle forces off everybody, and on the inside angle actually hold up. FaZe Questron found the first pits, amount Wicca fell as well.
Ooh, back to back here. Amethyst then follows up Ripkin here, as it's only 3 members left up for Shikagami, but they have less than a minute on the clock to get this payload over to that second checkpoint.
I think this is the tough part when you don't play Human Torch, right? On the offense, Shikagami just playing that triple alongside that, Phoenix. I think that it's interesting for Shikagami, the fact they're not actually running a Mantis like we usually would in this type of composition, but they can't because it was banned out previously.
Yeah. It makes it difficult though, and then you could see actually the difference as well. But if you have enough more of that damage impact here from Kuna being on the Adam Warlock, getting that bronze way faster once you land those headshots here too, with also having that Eternal Bomb, but Education Gap have a plethora of ultimates to work with.
A lot of damage coming down range right now from Raiden, or who's Raiden now gets the hook onto Pride, brings them back into the team, pulled as well. But can they stay alive with Eternal Bomb in the bubble? Yes, they can.
And right through the Eternal Bomb, Proto's also about to get the invisible boundary here. Meteor M does not find its mark. Echo does not have that as the invisible boundary. Question cannot make it into the safety to get that extra healing in time. Gets shut down by Proto right behind him here too, with the pull-in, the finishing blow on the primary fire, and now Education Gap. They had all of this ult economy just completely deleted before their eyes.
Yeah, with overtime spawns, Portal's not going to come out soon enough. We're heading to the third phase of the map. Shikagami, get this cart rolling. And unfortunately, it's just tough because every time it's just like a phase Questron, it just wants to go aggressive, right? A little bit too far in that fight, right? Not towards your invisible boundary, not towards your Stratus ultimates that you need to stay alive, trying to find eliminations, which it's honestly very hard to find elims. You can't play that aggressive versus triple strat a lot of the times because, yeah, you have an Adam Warlock, you get Soul Bond, you have constant healing from 3 strategists. Of course, nobody's going to go down if you go that aggressive. Here comes the Supernova. They could have used that in the last fight in the Streets phase, but regardless, 60 seconds left to go. Here's that Meteor M from Ripken.
Have it here to try to stop. Oh, now you see me, now you don't. You think he's gonna slam it down on one of the strategists, but then he does the turnaround and finds Raiden instead here too, who's at 50% of that ultimate. Looks around here. Questron's gonna go out next, and Simber's gonna be able to move all the way up, and Kuna does have that resurrect as well.
I feel like Phoenix with that animation cancel reminds me of like a microwave. I don't know, like a microwave oven or something like that. It's like a blender plus a microwave almost. I don't know. Regardless, now we're entering the very last part of the map, and Vicky, every ult nearly available for Shikagami, only missing Rifkins here, it looks like. And I mean, Educational Gap, they swapped Question over to Phoenix, and it doesn't end up mattering because he's dead anyway.
Wow, Echo just completely dove into that backline to stun onto 3. It looked like right there as Rifkin in a lot of trouble as Kuna moves up. There's that karmic revival, overtime ticking away. They do manage to push it into that overtime, and now through the invisible boundary, they're trying to stay alive, assembling together Echo with the Captain America ultimate to still keep everybody alive.
Yep, still healthy. Back in the Bane side. Hold up. Remy gets one, a.k.a. Sen Emong. Lacuna, that was the player that can resurrect. And oh no, they've lost Echo and Raiden on the backside. They don't have resurrection. Phoenix Soul's coming in, but it's deleted by Kuna again, the savior.
Oh my god, Kuna on fire, the MVP right now. Shikagami forced this payload to the finish line. It's an onslaught of damage from the attack cancel on the Phoenix from Timber, and they get the payload to the finish line.
Holy crap. I mean, they were looking so good with the torch, and then towards the end, it just collapsed. You talked earlier about resilience in the last series, about just staying mentally strong. And there were times when Education Gap, you know, they had the advantage. They just were winning the game, and then it just kept collapsing point after point. I mean, they were getting a good first point hold, for example. They were getting a good second phase hold, for example, too. And then things just fell apart. Third phase, it just seemed like their mental was shattered, and they just didn't have anything left in the tank.
Yeah, and they had so much to completely hold off Shikagami before that second point too. Very unfortunate that they were not able to take advantage of that 5-man ultimate charge that they had rotated through. But even better here for Shikagami to stay alive. Honestly, that Phoenix, the attack council, I know we've seen it so many times, but it just does so much pressure, especially on this map too, when you're all close together.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Also, Shikagami on the defense now are going to run triple Vanguard. We know this Pride has an incredible group in his back pocket. And he's one of the best. And the Shikagami rosters had to revamp multiple times, right? Had multiple rosters poached, you know, ex-Shikagami, aka Nemesis now. And then they've had changes in the past. So it's been a resilient squad as an organization. And it's good to see Shikagami still around in the scene as well. And honestly thriving versus Education Gap, which is a solid team.
Yeah, and seeing their growth there on top of it too, to see their flexibility as you talk about the triple Vanguard lineup on this defense, holding up on top of the payload here to prevent any sort of progress too. But look at Simber, he's also got that BRB set up, and he's slowly approaching that CS.
Still there, and like you said, to see it. It's actually a very aggressive hold that they're getting off in this case. Westron dead. Rip Ken, perfectly timed flank over the high ground. I mean, didn't hear Magneto. I guess he doesn't make footsteps since he just floats. Came over the high ground, deleted, phased Westron. What a smart shot. Now he's going over to the Punisher on this attack.
Floating around to victory with the way that they've been holding this up. With pride, you talk about
What?
the group. But
He did it
Rhoda
again!
behind him.
He did it again!
What?
We saw that again. I swear to
Oh,
God,
the
we can just...
back-to-back.
I think it's pure content. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Caffrey, aka Face Questron, is just living for the content, because he did that in the last series that we watched him too, Vicky. He just like flies into the background with the grapple.
Dude, you catch it get in the backline, but it's also the second time we see Proda just completely stop him. Huge! Eye of Agamotto has hit 3. It's going to be an entire team wipe in favor for Shikagami.
You know what? Fair play. Regardless of what Education Gap does in the future, they've provided content. I'll tell you what. I've never been so entertained with a playstyle of a player in a while. Regardless, double invisible boundaries out to slow it down. Here comes the meteor end, maybe trying to find a dunk. Both come out. Boom. Spawn doors, keep it healthy.
I mean, if you didn't want to hug your spawn room doors before, that was the notice right there instead. And talk about survivability, by the way. After the strangling prison, internal bond, invisible boundary, all used up, and Timber was ready for that BRB, but it's not going to be enough to stave off the damage output from Echo and the Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, you talk about balanced ults. Rocket Raccoon's ult, probably one of the most balanced in terms of just being you're able to actually get your limbs through it, right? Unlike other Strategist ultimates where you actually need coordination. You know, sometimes you need to get a terror cape or something, or a damage boost, and have good shot calling and timing to maybe even get a limbs through, for example, invisible boundary. But on the opposite for Rocket Raccoon ult, the shield timing, the time it takes for your shield to finally proc, it takes a little bit, right? So you can actually by yourself get eliminations through a rocket ult if it comes out too late, like we saw in the previous fight. Now, portal comes through, 1 minute, 20 seconds left to go. Kuna also does have the eye.
Oh, you talk about it, and even being pushed out, you still landed onto 3. Not Thanos, the first victim to fall after the follow-up from the Eye of Agamotto. Ripken still continuously finding these eliminations. Next onto Raiden, and Kuna is just holding forward. These Vanguard lineup for Shikagami, hugging the spawn room doors of Education Gap once again.
I thought maybe that force push, force physics from not Thanos would be enough, but unfortunately it came out a little bit too late, and the eye just still connected onto both not Thanos and another member of their squad, resulting in their demise. Now, Shikagami sitting with the... Oh, grappled, never mind, and he brought in the Groot ult, and they actually capitalized on the defense.
Wow, you saw that bubble right at the very end right there, too. They get the follow-up, they find Amethyst, they get the res, though, onto Pride, and now you have the Eternal Bond. Meteor M, can it find its mark? No, it doesn't. Looks like it clipped the very tip of either that wall or that rooftop here now as the Omega Hurricane comes out. Proto was ready with the invisible boundary, already put out here for the rest of the team to survive.
Yeah, Rocket Raccoon, extra damage boost for this defense. Pride takes advantage and Echo falls. They have no more straddles. Kraken Impact coming up. Kuna again could be the hero with the Eye of Agamotto.
Oh, he comes in again and finds another 3-man off of Education Gap. Overtime taking away, and it is so much damage, even with Raiden now coming in with the Kraken Impact. It's not going to be enough as Ripken finds him next. 2 out for Shikagami, but there's still 4 left.
One by one, they fall. Overtime ticks down, and Shikagami get it done. Delayed staggers picked off. They win map number 1 in this first to 3 series. And honestly, there was plays, there were times where it looked like they could falter, but yeah, I mean, it was too well played by the defensive hold, and you need some really heavy team coordination to actually beat triple Vanguard, triple strategist, and unfortunately, just wasn't had by the opposite side with Education Gap.
Yeah, it also looked like it was very similar to when they were trying to swap around and find that answer versus Zark 0. And now taking a look at the stats alone, I mean, look at this, 41-6, 38-6, these final hits, 16 final hits for Pride, 33,000 damage in favor for this Vanguard. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Pride really putting on a show. Definitely could be prideful after that performance. Now, this team up map, you know, it's huge. And taking a look on the other side, I didn't even realize their battle tag, the short form of it, is IQ diff. That's great. I mean, perfect.
Wow. out. I just saw
I mean,
that
I love
too.
it. I love it. I guess, well, honestly, you know, winning your games and beating teams in MRC doesn't necessarily make you dumb. You know, it doesn't make you dumb if you lose games, right? You could be smart and not be good at hero shooters. Look at anybody besides me. I mean, I played a hero shooter for my living, and my IQ is that of like a room temperature squirrel. So,
That's
you know,
crazy. You know, but I would feel like that cannot be true, obviously, when, you know, you have to play duelist and actually, you know, carry to an extent. But I don't know. Now, looking back, though, the point-blank meteor M was pretty nice. We saw some of these swap-ups. The Adam Warlock, though, when he got the snipe from Shikagami, I believe it was Kuna, getting that snipe onto the Phoenix mid-ultimate, it was like a slow-mo picture-perfect moment that the observers were able to capture. But that Adam Warlock also really helped out Shikagami when they were initially on the other side of the attack.
yeah, absolutely. I think Kuna deserves MVP for the performance earlier, like you said, on Adam Warlock, to get rid of that Phoenix ult, and then later on to switch over to Doctor Strange and also pop off. So huge plays by the strategist and flex player of Kuna. And then also, I mean, Proto, how many times do we see some huge force physics and peel from that Invisible Woman? So huge shout out to these backline, to these strategists who have been, you know, really a standout in this tournament so far. I think we've seen so many good plays out of strat players, and will continue to do so as the tournament progresses. But I mean, regardless, Vanguard's definitely the focal point, I think, of these games, especially when a lot of duelists get banned like they were in the last one. Although we did see Phoenix and Human Torch still make it through. So you know, I guess everybody's still popping off.
Honestly, it was the strategist that got the brunt end of those bans that we saw earlier on, right? And even with that, like, Proto had popped off on that Invisible Woman, still being able to find 30,000 healing, but not only just that, 15.5k damage. As Invisible Woman, being able to out-damage your friendly Cloak and Dagger, I mean, both Cloak and Daggers, it's very impressive and still highlights that Invisible Woman still has her own performance to put on.
Let's take a look back at the brackets of the day from the Marvel Rivals Championship, where we are in Season 3. So we have Dark Zero in the upper bracket going against Dreamland, and we have Nemesis versus Noir. That should be an absolute banger. I believe we're going to be watching those next week, right? Shikagami versus Dubai Matcha. That's a matchup that we just saw Dubai Matcha progress on forward. And that means that in the series we just watched, unless I'm crazy, unless we're like finishing it off, I don't think we are, Shikagami actually wins. Spoiler alert, they won. Makes sense after map 1. I mean, listen, I hate to be a spoiler dropper, but in this case, we're moving on because, you know, we want to watch a lot of the series. That's why we go back. You know, the games I know are happening in the in-game client, but Vicky and myself and a lot of you guys in chat want to relive those moments, be there, you know, act like it's a live performance, right? So we watch these games live with you guys. Intergalactic versus Atlanta PXG, that will be also a fun game in the lower brackets. We're getting to the end of MRC. Vicky already halfway through, I guess, not really the end of this week, but things really ramp up next week when we enter these final playoff matches.
Honestly, I'm super excited and happy because I just feel like I was so hyped to cast again MRC and to be able to cast alongside you, Dogman. It's been a great time, but even extra exciting to see how the meta is shaped up for a lot of these teams. You see different styles of play, you see familiar names from other games, from their history and participating in the MRI, and then you get to see a lot of that character development play out for these respective players. So it was great. I was sitting on the edge of my seat, honestly, looking at that first map, specifically, obviously, for Shikagami and the way that they were playing.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, a lot of us will definitely be enjoying this. I mean, have been enjoying this MRC, and like, it's been awesome to cast with you, Vicky. I mean, it's been so much fun as well for, I'm sure, a lot of our viewers and players that are getting 2x Chronostorm tokens in game. You can have it until the 12th, that 2x buff, to get more of these chrono tokens, to get towards those units and to progress your battle pass. So make sure you're checking out the in-game, you know, just playing the game to get these chrono tokens. Pretty easy, I would say. You just get in there and get the Chronostorm tokens. You can just as easy as watching these matches to get your Ignite Star-Lord skin and emotes and all of the different, all the cool skins you can get via Twitch in your drops.
And you can literally use this to just as an extra currency, and it's an extra 2,000 chrono tokens. We love that, and you could actually help use that if you want one of these awesome skins. Some of my favorite skins, honestly, so far. And by the way, that Doctor Strange skin is also free to pick up. Old man Doctor Strange as the ancient powers awaken. Make sure you guys complete those matches. You guys could pick up. I mean, the Doctor Strange skin isn't the only thing that's free there. You could pick up some emotes, some sprays. It's really cool. And then you could also take a look at one of my favorite Venom skins. I know, Dogman, you love it. You like the chicken. He likes chickens. He likes to eat the chickens. Now he gets to look like the chicken.
Oh my god. I still can't believe, yeah, I love how Vicky called it out. It does kind of look like a phoenix, aka a chicken. Reminds me of Kiara. Shout out Hololive. But yeah, I mean, that's a phenomenal skin that now is ruined for me, Vicky. Thank you for that. I thought it was so beautiful. I thought it was so cool. I was like, damn, this is the coolest skin in the game. You know, now that my might does not lie dormant any longer, and my ancient powers have awakened on this phoenix skin, and now I am reduced to that of a chicken. So depressing, to say the least, but it's
Listen
okay.
up.
It is canonical, like you said.
Greetings.
You have to remember where chickens come from. Remember who you are as a T-Rex in the background, you know, and pretty fierce out here. As you get to also see the Beautiful's new Scarlet Witch Phoenix Force skin would be absolutely broken if
You
this was
cannot
ever
hurt
canon.
me.
But seeing how
I
this
was
plays out here, I
merciful.
love her hair in this
Crawl
skin
back to your
specifically too.
domain,
And
Hela.
she makes like different
In this
noises when she ults as
timeline,
well.
The machines
Don't call it out because it reminds me as well that I don't have the Hella skin yet. I mean, I need that thing ASAP. But yeah, beautiful transition there into the
Ultron is like a
emojis.
plague.
And,
We
you know,
must be the
honestly,
cure.
this whole kind of situation that's happened with the new season and with the new patch, you know, with Phoenix, with the kind of theme being fire. I know it's ignited a lot of fire within our players to sign up for MRC. Like you said, anybody can compete. But Vicky, it was lovely casting with you today. And we'll be back next week for more Marvel Rivals action, same days, but we have even more intense matches for the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3 as things are just getting started and heated up. Shout out to the production team behind the scenes in China staying up this late, and everybody watching these matches, whether you watch Pacific, whether you watch over here in North America, and also EMEA and also Oceania. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure to follow, and we'll have to catch you guys in the next time we are live.